Kitsune no Daku. By Wolfsbane 54. Chapter 1. Takes place on the same night after Naruto earns his Hitai 8th. Third person's POV. Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage. Tu Chuyunin yelled, running into the Hokage's office, looking panic-stricken for the second time tonight. Yes, what is it this time? Lord Hokage said, looking up from his late-night work. Is it Naruto again? No, it's much more serious. The ninja said, panicking. Please. You must see this for yourself. The Hokage humphed in thought, as he put on his hat and followed the two ninjas to the rooftop of the Hokage tower. Upon reaching the roof, he noticed several Umbu were watching and masking their chakras, so he did the same. Silently, he looked toward the Hokage mountain, and was shocked at what he saw on the railing of the Hokage tower. Sitting on the railing, looking at the mountain and the semi-empty streets of Konoha, was a boy. With the moon full in the sky, he could see the boy had black hair with blue tips, but with the child's back to him, he couldn't not see his face. However, it wasn't just the boy that caught his attention, but also the silvery blue fox next to him and its 9 long fluffy tails. It cannot be. Lord Hokage thought, as he watched the pair. Daku's POV. It was a beautiful night, and they had arrived at the village hidden in the leaves right on schedule. Now all Daku had to do was find the shrine and see if the time had finally come. Time would usually pass him by slowly, but time had not been so kind. Time had passed by him so fast that the once beautiful forest and valley was gone. Even the mountain that he once climbed, now held 4 faces, that to his knowledge was the past and current leaders of this village. Granted, he had slept for almost 1,000 years. Ever since Mun was a newborn, but she was a baby then and needed the precious warmth and magical sleep. Daku looked down beside him and watched the little Ninetales gaze curiously at the village below, then at the faces on the mountain. This was her first real visit to a human village. Mun was his responsibility and it was time for her to learn along with him about the humans' way of life, in their search for the shrine. Then Mun could be reunited with her real family. Mun yipped softly, taking the hem of his shirt in her teeth and tugged. He smiled down at her. What? You want a late-night snack? He asked. She pawed his pocket where the treats were. He chuckled softly. Okay. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out 5 pieces of rabbit meat, that he had dried out to make jerky and saved them just for her. Hokage's POV. After watching the two for a few minutes, he decided to let the two know he was there, and watched their reactions. It seemed like the boy had control over the Ninetales. As soon as he unmasked his chakra, the boy's back straightened and his muscles tensed. Slowly the boy turned his head to face him. The Hokage took notice of the mask that the boy wore on his face. A white porcelain fox mask covered the upper half of the child's face, the details were outlines in blue and black colors. Golden yellow eyes met his old ones. A smile formed on the child's lips. He had expected the boy to run or take a defensive stance. However, the child just relaxed as the little fox finished its treats that were in his hand, and said in greeting. Hello elder, sir. Nice night isn't it? The Hokage answered. It is a nice night. He agreed, studying the boy more closely. You are a leader of this village? The boy asked. Sarutobi smiled. What makes you ask such a question? He gazed intently at the child, watching the relaxed and movement the boy did. The little fox also calmly sitting by the boy. You resemble one of the faces on the mountain. The boy stated, meeting the Hokage's gaze. He does not seem to be aware that they are surrounded. Sarutobi thought, puffing his pipe. I am the Hokage, yes. He finally answered. That's great, now I don't have to wait till morning. The boy said, turning his body to fully face the other, yet still sitting on the railing. Sarutobi took another puff of his pipe before asking. You wish to speak with me. I think I need to know who you are and what you want before we go any farther. Me? The boy asked, pointing to himself. I guess you can call me Daku. And your surname? He asked, wanting a bit more info. It's just Daku, the boy, Daku, smiled again. And I take care of this little one. Her name is Mun. Daku answered, petting the ninetails that had climbed onto his shoulder. And why did you wish to see me? To ask you permission to stay here in your village as a citizen, and a place among your shinobi. We have heard great stories about this village and wish to make it our new home. Daku hopped down from the railing and walked up to him. So, can we? He asked, smiling. Interesting. Sarutobi thought to himself, continuing to puff his pipe. Follow me to my office, please. Chapter 2. Meeting Team 7. Daku's POV. It has been a long night, but finally we were accepted by the Hokage of this village, to live here. After a few questions and performing some simple requested jutsu that only a beginner would know and execute, we were granted permission to stay. We were assigned to a newly assembled genin team. The Hokage was also kind enough to give us an apartment, and cash to buy food and new clothes. However, as nice as it was to be given housing, Mun and I was more than comfortable sleeping outside. After all, we were free-spirited creatures, and not used to four walls surrounding us. It just wasn't natural for us, as it was for humans. So, for the rest of the night, we rested in one of the many fields we found when entering the village, and rested in a tree. Of course, upon waking, I noticed we had slept through most of the morning. Fortunately, I had been giving the time when we would be introduced to our team and team leader. Hokage had called him Jounin. Strange name. I mused. So, instead of just rushing, I bought myself a new wardrobe, along with weapons, and went to the tower to pick up our Hitai-8, that would mark Mun and I as genin of this village. I decided to wear mine around my neck. Prior to the Hokage's warning the night before, Mun settled with hiding in the backpack that I had bought on the way to the academy. No one would ever know she was in there, if I didn't wish it. Understandably, demons such as Mun and I were long gone, and very few in this world, so seeing a ninetails would cause quite a commotion. It was way past lunch when we finally made it to the academy. Walking into the classroom, I got the feeling that we were later than I had anticipated. There were only 3 kids left waiting for their Jounin-san. A blonde kid with whisker marks on his cheeks, and wearing bright orange, a pink-haired girl, and a black-haired kid with black eyes. They were looking at me silently. Please tell me, you're Team 7? I asked, hoping to the fox goddess that I wasn't that late. Yes, we're Team 7, but you look too young to be a Jounin. The pink-haired girl said, pointing at me. A Jounin? Does that mean Jounin is not a name, but a title? I mentally berated myself for jumping to conclusions first. No, I'm not a Jounin. I am the new genin assigned to your team. I have been informed that you have just recently been assigned to each other. I explained, feeling very relieved that I wasn't late. My name is Daku. I said, coming to stand in front of the 3 and bowing at the waist in greeting. Nice to meet you. I'm Sakura. The girl, Sakura, said. I'm Naruto, believe it? Smiled the blonde kid in the orange outfit. Sasuke. Was all the black-haired kid said. It is an honor to meet you all. I apologize for my lateness. I said, straightening, and taking notice that they had not bowed in greeting back. How odd. So what's with the mask? Naruto asked very loudly. I smiled at the question, and noticed the other 2 were also looking at my mask. It's a secret, I said, putting my finger to my lips, and walked over to one of the many empty seats. Mun by this time was asleep in the backpack, taking her afternoon nap. The others seemed done talking for the moment, which left me with nothing to do, and time to think. To think and recollect old memories. I needed to remap these lands, if I was ever going to find the shrine. The times have changed so much that as a demon who went into a magical sleep at the very young age of 500, waking up to this changed world was strange. There were more humans now, deities and demons were figments of imaginations and legends. Everything I once knew was gone. Besides, being stuck in such a weakened form, such as this, and bound by the laws of the lowest demons, to be outcast away from my own kind, was this also part of my punishment? I did know one thing, Mun was strong enough to start learning how to use her chakra. These humans knew how to manipulate it. They would be able to help me train her, in my quest for the shrine. They would also be able to help me find a part of myself that I have lost. Hey! What are you up to, Naruto? Sakura said, snapping from my thoughts. Naruto was standing in a chair, sticking an eraser at the top of the barely opened classroom door. It's what he gets for making us wait. Naruto said, jumping down. Grow up. Sakura said, crossing her arms. I want no part of it. She scolded. Humph. Sasuke said. No way could a superior shinobi be caught by a simple booby trap. He's got a point. I thought, watching the door now. A few minutes later a fingerless gloved hand pushed the door open, and a head came through the door, and getting hit by the eraser. Naruto started laughing. Gotcha. Haha. Good one. While Sakura apologized. I'm sorry, sensei. I tried to stop him. Sasuke just seemed to stare at the jounin with a bit of a glare. During all this I did find it amusing that the jounin fell for such a prank. Our jounin had silver hair, though he still seemed to be in his 20s. His leaf Hittite covered his left eye and his wore a cloth mask over the bottom half of his face. He looked way too relaxed to be a ninja. How should I put this? Our jounin sensei said, rubbing his chin, with his only visible eye closed. Based on my first impression, I'd have to say, I hate you. I got the sense that we were all thinking the same thing. Our jounin decided that he would like to take us to the academy rooftop. The four of us sat down on some of the steps, as our jounin leaned against the railing. Now I'd like you all to tell us a little about yourselves. He said, crossing his arms, and looking even more bored. Like what? Sakura asked. Maybe it was just me, that thought our sensei looked bored. You know. The usual. Your favorite thing. What you hate most, dreams, ambitions, hobbies. Thing like that. He explained. A light breeze blew, as he was talking, and I smelt the scent of dogs in the air. That's strange. I thought, looking around. There were no dogs up here. There were no dogs nearby either. Mun could smell it too, since I could feel her moving in the pack a little. Foxes don't like dogs very well. Kakashi's POV. Help us out here, coach. You go firsts. Show us how it's done. Naruto said. After I had finished explaining to them how to introduce themselves. However, it seemed like one of my 4 students wasn't paying attention. That's right, said. The only girl in my squad. After all, you're a complete stranger to us, a mystery. I sighed, lazily. Oh, me. My name is Heitake Kakashi. I'm the kind of person who doesn't feel like talking about his likes or dislikes. My dreams for the future are none of your business, but anyway, I have lots of hobbies. The boy in the fox mask still seemed distracted about something. The Hokage had informed me this 4th, new student. I needed to watch him closely. Daku's POV 1st. Our jounin said a lot, but all I heard was his name. I had been slightly distracted by the scent of dog in the air. Hey, he said a lot, but all we really learned was his name. Sakura said. Whoa, so I didn't miss anything. Now it's your turn. Starting with you on the right. Kakashi said, pointing to Naruto. Me, right? My name is Uzumaki Naruto. What I like is instant cup ramen. What I like even better is when Irika-sensei treats me to ramen at the Ichiraku noodle bar. What I hate is the 3-minute wait after I pour in the boiling water. This kid must really like this ramen stuff, I thought, as I listened to him ramble on about it. My dream is to one day, he continued, be a better shinobi than Lord Hokage. And then all the villagers will have to acknowledge my existence at last. That's a big dream. This kid is going to be interesting to watch, I can tell. I couldn't help but smile at him. And my hobbies are pranks and practical jokes, I guess. He finished. I smirked a little, seeing Kakashi-sensei rub his head where the eraser had hit. Next, he said, pointing to Sasuke. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. There are plenty of things I hate, but I don't see that it matters, considering there is almost nothing I do like. It seems pointless to talk about dreams, that's just a word. As I listened, I started to realize this kid really has some issues. And there is someone I have sworn to kill. Sasuke finished. A full minute of silence followed after him. Next up, the young lady. Kakashi finally said. The girl next to me lightly blushed. I am Haruno Sakura. My favorite thing is, well, it's not a thing, it's a person. A boy, and that boy is. She was fumbling with her words. Let's move on to my dream. She blushed deeper. I slightly moved away from her. I hate Naruto. She finally blurted, obviously deciding to skip her dreams. What? Naruto cried. I silently chuckled, as I had finally realized the one-sided crushes that were going on among the three. Mun seemed to find it funny too, I feel her silent laughter against my back. And finally, our fourth and latest addition to the squad. Kakashi said, moving on to me. Hello, my name is Daku, I don't know what I like, I never thought much about it. However, I do dislike loud noises. And my hobbies, I guess, is taking care of my little treasure. At that, Mun poked her head out of the backpack. Hello, she greeted. Of course, only I could understand her. That's a baby fox, Sakura said, reaching to pet her. I grabbed her wrist, to stop her. Only I can touch Mun. With those words spoken, Sakura withdrew her hand and Mun retreated back into the backpack. They couldn't find out she was a demon fox, I would fix this problem later tonight. Anyway, I continued. As for my dreams for the future, I'm still working on that one. I finished, smiling. Okay, enough. Kakashi said. I believe we all understand one another. Formal training begins tomorrow, he announced. Yes, sir, saluted Naruto. What will our duties be? Someone's overly excited. Our first project involves only the members of this cell, Kakashi explained. What is it? What? Naruto asked, enthusiastically. Survival exercise, finished Kakashi. While the others questioned why, I was secretly pleased. Survival exercise meant I could start off slowly and get the feel of my human body, and to find my place among my teammates. It would help get to know them better. It would also give me a chance to peek at Kakashi's teaching style and adjust to it accordingly. I snapped out of my deep thought, when a piece of paper was handed to me, by Kakashi. Here are the details of your assignment, memorize it, and don't be late. I could feel me teammates' determination, as they read the paper. No breakfast caught my eye. Well, that was a bummer for them. I couldn't break that rule even if I wanted to. Looking up, I realized that my new team had parted ways for the day, even Kakashi-sensei. Putting the piece of paper in my pocket, I headed off to find training ground 3. Luckily, it was the field that we had first spent the night in. After losing the shinobi, that have been tailing me the whole day, I found a tree to sleep in, right near a stone with many names on it, and 3 lone posts. "You can come out now, Mon," I said. She crawled out of the backpack, and gave a kiss on the cheek. "Supper?" she asked. "You can have supper, once you turn your 9 tails into 1. I said, feeling the fluffiness of her tails. She huffed, shaking her head. "No." She yipped annoyingly at me. "Is that talking back, I hear?" I frowned. Sometimes, I forget that I must play the part as a brother, and parent to her. "No transformation. No supper," I threatened, lightly. She huffed again, and started shaking her fur, like she was wet. When she was done, only 2 tails remained. She looked at her now 2 tails, then back at me. "Are you sure that's the best you can do?" I asked playfully. My someone must not want to eat tonight. Did I mention this is a good way to get stronger? "Who would have thought, tisk tisk," I said offhandedly. She growled, slightly as she tried to focus, and shook her fur again, this time succeeding in showing just 1 tail. "Good job," I said, petting her head. "And before I forget," I pulled out her leaf hitaite, and flipped it. "See this?" I said, showing her the seal I had placed on it. "This will help you maintain this form, and will help give off a more normal chakra signature, for as long as you wear it." She gave me a grumpy look. Not that I blame her really. The seal would restrict her chakra, and while that may help her control her chakra, it also meant it was going to reduce and make it very hard to manipulate. This was the only thing I could think of, to pass her off as a slightly normal nin fox. But that also didn't mean she couldn't break the seal. Remember what Lord Hokage said. Humans today do not react well to demons that well. You have to keep your tails and power a secret, I explained, as I tied the hitaite around her neck. She shuddered slightly, as the seal activated. Now she looked like a normal fox, except for her silvery blue fur, and green eyes. But that could be easily explained. "Now, how about dinner?" I said, holding out the last of the rabbit jerky for her to take. As she ate, I leaned against the tree and watched the stars. I closed my eyes and prayed to the mother, even though I knew she no longer heard me. "Please, please let us find the shrine." Chapter 3. Survival Exercise. Daku's POV. The next morning, Mon and I both were awoken by Sakura and Naruto yelling, "You're late," causing me to fall off my branch I had used to sleep on, taking Mon with me. Luckily, I landed behind my 3 teammates. "Sorry, a black cat crossed my path, and I had to take the long way," Kakashi-sensei was saying. Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto obviously didn't buy it, and neither did I. "Hey, Daku, why are you so late? And why did you fall out of that tree?" Sakura asked, giving me the same look as he had given Kakashi. "I got here before any of you," I admitted, rubbing my poor back. I had landed on it. Mon was fine, she had landed on top of me. "I fell asleep in the tree," I said, smilingly at them, and stretching my now aching muscles. It was a total lie. Mon, on the other hand, found her way back in the backpack, to go back to sleep. "Now," began Kakashi, gaining our attention, setting an alarm. "I've set this alarm to go off at noon." Then, he held up 3 bells. "I have here 3 small bells. Your challenge is to steal these from me before the timer sounds. Anyone who fails, doesn't get any lunch." Instead, he pointed to the 3 stumps. "You will be tied to that tree stump, so I can eat my lunch in front of you." So, that's why he wanted them to go without breakfast. I could hear everyone's stomach grumble. All you need is just one bell apiece, but since there aren't enough to go around, one of you is definitely headed for the stump, and whoever that is, Kakashi said, sternly, will be the first of you to fail. One of you will be headed back to school degraded. Back to school, well, it didn't matter how I got to stay in this village, but preferably I would like to maintain my title as genin. Plus, I would not be able to stand staying for hours, every day, inside a classroom. Kakashi continued, to explain. You may, if you choose, use shuriken. Attack as though you mean to kill, or you'll never stand a chance. But that's so dangerous, protested Sakura. Yeah, you couldn't dodge an eraser. You're gonna get yourself killed. Naruto laughed. I'm beginning to think, they are forgetting he's a jounin. I thought, trying my hardest to come up with a plan that would work for all of us. Only the weak speak loudly. Now, let's forget the dunce and we'll start on my signal, Kakashi said. This clearly angered Naruto. I saw him whip out a kunai knife, and was before I even blinked, Kakashi was standing behind him. One hand holding the hand that held the knife, and his other holding Naruto's head as he pointed the kid's own knife at his head. Involuntarily, I jumped back, my reaction was too slow for my liking. It just proves how weak my current form is. Not so fast. I didn't say go, Kakashi said, not even bothered by Naruto actions. But, at least you struck to kill, so it seems you've begun to respect me. He looked amused for a second. Heh, maybe. He chuckled. Just maybe, I am starting to like you for. And. Ready. Steady. Go. We scattered. From my hiding spot on a tree branch, I could see Kakashi-sensei, standing in the clearing. Now, all I had to do was find my teammates. That was easier said, than done. I had originally thought, we would stick together, but I guess I was wrong. It's time for the match to begin, Naruto's loud voice said. He appeared in the clearing. Apparently, he was going to prove he could do everything himself. What an idiot. I turned away from the fight. Naruto would have to wait. I was too far away to come to his aid. I could sense Sasuke's and Sakura's chakra, even though they were trying their best to conceal themselves. However, it puzzled me why Sakura, being the closest to Naruto, didn't go to help him. I lightly landed beside Sasuke. He glared at me. Hey, I said. Want some help? I got a plan. I smiled. He looked me up and down, before turning away from me, to watch Naruto get his butt kicked. Go away. You're useless. Geez, he already wrote me off as useless. What a bastard. I kept my friendly smile plastered on my face. You sure? He glared at me. Okay, I'm going, I said, hiding my slight irritation, with his stubbornness behind my smile, and left. I found Sakura, hiding on the ground, under a bush. Hey, I said, crouching next to her. She looked at me, then back to the clearing, where Naruto hadn't long landed in the lake. I have a plan. So? She didn't sound interested. I'm going to need your help, I explain. Sorry, the only person I am helping is Sasuke. Keeping my smile still plastered on my face, I left her with her decision. Finally, I headed for the clearing, where Naruto was hanging upside down, in a trap he should have noticed. Kakashi-sensei was nowhere to be seen, but I sure he was close by. Hey, up there, I said. By this time, Mon finally decided to come out and sit on my shoulder. Want some help? I used a kunai knife to cut him down. I have a. Before I knew it, he was gone. I guess that's a no, I said, looking at Mon. In the distance, I heard Sakura scream. Looks like Kakashi got to her. I sighed, and just shook my head. Mun hopped down to the ground, and followed me as I strolled into the trees. There was no reason for me to be stealthy. I had no team, and I could tell Kakashi knew where we all were. It was useless to hide. Should we wave the white flag? I asked, Mun. Maybe. Would it help? She yipped. And trotted a little in front of me. When we found Sakura, she was already up and running, mumbling about helping Sasuke, or finding him. I looked down at Mun. I am already dreading the day you become like that, I said. She huffed, and turned to look at me. What about you, big brother? She yipped. I laughed. Me interested in girls. I don't think I can ever find a vixen as beautiful as you. My little treasure, I said, kneeling on the ground, to pet her head. The wind sending a gentle breeze down, filling our noses with the scent of dogs. Instantly, we both froze. We were being hunted, watched, tracked. The smell sent chills down my spine. Predator. Mun, come here, I said, as calm as could. She didn't hear me. Being a kit, she was more than likely to follow her instincts and run. Mun, I yelled, when she bounded away. I chased after her, leaping a log in time to catch her, but sadly not enough time for me to brace myself for a land gracefully. So, I ended up hitting my head on the ground, a little harder than I thought was possible. There, I cooed. I'm here. Daku is here. Ignoring my aching head, while my senses were monitoring the area around us, searching for the hounds. Well, that was new. Kakashi-sensei said, leaning against a tree in front of us. Most of my students attack once they sense my presence, or at least try to hide. You ran. Could it be you're afraid of me? My vision swam a little due to the slight bump on the head. So, I sniffed the air around us. Sensei, do by any chance have dogs? Kakashi's POV. I looked up from Ichika. In a way, yes. This was different. Why did he want to know if I had any dogs? He smiled at my answer, as he dusted himself off and cradled the fox. That would explain it then, he said, rubbing his head. Explains what? I asked. Why we smell dogs in the area. The scent is coming off you. Foxes don't mix well with dogs, he said. So, he can sense me through smell, almost like me and the Inyazuka clan. It explains why the little fox took off when I neared them moments ago. I might have added a little bit of killing intent in there, just to try and make him panic a bit interesting. But is this your way of biding time to trigger a trap? I asked, sounding unamused and not the least bit interested in this new information. He rocked back on his heels, rubbing the still shaking fox. I noticed him glance at me, then the bells, then to the fox in his arms. What was he going to do? It was almost time for lunch, so I would have to finish him quickly. Sensei. He walked up to me. Through the eyes of his mask, I could see his yellow eyes looking back at me, as if searching for something. He was shorter than Sasuke, but taller than Sakura and Naruto. He held his hand out for me to take. Truce, he said, smiling. He smiled a lot. It gave me the feeling that he was trying to make friends, a little too hard. And we surrender, he added. Maybe he is smiling to make up for the rest of his hidden features. Before I even moved to shake his hand, the buzzer sounded. That's lunch, I said, teleporting away. It could all be an act. Daku's POV. 10 minutes after the buzzer sounded, we were all back where we started. In front of the posts, with Naruto tied to one of them. During a few minutes of silence you could hear all our stomachs growl, even Mun's. Oh my! Listen to all the little stomachs growl, Kakashi said, arms crossed. By the way, I have an announcement about this exercise. That gained our utmost attention. None of you need to worry anymore about being sent back to the Ninja Academy. Yet. Naruto said. Even me. Sakura said. After the way I fainted. She sounded dumbfounded. Was all Sasuke said, as an actual smile started to play on his lips. Me. Well, I was honestly waiting for the but moment. While Naruto was celebrating, Sakura jumping up and down with joy, and Sasuke finally smiled. I just sat lazily on my perch on top of one of the unoccupied posts, just petting Mun. This rocks. It means all four of us. Started Naruto. Are hopeless. Continued Kakashi. More schooling would be pointless. None of you will ever be a shinobi. And there goes the good mood. I thought. He did say get a bell or fail. As disappointed as I was, I do believe my teammates were more surprised than I was. Kakashi's closed eye smile disappeared, and turned into a glare. Mun actually scurried her way back into the backpack. Give it up. Not one of the four of you will ever be a ninja, he said. Ouch. Was it really a bad idea to surrender? I started to second guess my decision. What do you mean give up? Yelled Naruto, who was squirming in his ropes. Give me a break. Okay, so maybe none of us got our hands on one of your stupid bells, but why the heck should we quit over that? Because not one of you has what it takes. Kakashi answered. Sasuke must not have liked that answer, because he rushed at Kakashi. However, it seemed to have been a bad idea, considering it ended up with Kakashi sitting on Sasuke's back, twisting one of his arms behind him, with his foot resting on Sasuke's head. What you are, is a couple of spoiled brats. Kakashi said, unfazed by what just happened. Don't step on Sasuke. Get off him. Sakura yelled. Sheesh. What a fangirl. Kakashi glared at us again. Are you trying to make fun of the shinobi with your behavior? Well, are you? Did you even stop and wonder for 1 minute why you were divided into teams? He asked. Excuse me. Sakura seemed stumped. Obviously not. So, you missed the entire point of the exercise. Kakashi said. It has a point. Naruto repeated. Maybe he does only think about ramen. I could feel a sweat drop form. Of course. And that point determines whether or not you would succeed. Kakashi was starting to sound irritated. But you haven't explained what it is. Sakura stated. Were they really that clueless? I mean, I may have slept 1,000 years, but even then we were taught this stuff, before our 100th year. That didn't mean I would give them the answer though. I don't believe this. Kakashi echoed my thoughts. Come on already, tell us. Naruto said, impatient. They really didn't know. It's teamwork. Kakashi said. My three teammates seemed shocked the answer was so simple. If the four of you had come at me together, you might have been able to take the bells. But, wait. Sakura said. If we were expected to function as a team, why did you only have 3 bells? She was slowly getting it. Even if we'd worked together, one of us would still have to go without lunch. You're preaching teamwork, but you played us against each other. Ding, ding, ding. Give the girl a prize, we have a winner. I silently thought, keeping my face emotionless, what you could see of it anyway. Of course this task was supposed to cause dissension in your ranks. Kakashi admitted. The situation was set up to reveal which of you would set aside your individual interests and propose to the others that you work together for the good of all. Instead of which you, Sakura, ignored Naruto, who was right in front of you, focused your attention on Sasuke, though you didn't know where he was. Naruto tried to do single-handedly what should have been the work of all four. and Sasuke had already decided that the other three would just get in his way and he was better off playing it solo. And Daku spent his time searching you all out to try and put a plan together, but you all just ignored him, thinking he was useless, since he did not go to the academy. They thought I was useless. Mun picked up on my silent mood change. She rubbed her head against my chest. I gave a smile and patted her head. You are a team. Learn to act as one. Kakashi was still lecturing. I barely took notice. If I could not be accepted by the people of this village, then I would not be able to stay. A creature of low status, such as I needed to be accepted with open arms, or I would have to leave the village. If I stayed, I would slowly lose strength, my will to live would be slowly sapped from me, till I either received acceptance from the people, or died. Mun would be fine, she was not bound by such unfortunate laws. But, me, I would start showing signs after 2, no maybe 4 weeks. What's even more important now is teamwork. My attention snapped to Kakashi, when I notice him reach into his weapons pouch. Making a play as an individual is bad for the team and exposes your comrades to unnecessary danger, you might as well kill them yourself. Here's an example. He placed a kunai knife at Sasuke's neck. Sakura, kill Naruto or Sasuke dies. He threatened in a menacing tone. What? Naruto yelled, looking to Sakura, then to Kakashi repeatedly. While Sakura just looked desperate and horrified. From my perch, I could already guess that she would choose Sasuke over Naruto. Kakashi got off Sasuke, when he seen his message had been received. Sasuke dusted himself off, glaring at Kakashi as he made his way back to us. The day could come, when one of you is taken hostage and you're forced to make such a choice. I zoned out again. Now that comment brings back memories. To kill one of your own to save another. My eyes drifted to Mun, who had jumped from my lap and to the ground, pouncing at some bugs. It was by accident that I found Mun, sleeping in her nest while everything around her was being destroyed. Her mother, unable to come back to her and to give her energy and warmth, that would help keep her asleep and growing till it was time to open her eyes. I was the only one to give her the protection she was in need for then and now. But, I was obviously not as skilled as a female mother Kitsune, I had made us sleep longer than was needed. I was her only link to the world of demons and gods, the only one who could return her to her great bloodline. I like to think of myself as her adoptive brother. She kept me bound to the planes of reality, just as I helped her survive each day to teach her the life of a demon among humans. The silence of Kakashi and my teammate snapped me from my thoughts. As if they were letting something sink in. Kakashi was by the stone with many names on it. It includes the names of my best friends. Kakashi said, finishing a conversation I had obviously missed. He looked back at us. Pay attention. I'm giving you all one last chance. One that will be far more difficult than our last little game with the bells. If you're prepared to continue, you may eat one of the bento boxes. But no sharing with Naruto. He goes hungry. Why? I asked, speaking for the first time, since the buzzer had sounded. Kakashi took a few steps towards us, then stopped. He brought it on himself when he tried to sneak lunch for himself. If either of you feed him, you fail the test right there. It amazed me that with most of his face covered, that Kakashi could give such menacing glares. My word is law. Do you understand? Mun seemed to get the pictured, she came running back to me. I hopped down from the top of the post and sat on the ground where she hid behind me. By the time I looked back to Kakashi-sensei, he was gone. Hey, this will be a breeze. I can go without lunch no problem. Naruto said, in his most upbeat voice. The loud rumble of his stomach betrayed him though. For the most part everyone was silent, except Naruto's stomach. I had dipped out portion for Mun, which wasn't really a lot, considering she was just a kid. So, my bento was sitting there mostly untouched. I cannot eat just any food, like Mun. I needed special food, given as a offering, as a gesture of acceptance. A rule, that is mostly place on low demons. I first needed to gain trust, and that wasn't going to be easy. Mun was lucky to be of a higher bloodline, that rendered such annoying laws nulled for her. I smiled, when she looked up chewing the rice, a bit of it clinging to her muzzle. Is it good, Mun? I asked. Very. You should try some. She yipped. Daku, why aren't you eating? Sakura asked. I'm just not hungry. I smiled. I really need to stop lying to Mun and my teammates, but I couldn't just come out and tell Mun about all that happened before our sleep, to tell these humans that I and Mun were demons. And if I am honest with myself, I was hungry. But food now would feel like burning lava in my gut. Until I have earned the acceptance of this village, I would have to find the special food that probably didn't exist anymore. Naruto's stomach rumbled again. I looked up at him. Even if I could eat the bento, I wouldn't be able to with Naruto like this. Here. Sasuke said, holding his bento to Naruto. Naruto looked dumbfounded at first, by his sudden gesture of kindness. And so was I. But Sasuke, Master Kakashi told us. Sakura began, frantically. I'm not worried. Sasuke cut her off. He's probably miles away by now. And we'll all need our strength if we're going to work together to get these bells. You're no good to me if you're going to be a liability. He finished. That made Sakura looked at her own bento. I heard her gulp before she shoved her bento to Naruto. Naruto grinned, and lightly chuckled at the sudden kindness from the two. Thanks. But one of you is going to have to feed me, since I can't use my hands. This is the only time. Sakura said. Sakura. I said, holding out my untouched portion of the bento. Let him have mine. I'm not going to eat it anyway. She took it. Okay, Saya. She said, feeding Naruto. As soon as he swallowed that one bite, thunderclouds and lightning formed out of nowhere. And the wind started to pick up. You. Kakashi said angrily, appearing seemingly out of nowhere. Mun scampered under my shirt this time instead of the backpack. And I put my hands up, out of reflex to protect my face. He's going to kill us. I couldn't help but think over and over. Naruto and Sakura both screamed, while Sasuke did nothing, but I could tell he was surprised by our sensei's hostile appearance. Pass. Kakashi winked, and everything went back to normal. Was all Sakura was able to say. Hun. Naruto said confused. What? Was all I could say. Sasaki as usual said nothing, but we all had the same dumbstruck responses and expression. Mun inched her way from the safety of my shirts. If I wasn't wearing this mask, you could see I was sweating bullets. We pass. Sakura asked, being the first to recover. But how? I asked. You four, he pointed at each of us. Have taken a giant step forward. How? Sakura asked. I relaxed a bit, but I was going to have to pay attention to our sensei. He did things different than what I am used to. Up until now. All of you have listened unquestioningly to everything I say. Kakashi explained. Like mindless little drones. A true shinobi seeks for the hidden meaning within the hidden meaning. In the ninja world, those who violate the rules and fail to follow orders are lower than garbage. However, those who do not care for and support their fellows are even lower than that. This was his real test. I smiled as realization hit me, as I petted Mun, who also seemed to get it too. This exercise is now concluded. You all pass. Kakashi said, giving us a thumbs up. That's all for today, Team 7, your duties will commence tomorrow. I did it. I'm a ninja. Naruto rejoiced. Let's go home. Kakashi said, already walking away with Sakura and Sasuke. Hey, you guys. I'm still tied up here. Naruto yelled. Silently, I cut him loose. Oh. Hey, thanks Daku. See you tomorrow. He shouted, as he chased after the others. I waved bye to him, then turned to Mon. Can I have the rest of the bento? She yipped questioningly. Yeah, I guess you can finish the bentos for supper. You can celebrate for the both of us. I answered, smiling. Chapter 4. Ninetales Pendant. Kakashi's POV. I had gotten up around 5 in the morning to go talk to Obito, Rin, and Minato-sensei, before reporting into the Hokage. However, it seemed I wasn't the only early riser in Team 7. My fourth student was there, in front of the memorial stone, meditating, from the looks the feel of his chakra. I leaned against the nearest tree and watched him for a couple of minutes. No kid his age should be up this early, unless they were up to something. His backpack laid on the ground next to him, the little fox must still be asleep in there. What was his name? Ajian. Daku. The Hokage had warned me to keep an eye on him. The kid was still wearing that fox mask. It looked like an antique, but those kinds of masks were only used during festivals. Whimpering erupted from the backpack. The fox must be awake. It climbed out and ran to Daku's lap. I masked my chakra even more, to make sure it didn't sense me. Apparently, I smelled like my ninhounds. Yesterday, I had learned very little about him and his fox. What I did learn, he was no fool, no, he was smart. He knew right from the beginning, that when the team separated they weren't going to get the bells. So, he didn't even try to engage on combat, all because he had no team. What wrong, my treasure? He asked, looking down when the little fox started rubbing against him. Did you have a nightmare? I could hear the little fox yipping as it jumped in his lap. I see, he understood the fox. It wasn't impossible. I could understand my hounds. I'll chase those nasty nightmare away. He cooed. There was a soft yip, then he started to humming a freaking tune. Petting the little fox and closed his eyes again, going back to meditating. The kid seemed harmless enough, but he had entered our village in the dead of night and had somehow made it to the top of the Hokage Tower, without getting caught. And that alone brought suspicion on him. The Hokage Tower is heavily watched, even I would have trouble sneaking in, much less to the very top. The other thing that made him suspicious was his fox. The Hokage didn't go into detail, all he said, was that it was not a normal fox. This meant, that the Hokage believed the fox was a demon, and their goal could be to release the Nine Tails, which was currently sealed in Naruto. Finally, he stopped humming, when the fox whimpered again. A black fox. He looked down at the curled-up fox. Nonsense, little one. It was just dream. There is no such thing. I promise on my honor. He reasoned, I could detect a hardness in his voice. He was lying to the fox. But why? The fox yipped again. I know, because such a fox has never existed in the first place. He answered. I was beginning to decipher the fox's yips. They were somewhat similar to those of my hounds. Scared. Nightmare, Mom. Daku chuckled. You're going to be a great fox, beautiful and cunning, just like your mother. Remember what I always tell you. Just because you can't see her or feel her, does not mean she is gone. Another yip. You. Yes, the same goes for me. I will always be with you no matter where I am. He said, petting her head. I sniffed the air. All I smelled was one fox, and nothing else. I couldn't even feel his chakra. It was like he wasn't even there. He was masking himself. Daku had went back to meditating and the fox was just watching him. Unmasking my chakra, I walked toward him, hands in my pockets. "Yo," I greeted, stopping a few feet from him. He looked up and smiled. "Hello, sensei." He's still trying to come off as friendly. "It's a little early for training, isn't it?" I asked. "Not at all. Besides, after yesterday I have been inspired to better my skills, so I can protect those dearest to me." He gaze drifted from me to the little fox. So did mine, and then back to him. "You seem to care deeply for her." It wasn't a question, but a statement, and he knew that. He stood up chuckling a bit. "Yes, well, that because I do. I have been with her since the day she was born." The hardness started creeping back into his voice. He had his guard up. I wasn't going to get anything useful that would tell me anything about himself or the fox. His fox stretched and climbed onto his shoulder. She yipped softly at me. I could make out a hello. "We will leave you to speak with your fallen comrades, sensei," he said, walking past me. "Oh, what makes you think I came here to do that?" I asked. He's very perspective. "From what you said yesterday. In my clan it shows what kind of soul a person has, by their actions to those who have left this world. And you, sensei, have a very honorable soul, yet also a sad one," he stated, locking eyes with me. His yellow eyes seemed to be reading my very soul, and I could not look away till he finally blinked. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a golden pendant, and held it out for me to see. Engraved on it was a fox, with 11 tails. On the back of the pendant was kanji, but a different form of kanji, one I couldn't read. He handed it to me, giving me a chance to examine it. It was made out of pure gold, I could tell. Very, very old. Almost like his mask. I held it back for him to tack back. "No, you keep it. Besides, it is custom in my clan to give a gift to those worthy of honor. Great warriors strive to earn such a gift, but very few are ever worthy," he said, backing away. The fox growled when he refused to take back the pendant, and jumped trying to snatch it from my hand. He caught her before even got in midair. "Now, that is no way to treat our sensei. Apologize." He sat the fox kit on the ground. She growled and turned tail into the trees. "Ah, I'm sorry for Mun's behavior. Please, excuse me, sensei." He ran after her. Now that I was alone, I could talk with Sensei, Obito, and Rin. Looking at the memorial stone, I noticed there were incense burning, like you would see at a home memorial. He wasn't just meditating, he was grieving for someone he lost. My hand tightened around the pendant. I must go to the Hokage now. At the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage said, after I had him of my evaluation and talk with Daku, and showed him the pendant that the boy had given me. The pendant laid on top of his desk, for all to see. Guy, Asuma, Ibiki, Kurane, and Irika were also called to this meeting, as well as a few trusted umbu. "So the fox only has one tail now?" "Yes," I answered, paying attention to the word now. "Maybe he sealed its chakra," Asuma suggested. "If he did, then that is good. It means we dodged a full-scale panic from the village," Lord Hokage said. "However, since he did not show his skills in jutsu, chakra control, or combat, we cannot let our guard down. You should have just brought him to me." Ibiki fumed. "I would have gotten answers that night. And that probably would have made him set the demon loose on the village." Kurana disagreed. "I would have sent him to you, Ibiki, if his manner of approaching me were different. And the fact that he is a child, it seemed like a better idea to make it seem like we accept him as part of the village, give him friends, and evaluate him from there. By letting him drop his guard," the Hokage said. "And it seemed that so far it is working." He indicated to the pedant. I agree with Lord Hokage. Irika stated. If we can avoid torturing the child, we can gain more ground. And if he turns out to not be a threat, then we have a new young mind to mold. Yes, but the fox dash. Guy asked. Is but a couple of months old. According to Kakashi's observation. Lord Hokage answered. He doesn't seem interested in Naruto either. I added. Lord Hokage nodded, then studied the pedant. Ibiki, this pedant? What can you tell us about it? Ibiki picked it up. I'd have to send it to the historians. This looks like a different form of kanji. But the side with the nine-tailed fox, upon close inspection looks more like a seal if you study it long enough. He said that only those worthy were given these in his clan. I informed. Ibiki had a scroll out copying the pendant and writing down the unreadable kanji. Better keep this. We want him to keep thinking you're his sensei for now. He said, tossing the pendant, which I caught effortlessly. And if he is no danger to the village in the end? I asked. Then you are his sensei, nothing will change. Lord Hokage said. Dismissed. We all left. I glanced at the pendant one more time before I placed back in my vest pocket. I ran my fingers through my hair and sighed. I really hope things don't turn nasty from here on. Daku's POV. Mun and I were walking to town. She was really upset at me for giving away the pendant. She only understood one of the reasons that pendant was valuable. There were other reasons why we were safer with it in Kakashi's hands. But it was also one of the only clues we had for the portal. I know he smells like a dog, but it's best to give it to him, I tried to explain. She growled. I smiled, well, I guess I'll have to show here the other pendant. Here, I said, pulling out a silver pendant. This is the other clue I told you about. It had the same nine-tailed fox on it, but it was in a sitting position. And the kanji on the back had a different description. She perked up at this. See, I said. I wouldn't just give anything away, without good reason. A lie, I did just give something away. And yes, it was very important. Hey. Daku. That loud voice could only belong to one person. We looked up to see Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke ahead of us. Come on. We start missions today. Naruto yelled. Chapter 5. The Worst Client. Daku's POV. I leaned against the tree, as my teammates chased after the target, for the mission. Mun sat on my shoulder, ready to help if needed. It has only been 3 weeks and already I was feeling the effects of the rules taking their toll on my body. I have not made any progress in gaining the trust and acceptance needed for me to stay here. Also, I had learned the hard way that I would always be reminded of what I was. There were charms in most of the places I needed to go, like the places that sell sake. The other week I had tried to walk through the door of the store and had to walk right back out. The store owner had demon and bad luck warding charms up. Thankfully so far only a few places in the Leaf Village had such charms. Why sake? Well, being a demon, sake, or rice wine ice a way of honoring us, gives a boost if we stay in one place for too long, like I am that hasn't claimed you as a resident. Daku, stop dragging your feet. Kakashi's voice said, through my earpiece. A loud meow was heard and a few minutes later Sasuke said, mission complete. Thank the mother, I all but cheered. We had to capture a cat, that had ran away from its owner. We returned to get our new assignment, and to return the cat. As soon as the lady got the poor beast, we soon understood why the feline tried to run away. Now, the next assignment for Kakashi's Team 7, will be to babysit, for the council elders, to run errands to the neighboring village, to help dig sweet potatoes. No way. No thank you, boring. Naruto said, making an X with his hands. Give us something different to do. Something important. Something amazing. He said. I knew Sasuke agreed with him. And Sakura probably just found him annoying. Kakashi looked like he just wished Naruto would be quiet. Me. I just wanted a reason to step out of the village, so I could recover a bit, without raising more suspicion. It was getting hard to hide my weakening state. Walking in itself was beginning to be a chore. Mun had tried to give me chakra transfers, but failed. I didn't have the heart to tell that wasn't my problem. Don't be a fool. You're only a beginner. The guy with the scar across the nose lectured. Everyone starts out doing grunt work. It's where you get experience. So, you can work your way up to the bigger things. I couldn't help but notice the Hokage sighing. We've tons of small stuff. Can't we get some action? Naruto argued. Kakashi bopped him on the head. Can't you out a lid on it? Apparently Naruto needs an explanation of what these duties are. Lord Hokage said. Oh boy. I inwardly sighed. Even I already knew this stuff. Mun had decided she was just going to walk around the room, and leave the rest of us to suffer. While the Hokage talked, Naruto began going over what type of ramen he had this week, and what kind he should get today. The kid got comfortable by sitting down on the floor. Even Kakashi was listening to him. Sadly, I still hadn't figured out what this ramen stuff was. Mun and I mostly stayed in the training ground 3. Hey, are you listening? Barked the Hokage, who had finally noticed none of us were listening. I am sorry. Kakashi apologized, scratching the back of his head. I don't want to hear it. All the old fart ever does is apologize and gives me a lecture. Yep, he definitely got in trouble a lot in school. But it's not fair. There's more to me than the trouble-making screw-up, the old man thinks I am. Naruto must see the Hokage as a grandfather figure. I mused. I should say that by this point, I have already learned that Naruto and Sasuke are both orphans. Next to me, I could hear Kakashi sigh. And could also see the Hokage smirking as he puffed his pipe. Very well, Lord Hokage conceded. Me and Naruto both said. While the others just looked surprised. However, by this time, I noticed that Mun was not in the building. Staying next to me team, I blocked them all out, as I focused on finding Mun's chakra signature, or her scent. While Lord Hokage explained our new mission. Where is she? The scent of sake and fish filled my nose. I was going to ignore it, till a sudden feeling of sickness hit me. That could mean only one thing: someone in this room was wearing a charm. Please excuse me, I said, quickly apologizing and running outside. Kakashi's POV. Just a minute before we were about to be introduced to our client, Daku took off for the exit, apologizing as he went. His fox had left the building some time ago. I guess he just now realized, and was going to go find her. After explaining to Naruto that he couldn't kill the client, and setting a time for us to depart in the morning, that Hokage waved me over. I have been meaning to talk with you and Irika about Daku, he said, leading us both to his office. What about him, Lord Hokage? Irika questioned. I silently leaned against the wall. For the past few weeks the Umbu assigned to watch his movements have reported that he has yet to be seen living in an apartment, or eating. Also at night, he and the fox disappear close to 10 o'clock at training ground 3. Disappear, I said. Each morning I find them in front of the memorial stone. So do the Umbu. Lord Hokage said, pointing his pipe towards me. While on this mission, Kakashi, I want you to watch him closely. Try to find out how he is able to evade the Umbu. And he puffed on his pipe in thought. Because he seems to be not eating, I want you both to start escorting him to a restaurant, or to wherever he has been staying, and make sure he eats. Just because he is under suspicion, he is innocent until proven otherwise. Besides, We want to gain his trust. Not make another Naruto. Hi. Irika and I both said, preparing to leave. And one more thing. We paused. If by any chance he is living outside, one of you will be giving him a spare room, after this mission. Hi, Lord Hokage, we said, leaving. Me and Irika shared a look and sighed. I guess, we should go and find him. Irika said. I sighed. This was so troublesome. I'll go find him, and bring him to Naruto's favorite ramen place. We'll meet you there. Sounds good, Irika agreed, leaving. Mun's POV. Wow, Mun thought, as she walked outside. This place was big, and had so many different people and smells. Big brother Daku had said she was born in this land, but that the area had changed so much that it would be hard to find her mother's home. Mun rounded a corner, to see a group of children. They seemed to be playing a game. Until one spotted her. What is it? A girl asked, grabbing at her. Daku had told her to avoid letting humans touch her unless he said otherwise. So, she jumped out of reach. It's wearing a leaf headband. You mean it belongs to a ninja? Hey, it's a fox. Let's play capture the fox. They all agreed and ran at her. It wasn't Mun's intention to go this far from the building Daku was in, but every fiber in her body said run, and that's what she did. Those stupid human cubs chased her till she jumped on a tree branch and masked her chakra. From her spot in the tree she could not find the building. And Daku always masked himself, so there was no way to find him, not even by scent. The scent of dog suddenly filled her nose. This made her look up to see the silver-haired ninja, Daku had given the special pendant to. The ninja was crouched on the branch above hers. Well, at least I found one of you, he said, with his lazy gaze locked on her. At the moment, Mum didn't care the canine-smelling ninja was the one that found her. At least she wasn't totally lost anymore. Tears swelled up in her eyes. Lost. This was the first time she'd lost Daku. The silver-haired ninja went, to touch her? Pick her up? Pet her? Whichever one it was, her response to the approaching hand was what Daku had taught her to so. Even though she was glad to see the ninja. She put her ears back and growled. However, since she was still upset about getting lost, it came out as a growl and whimper at the same time, while flinching away from his hand. Thankfully, he got the message. Now, any ideas as to where your companion is? He asked her. She put her head down and tears threatened to fall once again. So, that's a no. He said, hopping to the ground. He looked up at her. Well, come on. Let's go find him. Daku had always warned her to never trust dog, siots, or wolves, and this ninja smelled like all of them. But Daku wouldn't converse with this one if he wasn't trustworthy. So, ignoring the stench, she hopped down from her branch and followed the silver-haired ninja. Big brother is going to punish me for sure. She started to whimper softly, to herself. Glad that no one but Daku could understand her. He is going to be so mad. You know, you and Daku are a strange pair. And I know he's holding back. Dog-smelling Kakashi said. His dark and only visible eye looked down at her as they walked. Mun did not glance up. It was true Daku was only performing jutsu that his teammates could do. He wanted to seem normal. He had explained it once to her. He wanted to relearn everything to help them both learn how to act mortal. Soft music carried by the wind stopped Kakashi and her both. That tune was something she knew all too well and followed it. It was the lullaby Daku always performed for her. With Kakashi close behind her, she ran, following the soft melody that called for her. Daku's POV. I was softly playing Mun's lullaby. I knew if she heard it, she would find her way to me. After I had ran out of that mission room, I didn't stop till I was halfway to the training ground 3. I had no intention of going back, so I would have to learn about our mission in the morning. But I still had to find Mon. She was lost, there was no question. We mostly stayed in the training ground among the trees, so instead of just going back to town, I did the next to most mortal thing I knew: to call her to me. I took out my flute, and began to play. It's an old flute, something I have had since I was very young. It wasn't long before Mon came running to me, with Kakashi right behind her. He must have been looking for me after I left, and found Mon instead. I have a bad habit of masking myself a little too well sometimes. "Daku, I'm so sorry," she yipped, jumping into my arms. "I got lost and couldn't find you." Kakashi just casually stood there, letting us remember on our own that he was still there. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, for finding her," I said, placing Mon on my right shoulder. "Don't mention it," he said, looking back toward the village. "Daku, the team is having a little celebration dinner. Naruto would be disappointed if you didn't come." I looked at Kakashi's face and fought back a frown. I knew he was lying. It's hard to grasp, but being a demon, my senses are better at detecting deception from a human. You have to be very skilled to fool a demon. And Kakashi was no exception. Instead, I managed to keep my friendly smile on me face. "Sorry sensei, but I think it's a little late. Your first C-rank mission and you don't want to celebrate?" he asked, sounding a little surprised. "You do realize that it's a privilege for a genin to get assigned a escort and protect mission?" If I was human, I probably would have believed his offer to diner was keen. Too bad it wasn't. "Ah, so that's our mission?" "Yes sensei, which is why I think Mon and I should prepare with a bit of training and going to sleep early," I said, going to training ground 3. Okay," he said, walking back to the village. "We meet at the village entrance, at 6 in the morning," he said, before disappearing from our sight. "Come Mon," I said. We did our usual routine of losing the umbu that was always watching us, and made our way back to the memorial stone, staying in the trees. I had found one, with roots, that formed a little cave, fit for a fox. Humans really would think to look for us in a fox cave, thinking I wouldn't be able to fit. However, I had dug it a little deeper and wider, so it was now the perfect home for both Mon and me. "Go to bed, my treasure," I told her, preparing our den for sleep. She curled herself into my arms, and settled down. As soon as I began to hum her lullaby, she turned into a statue and was asleep. Kakashi's POV. "So, he wouldn't come," Irika stated, "when I came by the ramen shop." "No. And the umbu lost him again," I said. "The umbu aren't going to be following you on the mission. How are you going to keep watch over 4 kids?" "I'll manage somehow," I said, starting for home. The next morning, I found my way to the memorial stone, to talk with Obito, Rin, and Minato sensei, like I always do before heading out on a mission. I had almost expected to see Daku there, like any other morning, but he was nowhere in sight. I glanced at the 3 lonely posts, where an umbu stood. "Lost him again, huh?" That umbu nodded. "I'll take it from here," I said. Another nod and the umbu was gone. This was going to be an impossible mission. I silently sighed. Heading for the village entrance. I seemed to have arrived at the same time Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and our client, Tajuna. The only one I didn't see was Daku. My gaze searched the nearby rooftops. I had honestly expected him to be on time like the others. I noticed the second umbu, assigned to him, standing in the shadows of the gate. When he noticed I had seen him, he shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. It seems Daku has managed to give all his umbu agents the slip this morning. I sighed inwardly again. I was going to have to keep my guard up around that kid. Third person's POV. As the group stepped outside the village gates, the doors slammed shut. Naruto whooped with joy, excited he was outside the village on a real mission. All right? Road trip. He shouted, pumping his fists in the air. What are you babbling about? Sakura asked, already annoyed with Naruto. She was standing next to Sasuke and Kakashi. Tajuna was standing a little ahead of them. And Naruto stood in front of the group, ready to head out and obviously not noticing the absence of a teammate. This will be the first time in my life I've ever been outside of the village, Naruto said, a big smile of his face, as he tried to see further down the road. Tajuna looked back at Kakashi. Am I really expected to place my life in the hands of this fool? Kakashi sighed and gave a closed-eye smile. There's no call for concern. I'm an elite ninja and I'll be along too, he said, reassuring their client. Naruto practically growled, at the lack of respect he was receiving. After all, he was going to be Hokage someday. Meanwhile, Daku and Mun had woken up earlier than usual. Mainly because Daku wanted to step outside the village and regain his strength, but also to buy food for Mun. If they ran out, they could always hunt for food. It felt amazing to step outside the village and breathe in the fresh air that carried the scent of trees, wildlife, and adventure. Daku lifted his hood over his head, and Mun curled herself within, to where only her head poked out at his neck. Are you comfortable, my treasure? He asked her. Yes, she answered, happily. With nothing else to do, they decided they would go on ahead of their team and walked away from the village gates. After all, a demon restricted as he need a couple of hours to regain the strength he'd lost during the last 3 weeks. They knew they had lost the Umbu ninja that had been following them for the last few weeks around the time he had bought Mun's food for the mission, and that suited them just fine. Walking off the path, they sat quietly under a tree, letting the feeling of freedom wash over them both. Daku could feel his strength returning to him. But for him to fully recover, he would also need to eat and drink water in order for him to make a full recovery. However, none of it could come from the village. A demon with such restrictions had sealed rules, and he had to follow them. After a few moments of just sitting there, they walked around for a bit. Remember, my treasure, if you feel a familiar chakra pulse that you cannot identify, tell me, he reminded her, as they walked around the edge of Konoha's walls. It might be clue. Roger, Roger, big brother, she yipped. They ended up finding nothing, and so they went back to their starting point, where they could hear Naruto talking about becoming Hokage someday. Daku landed in front of his teammates and client, just as Naruto yelled, "You're dead!" And Kakashi holding onto the blonde's pack, scolding him. I said, no, you little dunce. Ah, Daku, there you are, Sakura said, being the first to notice him. However, Daku was sure Kakashi had already known he was close by. Now, who is this brat? Tajuna grunted, looking to Kakashi. Don't tell me he's a ninja too. I am, Daku answered for himself, with his most friendliest smiles. I am sorry, I could not be introduced yesterday. Something of grave importance came up and prevented me from keeping attendance, elder sir, Daku said, remembering his manners from say of old. You may call me Daku, and this is Mun. Nice to meet you, elder. Mun yipped. Even though only Daku was the only one to understand her. We too are Kakashi's students, and will be helping in escorting you safely home. The whole time, Daku was bent at the waist. When he had finished, he straightened, leaving Tajuna momentarily speechless by the kid's response to slight insult. Suck up, Sakura thought. Sasuke almost smirked. What is he? A kid or adult? Sheesh. Naruto pouted. Haven't seen that behavior outside a monk's convent. Kakashi thought, his bored gaze never faltering. Grave importance, huh? Tajuna grunted, coming over his slight shock. Looks to me like you went to buy yourself a kid's mask. Daku looked at the bridge builder's hat and realized what had made him sick yesterday. Hanging on their client's hat was a charm hanging by a piece of red thread. Good elder, please do not simply judge me by my appearance. Like my fellow teammates, we all have our special skills that makes us all unique ninjas. For if we did not have such skills we would not have been assigned to escort you. Daku's statement sounded too mature for his age, that Sakura and Naruto were both gaping with their mouths open. Sasuke just humphed and crossed his arms. He's definitely not a normal kid. Kakashi thought, his visible eye narrowing only slightly, as they started walking. Daku stayed 10 feet away from their client, while still talking to him. The charm was already making him feel weak, and sapping away at the energy he had just recently regained. He would not be able to touch the client, without sustaining injury. Now, seeing as I was unable to be present when you were introduced, would you mind telling me your name, elder? Stop calling me elder, brat. Tajuna grouched. I am, Tajuna, the bridge builder, from Land of the Waves. And is that where we are heading? Daku asked, petting Mon, when she slightly growled at the grumpy bridge builder. Master Kakashi, Sakura said, looking up at her sensei. Are there ninja in that country too? No, not in the Land of Waves. But as a general rule, even with all the differences that exist on local customs and culture, most other lands have their own hidden village where a ninja clan resides. Kakashi answered. Daku paid close attention. He needed to learn how the people have progressed in the past centuries, as Kakashi continues to explain. For most of the countries on this continent, the ninja villages serve as the military force. They protect their own people and handle the ongoing relations with neighboring countries. Yet, the villages do not answer to the rulers of their native countries. Instead, they are on equal footing with the government. So, there aren't any emperors and empires anymore. Things are more diplomatic. Daku took note. In the case of very small island nations, Kakashi continued, where an invasion would be difficult to mount, a ninja village is regarded unnecessary. Among the various ninja villages, in particular, those located in the lands of Konoha, Kiri, Kuno, Suna, and Iwa are large and their strength is immense. Those are called the 5 great lands of shinobi. They are also the only places where the shinobi leader calls himself a kage, or shadow. There are so many new nations, now. So, much to learn. At least there is more of a peace treaty going now. Before going to a deep sleep, Daku remembered the humans, always battling, and trying to kill each other. Really? Lord Hokage is so amazing. Sakura said, with a smile. I don't see what's so great about the old fart that's always lecturing us, she thought, inwardly. I don't see what's so great about him. Naruto thought. I don't think he's that great. Sasuke thought. You obviously don't think so. Kakashi said, causing the 3 of his 4 students to silently yipe at being called out. Daku laughed silently at his sensei's ability to already be able to read his students. However, he wasn't sure if he was comfortable with the thought of handicapping himself to a mere genin level, and thus leaving himself totally readable. The thought brought a slight frown to his lips. Kakashi didn't miss the slight emotion that showed on Daku's face. There's nothing to worry about, he said, turning his attention back to Sakura, and patting her on the head. You won't face any duels with ninja from other clans while you're handling sea-level duties. Naruto looked a little disappointed, hearing that. So, I don't have to worry about encountering any Furyukin shinobi. Sakura said, relieved. Of course not. Ha, ha, ha. Kakashi reassured, chuckling. It seemed like Sasuke and Daku heard Tajuna gulp, silently. Daku POV. For a while now, after Kakashi's light lesson on the ninja villages and countries, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed. And our client was secretly terrified of something. I'm sure that Kakashi-sensei picked up on it too. If my gut feeling was correct, I would have to ignore the charm, and protect the bridge builder. Getting close to that charm would have physical and spiritual consequences. The sickening feeling I was having at this morning, was warning telling me I was already too close. Getting closer and actually touching him, would cause me to be burned, and my chakra drained to a very low point. Tough, my chakra would recover, if I stay far away from the charm, or any charm for that matter, for at least a couple of days. But if I was burnt, no one could heal me, not even the Medinin would be able to heal that wound. No one, but the mother, or deity could heal such an injury. And I already knew none of them would be willing to help me, if they even still heard me. Thankfully, Mun will not be affected in any way. And that was a load off my shoulders in itself. She could wear the charm and it wouldn't even inflict damage, if anything it would protect her too. So, kid. I looked up to see Tajuna glancing over at me. You don't seem to be part of the group, walking separate of the three brats there. And you don't seem to want to come near them or your sensei. So, what are you, a ninja? Or just a student on a field trip? I took notice of everyone glancing at me. Tajuna was right. I was keeping my distance from them, but it was mostly because of that charm. I couldn't get near the group, since they were walking so close to the bridge builder. And I couldn't just very well tell them that. So, instead of saying any of that, I simply kept my happy smile plastered on my face. I am merely keeping watch from behind. I answered. It is our mission to protect and escort you safely home. I noticed Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke share a look with each other. Kakashi's expression didn't change. And to answer your other question. Yes, I am a ninja. A demon ninja, but you don't need to know that. I just recently moved to Konoha and am continuing my study of the ninja trade there. I heard Sasuke say, as we kept walking. So, where are you from? If you don't mind me asking. Sakura asked. Ha. They would never believe me, even if I told them. I inwardly thought, trying to figure out how to answer. I traveled a long way, actually. From a land far, far away. I finally answered, with a mischievous grin. It was from that far, far away land that Mun and I met, and set on the journey to find the strong and powerful village, hidden in the leaves. I said, adding flair to my voice. To any normal person, I would look like a kid, exaggerating. And that was exactly what I wanted. I could hear Kakashi thinking, that maybe that this was in some way vital information, on my origins. But, sadly only a mixture of what I said was even, well, no, none of what I said, would even be helpful. In a way, I did not exactly lie. I did belong to a land, that was now gone, and had grew into something different over the centuries. We traveled in silence for the rest of the way. The charm the bridge builder had was starting to bother my senses. It felt like the longer I tried to stay at least 10 feet away, the more it seemed that my strength was being sapped from me, making feel sick. But I couldn't just keep moving away from my team, it would look suspicious. I felt like I could just call Aspie, but I couldn't allow myself to do that either. It would leave Mun defenseless and my team dead weight. I was glad that at this moment I had my hood up and my fox mask on. It made it easier to hide my draining and slight sickness further. Mun, slightly whimpered. Only she knew I was getting weak. All my concentration was so much on the charm's effect, that I failed to notice the puddle filled with chakra in the road. Or Kakashi-sensei, who had slowed his pace slightly to end up behind everyone. I also failed to notice the puddle transforming into two ninjas, till it was too late and their chain had wrapped around Kakashi-sensei. What? Kakashi shouted in surprise. Eh? What the dash? Sakura and Naruto yelled, startled as we all turned around. I immediately and without thought jumped next to Tajuna, pushing him further away from the two enemy ninjas. I could feel my skin sizzle slightly under my jacket on the arm I had used to push Tajuna with. One little piggy. One of the two ninjas counted, as they pulled their blade chains, ripping Kakashi into pieces. Master Kakashi! Iya! Both Naruto and Sakura cried out. Mun yipped mournfully. And in that time, the two ninjas were baying Naruto. Too little piggy. They counted. Naruto froze. Sasuke took action, jumping in the air, he threw a shuriken catching the blade chain connecting the two ninjas, and pinning it to the tree behind them. He reinforced the shuriken with a kunai knife. So, no matter what the chain wouldn't come loose. Sasuke landed on their now shackled arms and with one taijutsu move kicked both enemy ninja in the head. Realizing the chain was useless, they detached themselves from it and circled us once again. One headed for Tajuna. The other for Naruto again, and this time Sasuke wouldn't be able to save him. Sakura had took my place in guarding Tajuna, causing Sasuke to guard her and our client. I ran to help Naruto. Naruto! Look out! I shouted. I planted myself in front of the ninja and dodged his clawed hand. However, in my weakened state I only managed to get thrown out of the way. I could smell the poison enter my already burnt shoulder, where the ninja had grabbed to throw me out of the way. I landed on my knees in time for me to see Naruto snap out of his frozen state to realize he was about to be attacked. No, Naruto. I couldn't suppress my anxiety. Then pow! Kakashi appeared out of nowhere, and during our mad scramble had both ninjas, one slightly dazed and the other struggling on his grip. From my spot, I looked to see a pile of wood in replace for Kakashi-sensei's dismembered body parts. I silently and mentally slapped myself for not realizing this sooner. He had used the transformation jutsu earlier, before the two enemy ninja attacked. He should have stepped in sooner. Mun yipped, angrily. I smiled and petted her head, to silence her. Needless to say, we were all relieved that he was alive, and that he stepped in. I'm sorry, Naruto. I should have moved to help you sooner, before you were injured. Kakashi said. It never occurred to that you would freeze up. He turned his attention to the rest of us. Good job, Sasuke, Daku. You too, Sakura. He praised us. So, he did not notice that I had received an injury as well. I was kind of relieved by that thought. After all, my injuries, though painful, even with the poison from the claws, were nothing severe. I could wait till nightfall to take care of the poison. All I have to do, is concentrate my chakra, around the affected area, so the poison would not spread to any other part of my body. Kakashi-sensei seemed to know about the claws were dipped in poison as well and was informing Naruto to keep still, while he tied the enemy up. And if I had to guess from his body language and tone of voice, he was going to have a serious talk with our client. I took this moment to get as far from Tajuna and his charm as possible without looking uninterested in learning the enemy's goal in attacking us. This was supposed to be an escort mission, but I had already knew for some time that the old bridge builder was lying to us. What is wrong, Daku-ni-izen? Mun asked. She sniffed at my shoulder, smelling the poison. You should tell them about you being injured too. Smelly-sensei could help. She was worried. As long as she did not know about the burn from the charm, it was all right for me. She didn't fully know about the rules that bound me. The rule set for a demon, or placed by a demon, like myself, was beyond Mun's grasp. I had to be careful, to not break the rules, or I could receive something a lot worse than a burn mark. Rules handed to me the day I am rambling, I guess I can get into that later. What I am getting at, is I was punished by a very old and powerful being. I will be fine, Mun. I said, smiling. Then something caught my attention. Kitsune. I mumbled, sniffing the air. Yes, it was the scent of a kitsune, but how? I glanced at Kakashi, bandaging Naruto's hand. Naruto was shouting about how he didn't want to die. I guess they got rid of the poison in his system, by free blood flow. But that did not explain why I was sensing another demon's chakra in the area. Or could this be a demon that was in hiding? My gaze zeroed in on Naruto. It looks like you'll be fine. Kakashi told him. Master, Mr. Sensei, sir. Tajuna called. Kakashi glanced at him. I have something I need to say. Before we go off on another conversation, Elder Tajuna, I interrupted. Perhaps, it would be wise to find a place to camp. Sensei, I looked at Kakashi. Not far, but down that hill up ahead is a little patch of grass big enough for a campsite. It's hidden from prying eyes. It also lays next to a small stream that is safe for drinking. Mun and I camped there on our way to the village. It is quite safe. All right. Kakashi stood up, hands in his pockets. You four go on then and set up. While I talk with Tajuna here. This way, I said, leading Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to the campground I had in mind. Hey, Daku, thanks for the help back there, Naruto said, smiling his big smile at me. That's what teammates are for. I said. Mun nodded in agreement. Chapter 6. More than what's being said. Kakashi's POV. Daku was right, this was the ideal camping spot. I had to give some credit for that. However, I was determined to not lose track of the boy when it was time for everyone to turn in. It seemed everybody had prepared really well for this mission. Everyone, except Daku. In fact, there was nothing in his pack except a few small weapons, not even a bedroll, leaving the large compartment empty so the fox could stay in there. I was also beginning to wonder why the kid was starting to look out of place the longer I watched him. As far as I had seen, the kid was wearing that mask for a reason unknown. He obviously knew Umbu were following him in the village. He and his fox seemed to disappear, so that meant he was really good at stealth. All that made logical sense to me. He could very well be more advanced than he was willing to show. But, did not make sense. The kid stayed separated from the group, like he was afraid of getting close, and his skin seemed to be a bit more paler than when I had first met him. Like he was sick or something. However, the silver fox pup remained healthy and normal. My mission was simply to evaluate the kid. What were his origins? Unknown. Is he a threat? Maybe. Is he a spy from another village? Maybe. Though doubting. Is he strong? If so, how strong? He was strong, but I had no clue how strong yet. What's his true objective for coming to our village? Unknown. The list goes on. But personally, there was just something off about him. It wasn't anything obvious, or I would have figured it out already. There was something more going on here. The question was, what? My thoughts were disturbed when Daku switched places with Sasuke to take his turn being a lookout, while the others slept. I had switched myself with a clone and was currently hiding in the trees, having my clone sleep in my place. I wanted to keep my eye on the boy. If I could learn how the kid eluded the Umbu, then maybe we would start getting more answers, and be able to better track him. My position was to the kid's right, in the trees with the most cover to hide my presence. For good measure I also masked my chakra, to an invisible level. Daku watched my clone and the other sleeping forms, for a good 2 hours. His fox was amusing itself walking over to Tajuna and playing with the charm on his hat. Mun, Daku scolded, in a hushed tone. With its ears down, the silver fox went back to the kid. He looked down at her with his arms crossed. The more I looked at the kid's mask, the more I began to notice that if it covered his full face, and if the markings were red and black, instead of blue and black, the mask could be mistaken for Kohana Umbu. I also noticed a tattoo at the base of his neck, peeking out, when he knelt down to pick up the fox. "You shouldn't bother people while they are sleeping," he scolded. The kid sounded like a parent. The little fox yipped. I was getting good at deciphering its language. It wasn't that different from my hound's. It sounded like she was asking, "Why?" "Because, my treasure, it's not polite. And also our teammates are ninja." She yipped again. "So? Another question." Daku smiled. "While it's true that genin are new to the trade, our sensei is a jounin. I'm not too sure what the rank really inquires, but I can tell you he is a powerful warrior." The kid didn't know what our ranks meant. Guess Naruto wasn't the only one not listening to Lord Hokage the other day. "You can tell by the little skills he has shown us, and also his eyes, I mean eye." The two looked at my sleeping clone, then back to each other. "And after seeing scenes unspeakable to your young mind and imagination, he might not take too well being attacked by your playful pounces, unlike me." She yipped again, this time too fast. I couldn't understand it at all. I only caught one word: elder. She must be talking about Tajuna now. Daku had called him that several times. Elder Tajuna is obviously stressed over something. He will tell us in due time, I'm sure. But with our team's 2 adults and new genin, it cannot be so easy to rest without worry. Daku finished explaining, walking nearer to the stream. It brought him closer to me. The fox was yipping away. I didn't catch not even one word this time. Daku smiled at her, and reached into his pocket, pulling out his little wooden flute. "Your idea isn't bad, Mun. They should be given one night where they shouldn't have to worry." The fox snuggled up against his neck, before jumping to the ground, yipping, too fast again. Daku chuckled, slightly, holding the flute in a play-ready position. "Yes, I think the Kitsune no lullaby is perfect, to give our friends good dreams, and to keep their minds in a deep slumber, till sunrise." With that said, he began to play. I had never heard such a melody before in my life. It was mesmerizing. However, my marvel of the tune soon vanished when I noticed, the kid wasn't just playing a song, but was focusing his chakra into the flute. As he played, he aimed the chakra-filled lullaby toward the group. It seemed to take on a light blue form, as it circled each individual, including my clone. I debated on whether or not to step out and stop him, but then I noticed that my sleeping students relax more in their sleep. Even our grouchy client Tajuna looks more in peace. He can perform jutsu I've never even seen before. I silently noted. After a few minutes the melody ended and Daku tossed the flute over to where his backpack laid. "There. Now we can train without waking anyone up." He smiled down at the fox. So, this was to keep everyone from waking up and catching them training. That didn't really make sense unless he was a spy, or if he planned on letting the fox show its true form. But it didn't seem like he knew I was watching him. The fox kid yipped, putting her ears back. "Is that lip I hear coming from you?" Daku said, taking a more mature tone and crossing his arms. The fox yipped some more as Daku walked on the water surface. At least I know I was right in guessing he knows more than the average genin. "I'm uses. Excuses, all of it," he said, turning back to look at the little fox. "My lullaby will keep them in a peaceful slumber till sunrise. Till then, even if you do make a loud noise, nothing will wake them. Also, training with your seal on will only give you better chakra control," he pointed out. The little fox seemed stubbornly focused on getting out of training. It was yipping continuously, all the while Daku just crossed his arms, as he let the little fox rant. "Enough, young one." Daku's voice, thunder over the ranting yips, silencing them, and cut through the silence of the night. I tensed my muscles on instinct. From that one command, it held something in it. Something still beyond my reach. Though I am currently training under a new sensei, should only project to you my desire to get stronger. You would do well to listen intently when he speaks. You must strive to learn, to become stronger. His voice, suddenly became slightly softer. So, when the times comes, you will be able to survive without me by your side. The fox's ears went back. I watched as Daku smiled at her, and his voice softened even more. Face it, my treasure, I will not be able to stay with you forever. It's just not possible. Now's your time to prepare. Now, transform, into me, until it is a perfect image. I will take nothing less. He said, voice commanding in the end. I watched the little fox concentrate and its red chakra swirled around it. However, when the creature tried to transform, it failed. Daku seemed to have predicted this result, since he didn't seem too upset at the failed attempt. Again. He demanded, making the sign of the tiger and channeling his own chakra, and closed his eyes. That was how they proceeded for a couple of hours, till the little fox clasped of exhaustion and yipped tiredly at him. No. I have not located it. Daku answered, then smiled down at the panting fox. Tired, my treasure? He asked, bending down to pick her up. So, he's looking for something, I noted. He placed the little fox in his empty pack. As soon as the fox disappeared inside it, its chakra signature seemed to dim to an almost invisible level, and the scent faded. That's impossible, I mentally declared. Watching even more closely now, as Daku took one last glance at his teammates, before creating his own clone. Leaving it to guard the camp in his place, before picking up his flute and pack that held the now sleeping fox and walked away. Where was he going? The kid walked across the stream, and strolled a little deeper into the forest. He would stop every now and then to pick a herb or flower, or a strip of tree bark. I silently followed, keeping my eyes on his movements at all times. Some of the herbs and flowers looked similar to certain antidotes, that ninmedics used in the field. Others, I recognized were used to create certain poisons. He continued this, till he reached what looked like a rotted-away shrine. I found a perch on a tree branch, hidden within its leaves, and watched. Daku sat his pack down underneath the tree in which I was hiding and stuffed his flute in his back pocket, where it poked out slightly. He then approached the doorway of the shrine, where a cracked and weathered bowl sat, and dumped the barks, herbs, and flowers he collected into it. The shrine must be that of a forgotten god or goddess from the times of old. It was covered with weeds, flowers, and trees that grew from right in the middle of the run-down shrine. The wood was rotted or split in half, and the walls were either missing or crumbling away with deterioration of time. It must have looked beautiful when it was taken care of, I concluded, looking at the faded details of the broken structure. Daku backed away from the shrine and the bowl. He bowed respectfully before speaking. Did someone live in that dump? I couldn't help thinking. You do not need to answer me, nor show yourself, he started, staying in his bowed position. Was he talking to me? Did you somehow know I was following him? No. He couldn't have sensed me. I have been careful in tailing him. But, I am in a real bind here, centuries now, I know, you have watched this world change. And watched as the people ignore the rules in which you all said, he was talking to the shrine, or to the deity that the shrine represented. But, hear me, for I have brought your required offering. Please, he sighed, and hung his head low. Please, hear me, he said more quietly. So, Daku believed in the olden beliefs, strange for a kid his age. After a few minutes of silence, he let out a frustrated shout. Without warning or any hand signs, a fire of blue chakra surrounded him and the offering bowl. I lifted my leaf hishate to view the scene with my Sharingan eye. The chakra did come from Daku, I could the links in his chakra channels. What is going on? He used no hand signs to do that. I questioned. Then I heard a little girl giggle, the sound coming from the shrine. I was more than surprised to see a little girl actually walk out of the shrine. Daku looked up in surprise. I examined the child. She was surrounded by green chakra, and when she touched the blue that was surrounding the offering bowl, the blue changed to green, as well as the chakra surrounding Daku. When she moved, I realized my Sharingan couldn't predicted her movements. This isn't normal. I narrowed my eye, trying to focus, and masked myself even further. The more I tried looking at her with the Sharingan, the more it seemed like, somehow, someone had disabled the eye, but that was impossible. Daku's POV. There she stood, the deity of the forest, the goddess of mercy and healing, in her favorite form, a little child, dressed in a light blue and pink kimono. Her hair tangled beautifully with the wild flowers and leaves, as if on purpose. I felt uncomfortable, allowing her chakra to envelop me. She may sweet and innocent in this form, but I knew she was deadly and fierce when angered, or threatened. So, she said, in her soft childlike voice, smiling. It was you calling. Not even worthy to be called out by name. Such a shame, you turned into a traitor. She smirked. Here to ask for mercy. Canon, please. I started. She held up her hand. No, I will not. I blinked. But I haven't asked for anything, yet. I quipped. She crossed her and glared at me. Don't think we have forgotten. Even we minor gods are aware of your sins. She stated. You turned out to be a pitiful creature. What was the name you go by now? Daku, is it? Not much of a change. Yes, I didn't think I should stray far. I started to say again, but was interrupted again. Ha! She said. Face it, you are still running from your fate. And I will not pardon you. After all, it not my punishment to pardon. She said, wagging her finger in my direction. Then do not pardon me. I said, seeing a guarded look form in her childlike eyes. Instead, just aid me this one time. I said, determined. I needed her to a concoction for me, if I ran into any more charms and poisons. I was slightly taken aback by her sudden laughter. My, you haven't changed. So blunt even in your weakened state. By the way, that seal, are you still not going to break it? To give in to the temptation. I nodded my head. Only if there is no other choice, besides I rather not rely on it. There would be no turning back, then. Were the unspoken words. But I knew Canon already knew that. Her chakra pulsed around me, searching for hint of deceit, in my words. Good answer. She said, after finding none. Her smile widened. There was another long silence. Fine, I'll give you a little push. It will make things interesting. She finally said. I'll even give you an early warning. She came to stand in front of me. Beware. For the Akurnahanta, still roam this mortal plane, searching for the child of moon and darkness, for the creature that have escaped their master's grasp. Which means you and Mun, are no longer safe. She whispered, then skipped to my other ear and continued her whispered warning. They know you're still here. She finished, turning, and skipped happily to the offering bowl. Leaving me, to get control over the slight fear that threatened to engulf me. The Akurnahanta, were one of my greatest worries. In a pack of 3, they hunted whoever and whatever, their master ordered, be it human or demon. They would not stop till their mission was complete. Their master, never satisfied, he wanted the entire demon race under his control, failed to submit, and you were killed without mercy. Mun, would be in danger were we to run into them. I would not be spared either. I would have to fight for us both. She was not ready to meet that much power head on. "It's done," Canon sang as she placed the concoction in a small vial, and tossed it to me. The small bottle only had a few drops in it. I gave her a look. Now, I said a push. She shrugged. "Besides, I advise you to use it wisely. It will come in handy on a bad day. It will cure and heal anything, so if I were you, I would save it. This is all I can do." She smiled, waving off my look. "So much for the all-powerful deities. Obviously you all have been weakened by the lack of offerings and prayers." I scoffed, putting the concoction in my pocket. "Watch your mouth, low-life creature. I'm still powerful enough to kill you." She growled, and turned to walk back in her shrine. "No one else will answer your pleas, so don't bother coming to our shrines." Then she disappeared into the darkness of her crumbling shrine, leaving me to ponder on my past sins. I wasn't always like this. I used to be praised by my clan members, given the most honorable title ever granted by any deity or demon, the day before Mun was born. A title that held so much honor and power, and I had not taken it seriously. Now, here I stand cursed, and Canon was right. I was running, hiding even from my sins. But, the past is the past, and while I no longer hold a title, I take my job now seriously, by protecting Mun. I would live my life the way I should have, before I threw it away, by guarding Mun, with my very being. I calmed myself down, focusing on Mun's light snores, and faint chakra pulse, from inside the backpack on the way to camp. Reminding myself, she was safe, and would always be so, when I return her. As I entered camp, my thoughts crept back to the strange chakra I had felt from Naruto early. The only conclusion I could come up with, was he was either a demon in disguise and he really good at keeping himself hidden, or the kid was being guarded unknowingly by a demon. Either way, I needed to check. I could not be around a demon and not be sure if it's friend or foe. It would compromise Mun's safety. The only way I could be sure was to look at his injured hand. Tonight, I can't waste time, I concluded, silently, taking the place of my clone, letting it poof away in a cloud of smoke. Setting my pack down gently so not to wake Mun, I crept over to my sleeping comrades. Naruto laid sprawled on his back, drool rolling on his chin as he snored. If Naruto turned out to be a demon or even half demon, and a danger to Mun, I would kill him. If he was guarded by a demon, I would confront it, and if it turned out to be a danger, then I would kill it. I gingerly picked the bandaged hand up and took the bandage off. My eyes narrowed. The wound has healed. Wrapping the bandage back on his hand, I sat back and studied him. He looked human. I sniffed his scent. He smelled human. But no human healed that fast. No shifting demon can shift into a perfect human, with a tell sign or scent. Maybe he has a seal on him to help conceal himself, I concluded, concentrating chakra to my hand, hovering it above Naruto's forehead. If it wasn't for his jacket and shirt riding up in his sleep, I wouldn't have noticed the seal forming on his abdomen. That's not a concealing seal. I looked closer. What type of seal is that? I moved my hand away, watching the seal slowly start to vanish. Interesting, I said out loud. I think it's time for me to go pay a visit to Kahana Library when we get back. There's obviously new seals and jutsus that have been created. With the seal fully invisible, I looked at Naruto's face. He's definitely human, but why did I sense demon chakra coming from him? I mumbled, going back to my pack, where Mun slept, and continued to guard the group till sunrise. Chapter 7. Game over. Kakashi's POV. Well, I learned close to nothing about Daku's intentions, after that strange little girl disappeared. My Sharingan had returned to normal as soon as she was gone, like it was her that had shut it off, so I could not read their lips. It had me thinking that a deity had actually shown itself to Daku. I even checked the crumbling shrine, she wasn't there. No scent. No chakra. Nothing. But, that too was impossible. When we went back to camp, Daku had examined Naruto, which put the suspicion that maybe he was here for Naruto, but he made no move that would indicate he was going to do anything in that moment. So, when the sun came up, I switched places with my clone, and let him poof away. The rest of the team none the wiser, of what Daku and I had done during the night. Actually they all seemed slightly more well rested, just like Daku had said, after he had played that strange melody on his flute. I couldn't say the same for Daku. His fox was still asleep, but Daku seemed ready to collapse. Must be because he stayed up all night, I concluded. By Daku staying up the entire night, I was unable to discover his disappearing act. Maybe next time, I could take a peek in the backpack, when the fox went to sleep, when night returned. Daku's POV. Oh, I didn't feel good at all, and the slight rocking of the boat with the cramped closeness of the charm on Tajuna's hat were definitely not helping. Mun by this time, was awake and sitting on my shoulders. Oh, I hate boats, I suppressed a groan. Mun snuggled her head against my cheek and curled herself around my neck, effectively placing her in my hood. The fog that surrounded us was thick, we couldn't see a thing. But at the moment, I just wanted to off this boat. Hey, brat, you don't look so good, Tajuna said, in gruff whisper. I didn't bother trying to keep a friendly smile. I felt so sick. So much swaying of the boat. I don't do well with boats and sailing, I said, feeling another hit of vertigo, but forced it to stay down. I would rather show off and walk on water, right now, but then that wouldn't be fair to my teammates. Damn this boat. And that stupid charm. It was becoming a chore to keep the poison from spreading through my body. I hadn't had a moment without Kakashi's eyes on me to drain it, not since the start of the mission. When the boat ride was over, I was the first one out. Not even bothering to watch our ride leave after he had spoken a few words to Tajuna. I barely even registered that Naruto was trying to show off, and Kakashi warning him not to play around with his weapons. Humans and their petty rivalry, I couldn't suppress a sigh that escaped me. However, even I could sense a killing intent focused on us, even if it was slightly masked. So, I was confident in my assumption that Kakashi could feel it as well. I decided that instead of waiting around, I walked onward, away from the group. My first priority to always keep Mun away from danger. My instincts have never failed me, in all my years of being alive, and they haven't dulled either. Hiding our presence from everyone, I and Mun vanished from their side and hid in the trees and bushes around us. I would access the oncoming fight from a safe distance, and judge if my help was going to be needed. I put my fingers to my lips to signal to Mun to stay very still and silent, as I placed up in the trees near a large body of water near the group, but far enough away to not be noticed. One of the many powerful skills of being a demon. We can choose to vanish from human eyes if we wanted. Hey! Where's Daku? I heard Naruto ask, after panicking that he almost killed a white rabbit. Wish he had. That could have been mine and Mun's dinner. Free food, for us. Everyone, take cover. Kakashi yelled, ducking as a giant butcher knife boomeranged over them. Sasuke pushed the old man to the ground and Sakura had pushed Naruto. Kakashi and our new enemy looked each other in the eye, as the enemy stood on his sword's handle, where it had embedded itself in a tree. Just a few trees away from me and Mun. Well, if it isn't Mamakai Zabuza, the kid who ran off and left the land of the mist. Kakashi greeted. So, the guy with the bandages on his face was called Zabuza. I pulled out my flute. As Kakashi ordered the rest of our group to give him room. Zabuza, be on a different level if he is taking him head on. This is going to be a little rough. Kakashi warned my teammates, hand on his hitai. Kakashi of the Sharingan I presume? If it wouldn't be too much trouble, could you surrender the old man? Zabuza said. I'm positive Kakashi-sensei's glare answered that negotiation talk. On another note, I was deeply curious how a non-Uchiha clan member gained to possess a Sharingan. From the talks around the village, Sasuke was the last surviving Uchiha. Assume the Manji battle formation. Kakashi ordered. What about Daku, he's still missing? Sakura asked. Protect, Mr. Tajuna. Kakashi ordered again. All of you stay out of the fight, and don't worry about Daku right now. That's the kind of teamwork this situation demands. Kakashi said, his hand still on his hitai. And now, Zabuza, he lifted the leaf hitai, to reveal his left Sharingan eye. Shall we? While Naruto was trying to get caught up, I noticed Kakashi's left eye was scarred. It's not his original eye, I deduced. However, if it wasn't his real eye, then that explained why Kakashi kept it covered. It would use too much strain his body and use too much chakra. This also meant I was right in giving him the amulet. When thick mists started forming and Zabuza disappeared, I ushered Mon into my pack, silently. I knew this technique, the silent killing, and I had to admit, this Zabuza was performing it with the skill of a demon, and that was saying something. My demon eyes prevented this jutsu from consuming me, unlike my fellow genin teammates. I could already tell that Sasuke was going to break. Until Kakashi said something to him. Zabuza landed in the middle of the protected formation around Tajuna, shouting game over. Causing kids and old men to fall to the ground in a scramble to get away, and Kakashi to stab him in the gut. Too bad it was just a water clone. It switched from one clone being defeated by other, till the real Zabuza kicked the real Kakashi in the water. During so, I took the liberty to toss some caltrops on the ground to give Kakashi those few precious seconds to recover. Apparently, not enough time, as Zabuza had clearly planned to get Kakashi in the water, in order to trap him in a water prison technique. This is bad. I mumbled, when Zabuza's water clone advanced toward my teammates. Naruto, who had got kicked twice, once when he tried to fight the clone, and the second, to get his leaf hitai back. They're going to need time. The clone had backed up a bit so that it was standing on the water, after my teammates backed off further on solid ground. The clone wasn't able to venture far from Zabuza, who was further out in the water. Kakashi's POV. Okay, let's get busy. Naruto had finished telling Sasuke. I had not anticipated on this happening. Nor could I wrap my head around Daku's disappearance. I was about to tell the rest of my students one more time to run, when Daku just casually walks out from behind a tree next to Sakura. I'll buy you guys some time. Where have you been? Naruto yelled. Ma, I was watching. Was his answer, and he gave Sakura his pack. Keep my treasure safe for me. Another brat. Zabuza said, watching Daku walk confidently toward his water clone, showing us all he, like I suspected, could walk on water. Another stupid, overconfident brat, and all four were my students. I thought to myself sorrowfully. Hey, Zabuza. Right. Daku said, as he continued to walk towards the clone. How about we see if you can ward me off like you did Naruto, especially if I meet you out here on the water. The real Zabuza next to my prison chuckled amusingly at Daku's blunt challenge, before responding. You must really want to die, fine, there's not much a brat like you can do anyway. Zabuza said, creating another clone to stand on the ground at the edge of the water, preventing Daku from escaping and the others from coming to his aid. Hurry up, guys, I'm not sure how long I will be able to keep up with him. Daku said, not missing the stunned faces of the rest of the group. Daku, get out of here, I growled out the order. Sorry sensei, but without you they're as good as dead. Daku said, smiling as he held up his flute in a ready position. Flute? Is he stupid? Why didn't he grab for the sword he had on his back? Before I kill you, Zabuza said, to Daku. You have guts to face me in a kid's mask and a flute. The clone charged at Daku, blade swinging, aiming for his head. The kid dodged lazily, beginning to play and focusing his chakra. The wind around him formed a vortex around the boy, a perfect water clone of Daku emerged. Ma, Zabuza, I heard earlier you're called the demon in the mist. You don't look much like a demon to me. But if it's true, then you should have no trouble catching a kid. Daku's clone smiled, taunting. He's more skilled than I assumed. I noted. Pale and sick-looking, Daku didn't seem to waver. However, when his water clone was finally destroyed, his wind vortex that was surrounding him disappeared, and Daku quit playing his flute. He didn't even seem winded, playing a full melody in one breath. Zabuza on the other hand was seething that the kid was not dead yet. You think you're smart, don't you, brat? He growled out. I like to think I am. I haven't survived this long by being stupid and playing games. Daku smiled, shrugging. With the fox mask on, the kid was beginning to look like a fox, especially with that smile he was sending towards Zabuza. And Kakashi knew it was just to get under the enemy's skin and tactic to mess with Zabuza's mind and patience. Zabuza's sword swung to end the kid, only Daku jumped over the blade, letting his right foot to swing out, aiming to kick Zabuza in the chin as he angled his body in a backflip. Daku could keep up with an S-class ninja's moves. My Sharingan missed nothing as Daku and Zabuza's clone exchanged taijutsu moves. However, it seemed that with each chakra-induced hit Daku used, his movements became slower, and he began to flinch as if in pain. Naruto, hurry! Daku finally shouted as the Zabuza clone grabbed him in a hold he could get out of, and dived them both underneath the water, and did not resurface. What did you do? I growled, trying once more to break out of the water prison. Seeing how long he can hold his breath. Zabuza said, victory in his voice. What? I frantically scanned the water below my water prison. I could see a blurry silhouette of Daku being held beneath the water by the clone. The water clone would not need oxygen being made of water, and already Daku had stopped moving. Daku's POV. Drowning, ha. Yes, that's right, demons can die of drowning, too. Especially, if it wasn't our element, and water definitely wasn't mine. Black dots danced in my vision. There was a certain calm about letting the forever darkness of sleep to take me. And I couldn't help but laughingly think back to how I ended up beaten by a human. Despite being a more powerful than these humans, I could not use that power. My first battle after waking, and I was limited. I didn't even use my small amount of chakra wisely. I use it to hold the poison in my body, afraid of Kakashi catching me doing something or taking something unnatural. Now that I have used my chakra to fight in battle, I had reached my limit. Ha, a demon beaten by a human. I guess I should have told them I got poisoned, then maybe I would have lasted longer. Maybe I should have taken Cannon's concoction this morning. The water around me started to move violently. The motion not very pleasant. I wanted it to stop. I fought against the hold, against the forever darkness. I couldn't go. I need to get out of the water. Back to Mun. Away from the violent motion of the water. Finally, it stopped, and against my will, the blackness swallowed me. I couldn't help thinking, I hope Mun will be okay, till I can fight my way out of this darkness. Chapter 8. Wake up. Kakashi's POV. It's strange Daku had not awakened yet. He had missed our second encounter with Zabuza. That was almost a week ago. Sasaki was almost well enough to travel. He had sustained terrible injuries in our second encounter. Naruto and Sakura seemed to be fine, but they would all require psychological examinations, back at the village. Now, Daku earned our attention. After pulling Daku out of the water, we found a scratch on his shoulder, that reeked of poison and a burn mark over it. Since then we had treated the scratch, drained the poison that Daku had held off with his chakra. Which explained his chakra depletion, and without a doubt confirmed he was more advanced than most genin his age. What dumbfounded all of us was the burn marks that seemed to be forming and spreading on several places on his body. The little fox refused to be persuaded to leave his side. Naruto had actually tried to pick her up, at one point. We all learned then, why Daku had warned us all against touching her. The little beast performed a fire jutsu, practically setting Naruto ablaze, then went back to sitting dutifully on Daku's chest. Sakura and Naruto had tried to unmask both myself and Daku. Me, when I laid recovering from overusing the Sharingan. And Daku, when Mun had accidentally fell asleep. It turns out that Daku used a complicated sealing jutsu to ensure only he would be able to remove his mask. However, right now the house was empty, save for me, Tajuna's daughter, the little fox, and Daku. Sasaki was in the village's hospital with Sakura. Naruto was with Tajuna, and his grandson, helping them finish building the bridge. So, I'm going to take a guess, you are not who you seem to be. I said, watching the kid's chest rise and fall with painful hitches. The little fox glared at me. The same goes for you, too. I said, meeting the beast's eyes. Mun's POV. The silver hair man looked so bored all the time, but he wasn't going to fool me. Nuh-uh. I would stay here with big brother Daku, and guard him, till he wakes up. Wouldn't you like to know? I growled, when he said, we weren't who we said. Whatever that meant. We were us. We were demons among these humans, but no one could know that. Daku said it was safer, that no one knew that. I can understand you. One-eyed sensei said. Just as I had decided to just ignore him, like a good little fox, that I am. How? I snapped, my fur bristling. Only Daku can understand me. Your yips are no different from my hounds. Was the bored reply. I huffed and moved to where I was sitting in front of the dog-smelling human, and gave him the scariest glare I could muster. Just like Daku taught me. I am not a smelly hound, so don't compare our language to theirs. I growled. His eye, the only thing visible on his face, never even lost its bored gaze. So, Daku speaks fox, that's unusual for a child, even genin. He shouldn't even be able to perform the jutsus he used out there on the lake. I huffed again. That's because big brother Daku is strong. He chooses not to show off. I growled out annoyed, he would dare think big brother weak. If he is strong, then that means you are the genin, here. The silvered-haired Cyclopes stated. Don't judge me, you hound-smelling human. I have more power than you. I raises my hackles. Maybe. But I'm willing to bet you can't control you chakra yet, and that's why you are here. Another statement. Him. He pointed at big brother. He is here for something else. I growled. This Kakashi was too smart for his own good. When big brother was done sleeping, I will have to warn him about this. We will need to find a new village. But, first we would need that amulet back. I could smell the amulet, since it still held big brother's scent. It was in the left middle vest pocket. The silver-haired guy and me stared at each other for a few minutes. I knew what he was doing. He was waiting for me to get me to confirm his theory. No way in Kami was that happening. Nuh-uh. I would not disappoint big brother. I glared hard at smelly Kakashi. He seemed to understand this as well, and continued. I am curious, why does he wear a fox's mask? I don't know. I said, honestly. Looking at big brother's face. More burn marks were slowly forming, no matter how much I tried to heal them. And Daku would not wake up, no matter how hard I tried. I looked back to stinky Kakashi. Do you know why brother is not waking up? Kakashi's POV. The little fox doesn't like me. It was rather obvious. However, even I couldn't explain why the kid's health seemed to be declining. Tajuna's daughter walked in, carrying tea for me, and a bowl of milk for Mun. She also placed a healing charm on Daku. The boy shifted painfully in his sleep, again, then went still. Nightmares, probably. It was quite common after a hard battle, and the kid must be slightly traumatized, after such a near-death experience. I think we will know more when we go back to Konoha. He and Sasuke should be stable enough to make the journey tomorrow. I hope. I added mentally. Chapter 9. Akurna Hanta. Daku's POV. Waking up was so hard. I stretched my limbs, enjoying the smell of earth that surrounded me, and the birds chirping. I yawned and rubbed the sleep out of my eyes. My paws felt weird. I looked at my paws. Clawed hands. And feet. I examined, wiggling the digits. Mommy must have forced my shift. So, I was in our hybrid form. But mommy said I was too young to shift. Memory of the pain of the shifted came back to me like a nightmare. I stared at mommy's crest tied to my wrist. I had lost daddy's crest sometime last night. Why had mommy forced my shift? Where was she now? I tried not to cry. Warriors don't cry. The traitorous tears were escaping anyway. Where did all my little kits run off to? I heard a woman call, in a sing-song voice. I peeked my head out of the safety of the barrow. A beautiful woman was tiptoeing toward a giggling bush. I tilted my head. She wasn't my mommy. This made the tears want to fall again. She smirked as she got closer to the giggling bush, and shifted to her real form, a beautiful golden-furred nine-tailed fox, and pounced in the bush. Shouting playfully, "I found you." 3 young kitsunes laughed and squealed as they ran out to the meadow, tumbling and pouncing around. The golden nine-tails laughed watching them. I wanted to play too, but I wanted my mommy first. Where was she? I hiccuped as I tried to hold back the tears. The golden nine-tails turned her head in my direction. She must have heard me. I backed up till I was back in the barrow I had awoken in. As she edged her way toward me. "Hello," she said, once she had found me. I curled in on myself, hating that my tails were no longer long enough to wrap around and shield me. She seemed to be studying me, for a moment. Taking in my black fur, hair, with blue ends, just like my tails and ears. "Why are you hiding, little one?" she asked, smiling gently at me. "I'm not hiding, and I wasn't spying either," I said, putting on my warrior face, just like Daddy showed me. The thought that I still didn't know where I was, or where Mommy and Daddy were, brought new tears, causing me to sniff, but that just made the tears come with force. "Of course not," she said ever so gently, just like my mommy. "May I join you?" I nodded, as I cried, needing comfort that only a female or mother can provide. "My name is Koi," she said, shifting into her hybrid form, to sit next to me. I looked up at her. I wanted to tell her my name too, but I haven't been given one yet. Mommy and Daddy wanted to wait. "You're pretty," I said, instead, very quickly. She laughed. "Thank you. Are you here to join our class, little one?" "I don't know," I sobbed. She looked around, scenting the barrow. "Where are your parents?" I sobbed harder. "I don't know." I was beginning to think the worst had happened. I vaguely remembered something bad happening, sending Mommy to leave before Daddy. But that was all. She wrapped her arms around me. "Oh, kid. I'm so sorry." She patted my head. You made it, kid. You made it. After a few moments I finally was able to stop crying. Daku. Confused, I looked at her. Who was Daku? It's time to wake up, wake up. Koi's voice got deeper, and her face began to morph. Wake up. Her face changing, into a big black fox's face with red and blue markings, and fiery eyes. Fear gripped me, and all I could do was scream. As the thing in front of me spoke once more. I said, wake up. Snapped the dark voice. The last thing I knew, an invisible force rammed into the side of my head snapping to the side as I screamed, my world becoming dark as I closed my eyes. I blinked my eyes back open, finding it hard to do so. The pain. I felt it like it was lava running through my veins. The pain taking my breath away, as I gasped, trying to get it back. It was a dream, only a dream. There you are, good, that's what I like to see. Hands gripped the side of my face, pulling my blurry eyes open wider. I don't see any further damage. The hands left my face. Shaking my head slightly and blinking my eyes to clear them, I looked to the side, to see Kanon, standing over me. She was looking, no, she was examining me, with her two wise eyes that belied her childlike face. Speak. She demanded. What? I started coughing. My throat was so dry. She let me settle back down, before instructing me to sit up. Be grateful, I took pity on you. She scoffed, crossing her arms. If you weren't escorting the little one, I would have let you perish. She huffed. Where? I asked again, my mind still reeling from the nightmare I had just had. Looking at the walls around me. White walls. Clean, sterilizing chemicals hit my nose. You're in Konoha Hospital. Kanon said, seeing my wandering eyes. Mun. I sat up quickly. My eyes located her, before any of my other senses. She was sleeping, curled up at my side, unaware of Kanon's presence. Now, you listen to me. Kanon snarled, making my eyes snap to her. You are still injured. This building is littered with healing charms. I only assisted you enough, for you to get out. I knew she was right. My team, and the healers meant well, but I would have surely died if not for Kanon. Looking out the window, I could tell it was early morning. The sun hadn't even risen yet. Turning my attention back to Kanon, only to see her vanish. Leaving not even a trace of chakra residue, to signify her appearance had even been here. Sighing, I sluggishly, and painfully changed into my clothes. Or rather, the identical replacements someone had left for me. Gathering a still sleeping Mun in my arms, and fled from the hospital. Careful to not alert my hidden babysitters, of my departure. Demon Hunters POV. The pack stopped in a small fishing village, the mist hung low in the early morning. To any normal person, the group of 2 men, and 1 woman, all with the same brown-colored hair, appeared as lightly armed travelers. But if you had the eyes of a demon, you could see the unnatural eyes and seals that tattooed their foreheads. The seal of the Akurna Hanta was the mark of their master. They were searching for the child born of the moon and darkness, accompanied by one of the few remaining Kitsunes. 2 very special demons, indeed. They had been searching since the day the child of moon and darkness came into existence. The day, their master had practically wiped out and driven the Kitsune clan, from this plane. Now after all these years, they have finally found the scent of 2 demons, one belonging to the child of moon and darkness. All they had to do was follow it. The time of this cat and mouse game coming to an end. They would not lose their prey again. Kakashi's POV. Lord Hokage had summoned Irika and I to the hospital, to check up on Daku with him. I had nothing better to do, since Team 7 was on inactive duty. The kids were going to need a couple of weeks of mandatory psychological evaluations to gauge their state of mind, and to heal their physical wounds. Sakura was the only one in the group not injured. Naruto would bounce back quickly. Sasuke would need time. Daku, well, if he didn't wake up soon, his chart would soon read permanently comatose. However, it was the burn marks that were slowly spreading on his skin that was a mystery. The symptom had the entire hospital stumped and curious. The hospital staff were trying their best to find what was the cause, yet finding nothing. Kakashi. Lord Hokage called, letting me know we were about to enter the hospital lobby. The old man seemed to always know when I was stuck in my head. When we arrived in front of Daku's room, the 3 Umbu assigned to watch and guard the boy stood out in the open. By their body postures, they were very confused. This was not good. Lord Hokage. Cat. Said. He and his teammates stood at attention. What is wrong? He demanded. Cat went to rub the back of his neck. Sir, we lost the boy, again. What? Lord Hokage demanded. Storming into the room, past the 3 ashamed Umbu. Irika and I following him. The sight that greeted us was an empty bed and an open window. We have no explanation how he did it, sir. We were all watching and guarding every possible exits. Cat informed. Irika leaned over slightly. You sure, he's not your kid, Kakashi? He asked. I sighed. It was a known fact that I hated hospitals, and preferred to vacate the premises as quickly as possible, via window if need be. I also gave Irika unreadable mission reports, just for fun. But, no, the kid wasn't mine. However, the kid now had my utmost attention, he was a mystery that I just had to solve. Find him. Lord Hokage ordered. Cat, Crow, and Bear scattered. Kakashi, Irika, I want you two to search for him as well. Bring him to the Umbu medical wing. He sighed, tiredly. Kami knows how much damage he's caused himself with such severe burns. He mumbled the last part, just as we left, to fulfill his orders. Chapter 10. Catch me if you can. Daku's POV. Taking deep breaths, I watched as the burns on my skin healed, the flesh knitting back together, leaving no scar. I had long since removed the bandages that had covered the affected areas. I leaned my head back against the memorial stone, and exhaled a sigh of relief, knowing I would be fine in a couple of short minutes. I turned my head to Mun's direction, watching as she played happily, pouncing on unsuspecting insects. She had given me somewhat alarming, yet not surprising information, when we escaped the hospital. Kakashi had learned to understand her yips, and was questioning our purpose for being in this village. He was proving to be a good candidate, and beyond, for what I hope would never come to pass. Had Kanon not showed me pity. I sighed and pushed those thoughts away. I was grateful to Kanon for taking pity on me. Even if it was only for Mun's sake. In truth, I would have no other way. My goal was to reunite Mun with her family. I needed to stay alive long enough to accomplish my goal. After that, I would accept any shortcomings aimed at me with acceptance. Sighing again, I let my body relax against the memorial stone. I keep coming back here for a reason. This area was sacred to the village. No, it wasn't our way back to the other plane. This stone, even the graveyard, whether these humans were aware of it or not, was their link to the other plane. The plane I was trying to deliver Mun to. The energy around the stone is like a spa for any deity, or demon, trapped here. To be near such an energy brought peace and comfort to my spirit. It would do the same for any being like myself. Our little taste of home. A place where humans honored those who have passed to the other plane. Of course, such energy could not be used. This was sacred energy. A gift to the mortal plane, and the creatures and being who live in it. No demon in all of history dared to touch it. It was pure. It was our comfort to just feel it, to sense it. Our anchor, lest we give in to the darkness that lurks within us. For almost every creature has darkness within. Light and darkness were always going to exist, when the other was around. Mun, finally tired of attacking unsuspecting insects, crawled in my lap. "Having fun, my treasure?" I asked, stroking her soft fur. "Yes," she said, happily. "Good," I smiled. "Because now, it's time to get back to the lessons." I was feeling a lot better now. Her happy face instantly turned into a pout. Getting up, with her sitting on my shoulder, I start heading towards Konoha Library. It was time to learn the history of this village. It would help me learn to properly remap this land and where the shrine would be located, if I knew the changes the land had gone through in the last 1,000 years. The Umbu that were always following us, were just now coming to the memorial stone. Of course, they couldn't see us. I would drop the vanishing at the library, and let whoever was looking find us there. I smiled to myself, and gently scratched Mun behind the ear. 2 hours later. I leaned back in my chair, waiting for my shadowed babysitters to detect my slight chakra pulse. I had the last few hours reading through Konoha history. It had been an interesting read. Mun was busy pushing a scroll back and forth with her paw, clearly bored. Not that I blame her. I would have preferred to spend the last 2 hours outside causing mischief, as is our nature. Every now and then she would scratch at her leaf hatayate, around her neck. I could now understand why Lord Hokage wanted Mun's tails hidden. This village was attacked by Kurama, a nine-tailed fox. These humans would not understand that, Mun and Kurama, were two different demons. Kurama was not born of the mother, like Mun was. He was created, by someone else. I did not know the fox personally. He was a good couple of 100 years older than I was. I had only actually spoke with him a handful of times, and in those few times, Kurama did nor said anything that would suggest he had malicious feelings toward humans. The history books stated that the fourth Hokage died defeating Kurama, around 12 years ago. That meant that my teammates were babies or not even born yet. Even Kakashi would have been a teenager. I glanced at the Foutha's picture. If I held Naruto's face next to this picture, I would bet my mask they were related. Speaking of Naruto, I had not found anything that resembled his seal in the books I have read. The seals that kind of resembled his, I had copied down on a scroll and stuffed them in my backpack. I had to be sure he wasn't another demon or had a demon attachment. I sprung up from my seat, finally, getting tired of waiting for my shadowed babysitters to find me. I decided it was getting late enough for me and Mun to make our way to the memorial stone. To relax a little longer, till our shadowed babysitters found us. Mun followed behind me, her little legs, trotting so she could keep up with my long strides. "Daku, big brother Daku," she growled, when we were halfway there. "Yes, my treasure," I hummed, stopping so that she could jump onto my shoulder. "When will we run together?" she asked. I hummed again, starting to walk toward the memorial stone again. "What are you talking about? I do run with you, all the time." "No." She shook her head. "Not in this form, in your real form," she huffed. I stopped walking and looked at her, with a sigh. "Mun, you have to understand that it's just not that simple for me, it could put you in danger. I will not risk your safety, for anything, ever," I said, in the most serious tone I could muster. She looked at me with the most defiant and bratty face she could pull. I almost laughed, she looked so cute. However, I wasn't going to let her get away with such a disrespectful look. She didn't understand the vast difference between her bloodline and mine. I labeled myself a coward, as I could never bring myself to even explain it to her properly. If I did, she would look at me differently, and I would have to leave. There was a reason, I was punished in this form, and I would not run from my punishment. Human form for a demon was the weakest form we can take. We were more affected by things in this form, including emotion. I can honestly say that my emotions were strong in this form, unlike the other forms I could take. I felt my regret and fear very strongly. I opened my mouth to lecture her on the importance of a demon's human form on this plane and in this time. Till, I sensed a familiar chakra pulse nearing, accompanied by another chakra pulse that was somewhat familiar. Soon, Kakashi, and his companion, with the scar across the nose, dropped in front of me, effectively blocking my path to the memorial stone. I immediately recognized the second guy from the mission room. Sensei. I greeted respectfully. My eyes landed on his companion. I smiled at him, rubbing the back of my head trying to remember what his name was. Umino Irika. Ponytail said, seeing that I didn't remember him. Umino sensei. I greeted. Nice to meet you. Daku, Kakashi drawled. I looked back at him. Yes, sensei. I asked, knowing why they were there, and trying my best to appear innocent. Even though Kakashi's outer appearance read laid back and disinterest, his eye held a sharp glint, and focused on me. That glint in his eye makes me nervous. Mun stiffened on my shoulder, feeling my slight nervousness. Kakashi was no fool, and I needed to be careful, or else he will piece together my secret. I was no fool either. I knew they were still trying to investigate my origins, and my sudden recovery would seem suspicious in their eyes. You are not supposed to leave the hospital without being discharged. Lord Hokage has ordered you report back to the hospital. You were to be moved to another wing of the hospital, for your injuries. Kakashi said. I looked from Kakashi to Irika, who was looking at me with a hint of worry. I could tell by how Kakashi had worded his slight lecture, that he was not telling me something. Not a lie, but not the whole truth either. It sent a red flag waving in my head. I could not and would not go back to the hospital. The burns would come back, and the little chakra I had replenished would be drained. Is it really necessary for me to go back? I asked, rubbing the back of me neck, trying to figure out how to not be taken back. My shadowed babysitters had finally joined us. They were hiding like always. Hiding. My thoughts went down a path that was true to mine and Mun's nature. One that, depending on Kakashi's answer, if I would act on it, it would be fun for Mun and me. Maybe not so fun for the 5 shinobi, that were at the moment, watching me. However, it is your duty as a shinobi to follow your Hokage's orders. Irika said. The way he said it, reminded me that of a teacher. With all due respect to those orders, Umino sensei. Those orders would require me to waste the healer's valuable time. I am no longer in need of their assistance. I said, showing them a spot where a burn mark had been, but was now gone. I know a bit of healing jutsu, I fibbed. Trying to explain my sudden cure. You know healing jutsu? Irika questioned. Looking hard at the healed skin. Those were severed third and fourth degree burns. Kakashi's eye narrowed, seeing no scars, and no burns. Healers are few in my clan. We are taught to mend our own injuries. I continued to fib. Deep inside my soul I felt my own self inwardly grimace, at such a terrible lie. Even Mun gave me a weird look, tilting her head slightly. It was such a bad lie. I was under no denial that anyone could see through it. Daku, orders are orders. Kakashi said, crossing his arms, and straightening his stance. He was getting ready to bodily take me back. You're going back to the hospital. All at once I felt like little kid in front of a disapproving parent, and I thanked the mother for the fox mask covering half of my face, for I knew I had the defiant look on my face. Oh well, guess we're going to do it my way. I put on my best mischievous smile. The fun way. Mun, sensing my change of attitude, and my slight chakras signaled for her to hold on, gripped her claws in my shoulder. "All right, sensei," I said. Kakashi looked at my sudden surrender suspiciously. "But you gotta catch me first," I said quickly, puffing away with a fast transportation jutsu, creating clones of me and Mun, in the process, to scatter across the village, and set up some paint bombs. Mum and I laughed in glee, sheer excitement, at finally giving in to our nature, and causing mischief. Our own little version of tag. A merry chase through the village. Would I make to the Hokage Tower, or would I get tagged by one of my babysitters or Kakashi and Irika? So, fun, finally. You could hear our laughter all throughout the village, when the first paint bomb went off. And my taunts, to my pursuers. Chapter 11. Irika's Place. Demon Hunters POV. The Land of Fire, once the home of the Kitsune clan. Of course they would come here. The Child of Moon and Darkness was waiting for us here. Our master would be pleased with our progress. We would reach the human village by the end of the week. Right now, we must contact our master, so he can come and collect the child. We look at one another, grinning, at know our mission would soon be complete, and soon we would patrol both human and spirit planes. Omega, licking his sharp teeth, in anticipation, for the flesh of the Kitsune that accompanied the Child of Moon and Darkness. The Kitsune, worthless to our master, would be our celebration feast. We would tear its flesh, and absorb its power. It thought of becoming stronger, with the child in our master's capable hands and the added power of the Kitsune, had us giddy with anticipation. We looked toward the path the Kitsune scent was leading. Soon. Alpha confirmed to the pack. Yes, Alpha. Beta growled, happily, slightly slipping from her human appearance, and slipping into her hybrid. Omega following her lead, once Alpha didn't object, both leaving to go hunt, maybe a deer or rabbit, or better yet a human. Alpha growled, in content, watching the two go. He would convene with their master, once they were gone. Daku's POV. Well, I was in trouble. I didn't go to the hospital, thank the mother, neither Kakashi, Irika, or my shadowed babysitters could catch me. It was expected, I cheated a little, with the help of Mun, borrowing some demon powers to evade them for a few hours. At the moment, I was in the Hokage's office, however, he did not look pleased to see me. Neither did his Umbu guards, who were currently had their weapons pointed in my direction, at the ready positions. Kakashi and Irika were behind me, after chasing Mun and I through the window, blocking my one escape route should they actually attack. My Umbu babysitters had not caught up yet, still chasing the last few clones around the village. It might not have been a good idea to crash through the Hokage's office window. I looked back at Kakashi and Irika, and gave them a grin that embodied my mischievous nature. Kakashi, who despite chasing me and my clones around the entire village, during our game of tag, looked barely winded. Irika, however, was panting to catch his breath, though not heavily. They were both lucky enough to only be hit a few times with my paint bomb traps. Kakashi looked like he got hit once, and Irika got a couple of hits too. I looked at how Irika looked at his paint-stained uniform, then glare at Kakashi, his face turning red. Ha, Kakashi used him as a shield. I inwardly laughed, after noticing this. I win, I said, once they noticed me grinning at them. My arms were up in the air, in victory and in surrender, so I wouldn't turn into a pincushion for Kunao, and throwing stars. That would hurt. Daku, Lord Hokage greeted, pulling my attention back to him. He was still looking at me with a stern gaze, like a disapproving grandparent. Lord Hokage, I greeted, in return with a smile. He waved his hand to signal the Umbu to stand down, sending the shinobi soldiers away, and allowing me to relax my arms to my side. Why are you not back in the hospital? He asked, eyes looking over me, and my non-existent bandages and injuries. Well, as you can see, I said, turning around in a full circle. I am no longer in need of medical treatment. I used a healing jutsu from my clan. I explained, wincing internally at the terrible, horrible lie. He stared at me silently, and for a moment, I thought he was going to go in more detail and perform the non-existent jutsu. Orders are meant to be followed, Daku. He said, lacing his fingers together, blocking the view of his mouth, but I think I saw a smile forming, before he did that. I inwardly sighed in relief. He wasn't going to push the issue of my miraculous recovery. Yes, I understand, Lord Hokage. I said, bowing slightly in apology, for my deliberate disobedience. I only wanted to demonstrate that I had no need for the assistance of your healers. He glanced in Kakashi and Irika's direction. He is correct, Lord Hokage. I heard Irika say, after taking a breath. He seems well enough. Kakashi added. Lord Hokage moved his eyes back to mine. I held the gaze for a good minute. Very well. He finally relented. He made a weird hand motion that summoned an umbu to the room. Please escort young Daku to the break room and wait with him. He looked back to me. A look that said, to follow the order. I was already walking on thin ice. Uh-oh. I must still be in trouble. Mun had her ears back, sensing the same thing. I tilted my head slightly, in thought as to why he still wanted me to stay here. Yes sir, I said, not really sure why, but followed the lizard-masked umbu obediently. I didn't want to push my luck. The umbu led me and Mun to a room that looked like a break room. It was stocked with food and beverages, even a small selection of reading material. Lord Hokage's POV. Once Daku was out of the room, I motioned for Kakashi and Irika to step closer to the desk, and for Cat, Crow, and Bear entered the room. I suppressed a groan at seeing the special op shinobis covered from head to toe, in every color in the rainbow. When the silencing seal activated, signaling that the boy was in the break room, down the hall, my 5 shinobis voiced their shame. Looking every as childish as an adult ninja could look. What kind of shinobo are you, Kakashi? Irika shouted, jabbing a finger in the silver-haired ninja's face. Ma, Irika-sensei, it was just paint. Kakashi shrugged, with a one-eye smile. You don't use a fellow shinobi as a shield, you sorry excuse for a ninja. Irika growled. Ma, Irika, you forget I got hit, too. Besides you being a former prankster yourself, I thought you would appreciate the prank more. Cool and collected, if you knew Kakashi as I did, it was easy to tell he was enjoying the banter. I let my eyes slide over to the 3 umbu, who stood silently in front of my desk. Body postures reading embarrassment and shame, as they picked at their multicolor cloaks and masks, almost revealing their face. Cat opened his cloak, revealing that not even their armor had been spared, when they were blasted with paint. He quickly closed his cloak, hiding his ruined armor, and groaned, shaking his head. I cleared my throat, quieting everyone in the room. The umbu straightened, to attention. Now, I believe I don't need to express my disappointment that my shinobi got ambushed by simple pranks, paint bombs. I purposely let my gaze stay on the umbu a little longer. Go get cleaned up. I dismissed my elite shinobi, turning my attention to Kakashi and Irika. I sighed. Well? I asked, knowing full well what was going to be said. Kakashi is an unfit shinobi. Irika grouched, pointing an accusing finger at the silvered-haired and grinning shinobi. Both looking like the little boys I remember from long ago. You'll live. You'll live. It was only paint. Kakashi said, not even sorry. That's enough. I said, silencing them. Kakashi, in the near future, please quit baiting Irika, and using such tactics prank or not? Yes, Lord Hokage. Kakashi said, going back to his laid-back slouch. I sat back in my chair, and rubbed my temple. I was getting too old for this. Who will the boy be living with? Me, Lord Hokage. Iruka answered. I looked to Kakashi, knowing full well that he had more experience and more equipped when it came to watching suspected spies. Not that I didn't have faith in Iruka with the boy, but was the demon fox really safe? That was my worry. My house smells like dog. Kakashi said, simply. I nodded, understandably, remember in his report that the demon fox did not like dogs. Iruka would be better for the boy. He might be able to coax the boy's origin story out of him. And Naruto? I asks, know that blonde sometimes slept at Iruka's. It would be better to keep him away from the boy and the demon fox. I have told him that I was not up to company tonight, Lord Hokage. Iruka said. Very good. I said, pleased to hear that. The Umbu will be near should you need any assistance. Watch the boy and fox carefully. I cautioned. It may be a good idea to upgrade your safeguards. Yes, Lord Hokage, I have everything prepared for them. Iruka reassured me. Good. I said, taking a puff of my pipe. Will that be all, Lord Hokage? Kakashi asked. I have sent Ibiki to escort a monk priest here. He will tell us if we have reason to be worried with the fox. Also, the boy may open up to the monk more, seeing how his mannerism indicated that he originated from or near a convent. I will let you know when he arrives. Yes, Lord Hokage. They both said. Dismissed. Once they left, I sighed and relaxed in my chair a bit more and stared at the pile of scrolls and paperwork that littered my desk. I unrolled one that contained a picture of Daku. It had been taken on secret. He was in the training ground 3, playing with the demon fox. In the picture you could see a phantom images of it 8 other tails. However, if you squinted and looked a little harder, you would be able to make out a thin phantom chakra cord connecting the fox to the boy. It was the reason I had request for the priest. I suspected this was a demon attachment, on an unsuspecting child. Daku believed the fox demon to be a baby and harmless, but demons could be deceitful. The priest would make sure that if he was wrong, the demon could be properly contained, and sever the bond it had to the boy, and safely destroying it. I could only pray in the end Daku would not suffer the same fate as Naruto. I puffed on my pipe more, putting the scroll away. We need to be sure. Daku's POV. Kakashi and Iruka had come to collect me and Mun from the break room. I was grateful for that. The Umbu that had sat with me was boring, and just stood there like a statue in front of the door. Mun had rummaged through the snacks that stocked in the room, trying to open some with her teeth. She had been unsuccessful with some, but I pity the person sent to clean up the snacks she had managed to open. However, at least things seemed back to normal now. My 3 shadowed babysitters were back, and out of sight as usual. I faked a yawn. It was late afternoon when we exited the building. Well, senseis, I think I'll be heading to bed. I smiled, excusing myself from their company. Ready to lose my shadowed babysitters and tuck Mun safely into our burrow. Wait a moment, Daku, Iruka said, placing a hand on my shoulder, that Mun was not sitting on. Lord Hokage has decided to place you under my care. He said, smiling kindly at me. Your care? I repeated. So, that was why they made me wait in that room. That honestly upset me a bit. It's rude to make decisions for a person without consulting with them. I don't need a guardian, with all due respect to Minno-sensei. I should really be getting to bed. I said, trying not to show my slight irritation of the situation they were trying to put me in. I needed to try and find a way out of this. Without dinner? Kakashi asked, lifting his eyebrow in question. I ate something in the break room, sensei. I fibbed, wanting to just escape to training ground 3. I highly doubt that, Kakashi countered, his tone leaving no room for arguments. I narrowed my eyes, my hand automatically going to pet Mon, who was sitting on my shoulder. I needed to convince them, I didn't need a guardian. Listen, Irika said. How about you show us your apartment, that way I can check on you once in a while. A compromise. I noted. It brought everything into the light. They suspected, I was sleeping outside. I had predicted that they would notice, but I had not predicted that they would notice this soon. I would not be getting out of this. Especially, if the Hokage had requested it. I had already disobeyed one order from the man already, it would look bad if I disobeyed twice in a row. But I don't think Mon and I could survive surrounded by 4 walls, we were free spirits. Nature was our natural home. Our burrow was perfect, it was comfortable, safe, it was home. Beside, what if Irika had charms in his home? I wouldn't be able to live there, it would kill me. Daku? Irika asked. No running from it? I can't. I said, slowly. I sleep in the trees, on the training grounds. I confessed. Even though the whole truth was that I slept under a specific tree in only one of the training grounds, well, they didn't need to know that. Kakashi and Irika both seemed surprised that they got a confession out of me so easily, but what was I going to do? Lead them to our burrow and invite them to crawl in and join me and Mon? Not likely. Burrows were a safe place for fox kids, and I was not going to lead them to the one place in this village I knew Mon would be safe. Tonight we would be going home with Irika. Well, now that is settled. Kakashi said, voice sounding cheerful. Time for dinner. Irika spying. What? Irika, half shouted. You're as bad as Naruto. What about you and that jounin salary? Me and Daku would be able to order double with you paying, than with my Chunin salary. That almost sounds like a threat. I silently snickered. These two had such a weird friendship. I looked between the two. I think I just remembered, Pakun and the pack needs a flea bath. Kakashi said, using a teleportation jutsu to escape. Leaving me and Mon alone with Irika. Now, how about we pick up some ramen and head home? Do you have all your belongings with you? Irika said, that same kind smile on his face. Yes, Umino-sensei, I answered. Please, call me Irika. Irika said, leading me through the village. Our first stop was the ramen stand, that Naruto was always talking about. Sadly, it had good luck charms hanging on the walls, and I had to wait outside of the stand while Irika got the food. To Naruto's credit, the smell coming from the stand smelled delicious. It made my starving stomach want to growl in demand. Mon's little black nose twitched at the smell, wafting from all the food stands around us. I put a restraining hand on her, when she made to hop down from my shoulder. I did not want her out of my sight, since the village streets were a little too busy. Once, Irika came out with the food, he led us to his apartment, which wasn't far from the Hokage Tower. When we first entered, I was a little shell-shocked and fighting my animal instincts to turn around and go to our burrow. I had never really dedicated myself to ever attempt to live in a 4-walled structure like a house or apartment, and I wasn't sure how Mon would take it not having free access to the outside. I took my time slipping out of my sandals, to take in the apartment, while Irika went to the kitchen. His apartment was the right sizes for 2 people. 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, kitchen, and living area. To a human I'm sure it would be considered cozy, but I already knew I would not be able to rest caged in by 4 walls. I started walking around, stopping at his bookshelf, which was cluttered with pictures and artwork that were clearly made by kids. Mon was running around exploring our new home, but also staying near. From the corner of my eye, I noticed that Irika was watching us, from his spot in the kitchen. I pretended to continue to find the objects on the bookshelf interesting, occasionally picking up an item and examining them, waiting for Irika to break the silence that was sounding in the apartment. After, I didn't really want to be here, I had not choice really, but to be here. Dinner's all set, he finally announced, a moment later. Trying to form a solid strategy in my head to get out of dinner, I went to join him at the table. Mun jumping onto the table between me and Irika, looking for her plate. So was I at first, till a second later I realized that Irika had forgotten to set a place for her. Daku, Irika started. Oh, so he noticed too that he forgot. I'm afraid foxes are not allowed on the table. I keep forgetting that these humans do not see Mun the way I do. To them, she is just another pet or ninja companion. I thought, a little frustrated with myself for always forgetting humans today act differently from the times when I was raised. I don't have to listen to you. Mun growled at his statement, turning to pout at me. It's his home, my treasure, I said. After all, it was rude to not respect another person's home, or their wishes. She huffed and jumped from the table to the floor. Thank you. Irika smiled. I smiled back, nodding my head once, then looked at the food placed before me. I was hungry, yes. The food smelled delicious, yes. Was this given to me in trust and acceptance? No. Irika was ordered to feed me, to take me in. This was not done by his own will. I would not be able to eat this food. I dipped out half my portion and gave it to Mun. Don't make a mess, I warned her, before returning to what's left of my portion. I picked at it, hating that after hearing all about this stuff from Naruto, I was not yet able to try it. Daku, aren't you hungry? Irika asked, after a couple of minutes of watching me pick at my plate. Like you wouldn't believe. But I wouldn't say that out loud. No, just tired, sensei, I said, instead. May I be excused? Sure, the second door on your right, is your bedroom. He said, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. I thanked Irika for the meal, even if I couldn't eat any of it. Mun followed behind me, running into the room, as I closed the door. She quickly found jumping on the bed, to be entertaining and fun. I smiled and joined her on the bed, caging her in my arms as I playfully tackling her, and rolling so that she ended up perched on my chest. I was already feeling a little uneasy surrounded by four walls in such a small room. I rubbed Mun's tail, letting the softness and fluffiness of it calm my natural instincts to run us back to the burrow, near the memorial stone. Do you like our new home, my treasure? I asked, softly. Maybe. Why? She asked, pulling her tail away from my hand and resuming to bounce on the bed. Because, we will be staying here for a while. I explained. That means I can continue to play. She yipped, excitedly, bouncing high enough to do a flip in the air. I smiled as I scratched my head, watching her having fun and for the moment not affected by her new environment. Although her being as young as she is, she would be relying on my reaction to the place. If I showed any distrust or caution here, her natural instinct would interpret that as a sign this place was unsafe. On the plus side, the new environment came with distractions, the bed being example A. As long as she was content here, we would stay. Tonight, however, I would have to sneak out and finally resume my search for the shrine in the village. I would place a clone to stay here in my place, so that there would be a chakra pulse detected in the room, should someone decide to check on me. 45 minutes later, Mun had tired and climbed into the backpack and had fallen asleep for the night. As soon as she was asleep, I closed my eyes and tried to listen to the sounds coming from the apartment. It was hard listening for movements. With human hearing, really human hearing was useless. I thought, at one point I heard another voice in the apartment. It was hard to tell, as they were whispering. Irika soon after had come to peek into the room, checking on me. I fake sleep of course. Right now though, wasn't hearing anything at the moment. I think Irika had went to bed a few minutes ago, but I wasn't too sure. I couldn't leave without at least trying not to get caught leaving the apartment. I decided the best course of action would be to play the Kitsune no lullaby, aiming my chakra to the tune to the entire building, to ensure that everyone within the building or near the building would stay asleep till sunrise. So, not to jostle Mun and wake her up, I carefully slipped my backpack on. I wasn't foolish enough to just walk out the front door, even with the lullaby no Kitsune in effect. There could still be some around shinobi around not affected by the lullaby, and I was no fool to underestimate a shinobi's and his home defenses. I examined my bedroom window and found my suspicion to be valid. There was an alarm seal on the window. Carefully, I slipped my chakra in Tati's seal, searching for a weak spot in it. While I did that, the seal gave me a peek into Irika personality, just by how it was constructed. The seal was clever, which meant Irika was also clever, but it was not meant to harm, even if I accidentally tripped the seal and set it off, which also meant that Irika, while a ninja, was more of a gentle soul. Strange for a ninja to not have such a soul. I mused, as the alarm seal was deactivated, and the window opened. Scaling to the roof or the apartment, I couldn't help but smile, seeing one of my shadowed babysitters, asleep, thanks to my lullaby. Looking to the street below, I could see a few villagers that had been passing by also asleep slumped against the nearby buildings. While not the most comfortable position or place for them, and I kind of felt a bit ashamed for targeting a wide range of humans, but I need to search this village. Besides, they would feel well rested and energized when the rises. I cracked my getting the tension out of it, listening to the nightlife of the village. I sighed, I miss the sound this land used to make before humans took over this plane. Oh, well. Now, where to start? I mused, looking around. My eyes landed on the Hokage mountain. There would be as good a place as any. I began making my way toward it, running and jumping across the rooftops, being sure to myself concealed. Chapter 12. Kurama. Daku's POV. The Hokage mountain turned out to be a disappointment. I had scouted the entire mountainside and nothing. I sensed no spiritual or chakra energies, at all. I climbed back into my room window, making sure to reactivate the alarm seal. I studied the seals that I thought matched the one on Naruto's abdomen. The 8 trigram seal looked like the perfect match. I didn't really know much about the seal, I would have to research it more later. Sighing, I glanced out the window. The sun would be rising soon, meaning my lullaby's affect would soon vanish, and the people affected would wake within their own time. So, to keep up the illusion that I at least was eating here at Irika's, I decided to go to the kitchen and make it look like I had already eaten breakfast. Exiting the room, I stifled a yawn, and walked toward the kitchen only to stop, midway there, as I had spotted Naruto sleeping on the sofa. Pausing in my tracks, remembering the demon chakra I had sensed from him. After reading Konoha's history, I had a theory as to whose chakra I had sensed. Kurama. But how did they get a tiny baby's body to hold Kurama? I stared as I contemplated, watching Naruto drool in his sleep. But I still don't know anything about that seal. For Mun's safety, I had to be sure that no matter who was within Naruto, was no danger to her. I wasn't even sure if I could slip past the seal, or even if I could get back out. Physically I would still be here, but my spirit would be temporarily inside Naruto's subconscious. Taking a meditative breath, I focused chakra into my hands and held it over the place I knew the seal was located. Separating my spiritual energy from my physical energy, I began pushing my spiritual energy past the seal, my spirit slipping away from my body. Immediately, I was dropped into Naruto's subconscious. I took a moment to recollect myself. This was my first time slipping into a person's subconscious. I always heard it was a little disorientating at first, So after taking a few moments I began to move, walking forward to stand in front of the large gate that the other demon's chakra seemed to radiate from. The gate was locked with a paper seal, on its doors, a giant cage. This confirmed my suspicions. Naruto was a host, a living prison to whoever was trapped behind those gates. Stepping even closer, I spotted two red eyes glaring back at me, when without warning, large claws slashed at the gate, but the metal bars of the seal held strong, stopping the attack. "This damn seal!" came a growling curse. From the depths of his prison, Kurama approached the gates. "So, that's how you treat a fellow demon and visitor. No wonder the humans trapped you, Kurama," I said, with a smile. I did not appreciate the failed, but still attempted attack. "What are you doing here, you traitorous pest?" he growled. So even Kurama was aware of my mistake. I felt a demon's chakra from the boy and decided to investigate. "I had my suspicions that it might have been you," I admitted. "I'm honestly not surprised that they decided to seal you away. Decided to pick a fight with the humans and got your tails handed to you," I said, reminding him he was not much better than me. Kurama glared at me. "And angering the mother of Kitsunes makes you any better?" he scoffed. I crossed my arms. At least I was smite by a higher deity and not powerless mortals. Although if they were able to start sealing demon like you against your will, I guess that means they're not that powerless anymore. I had forgotten what a jerk this guy really was. Kurama wasn't a normal Kitsune demon. His fur was an orange-red color, with black fur around his eyes that went straight to his ears. Normal Kitsune demons didn't have such a fur design around the ears. He was also a giant in physical form, whereas normal Kitsune demons only grew to stand a little taller than an adult human, when fully grown. Nor was he born from the vision of the mother, he was born from the 10-tailed beast, making him more powerful than a normal Kitsune demon. His creator had split the beast and created 9 different tailed beasts from it. Kurama was the only one with the most tails, and so thought himself the most powerful. Gave the guy an ego bigger than he was. Speaking of sizes, the history of Konoha had stated that Kurama was placed inside a baby, but a baby wouldn't be able to contain Kurama. So, does that mean? I silently examined him. "What are you staring at?" he demanded. "Did you shrink? You're a lot shorter than I remember," I finally asked. He slashed his claws against the sealed gates again, and snarled. "When I get free, you'll be one of the first, I will come and kill." Aha! That's why I was sensing his chakra. I suddenly realized. "You mean after you tricked Naruto into breaking the seal for you?" I said. "Interesting theory," Kurama said, giving me a menacing grin. "Oh, come on Kurama, I can feel you leaking your chakra through the weak spots in the seal, giving Naruto a taste of your power, so he will crave the power, therefore breaking the seal, setting you free." I huffed. "What are you going to do if it does not work?" "Clever pest." "Of course it will work," he spat. "If you say so," I said, shrugging off his insult. Instead I had questions, and Kurama might have the answers. After all, he been in these lands longer, and it's not like I could just walk up to another demon. It was a long shot, but it was my only chance. "Do you remember Koi?" I asked. "Yes, first daughter of the fox goddess, the golden Kitsune," Kurama answered, turning serious. "I need to find the shrine that will lead to the other plane," I explained. "Ha, ha, ha." Kurama started laughing. "And you think I will know where it will appear, do you?" I frowned. "I was not born of the fox goddess, you little pest, or did you little brain forget that already?" Kurama said, grinning. I sighed. I knew it was a long shot, but I had to ask. "Why are you searching for it anyway? You'll only be turned away, if not attacked on the spot," Kurama asked, as I began to turn away, signaling that I was about to leave. Because I have the new moon Kitsune. The one that was lost that day. I answered, keeping my voice, void of any emotion, waiting for his reaction. Koi's baby? Kurama asked, seeming to recoil from my answer, as I nodded my head to confirm that is exactly what I meant. Pest. That baby is of the direct bloodline of the goddess. What are you thinking? If the master Kitsune of darkness catches either of you. I was thinking, that I would care for and protect a defenseless baby demon, separated from her mother, till I could reunite them. I said, interrupting whatever else Kurama was going to say. Kurama huffed. Koi will kill you once she learns you've had her baby all this time. He said, seriously. Then so be it. I snapped, letting my spiritual chakra to flare out just a bit, to let Kurama to leave the subject alone. We stood there in silence for a few moments. Leave now. Kurama finally said, turning his back to me. Pushing my spiritual chakra out of the seal, I felt my spiritual self slam back into my physical form. The transition was so sudden I had to take a few meditative breaths before I straightened and opened my eyes. So Kurama turned out to be no help. I silently began trying to come up with a new way of trying to find the shrine. I walked away from a sleeping Naruto, who would be none the wiser about the conversation that had just happened within his subconscious, and continued my way to the kitchen. I immediately began searching for ingredients that were commonly used for making breakfast. I vaguely remembered cooking with a human once before mine and Mun's sleep. The human had taught me how to make pancakes. I would make them for Irika and Naruto. Mun began wiggling around in the backpack, signaling that she was awake. She nimbly climbed out and onto my shoulder, hopping to the counter. Morning, big brother, Daku. She yawned, stretching, her fluffy tail wagging in the air, slightly. Mun, I said, pulling out a box that had a picture of pancakes on it. Irika will not appreciate you on the counter. I lightly scolded. Fine. She pouted, jumping back to my shoulder. Ready-made pancake mix, I read, opening the box, and lifting it to my nose. I sniffed the mix. Yuck. I said, scrunching up my nose. Why would anyone use this to cook with this? It smelt old and stale, and definitely not good to be using to make food with. I threw the box of pancake mix into the trash. After rummaging through the cabinets and fridge, I found that Irika had everything that was needed to make homemade pancakes. It baffled me why he would have that mixed stuff if he had all the ingredients already to make a good breakfast. Within minutes the apartment began filling with freshly cooked pancakes. Mun was eating the first two that I had cooked as I finished making the rest. Having a sensitive nose came in handy when it came to cooking with human food. Once I was done with the pancakes, Mun was also done. I went and opened the front door, purposely letting the alarm seal to alert Irika and my shadowed babysitters that I was leaving for the day. I set my shadow babysitters on a clone, later, so I can continue my search. Or so I thought. Kakashi's POV, first persons. I was about to knock on the Irika's apartment door when Daku opened the door. Yellow eyes stared up at me from behind the mask, with surprise clear in them. He was obviously caught off guard from my sudden presence at Irika's door, so early in the morning. Absent-mindedly, I noted that by him opening the door set off the alarm seal Irika had set up. He must have been in deep thought to not have noticed me. I concluded, seeing the wide eyes behind the mask. Good morning, sensei, Daku greeted, quickly covering up the surprise look in his eyes, with a smile. Morning, Daku. I gave him my one-eye smile in return. Is Irika up? For a moment the boy looked lost. Kakashi. Irika interrupted whatever the kid was going to say. Good morning. Are you looking for Naruto? Irika knew I wasn't here for Naruto, and Umbu should have been there when Irika had first awoken to give him the instructions from the Hokage. I was here to help separate Daku from the fox, before the monk priest arrived. Prior instruction from the priest: should this really be a demon possession, it would supposedly weaken the bond the demon had with Daku. Actually, I'm here for Daku, I said. Me? Why? Daku asked, pointing to himself. You obviously know a lot more than the rest of your squad members, I explained, being as honest as I could be. It had not slipped from my attention that Daku was good at spotting lies. A lot more than the average genin. I silently added. Oh. He said, trying to come off as sounding oblivious and innocent to this fact. So, I continued. Today, you will be sparring with me, so that can evaluate your skill level. After all, once Team 7 is off in active duty, it will be time for the Chuyunin exam registration. You might be already prepared to take the exams, I explained. Everything I was telling him was true. I needed to evaluate his skill level for the good of the squad and to determine if he is a possible threat to the village. However, from what I have already seen of the boy's technique and skill, I had no doubt in my mind that he was ready for the Chuyunin exams, that were coming up in a few months. Yes, Daku, Irika said, cutting off whatever the child was going to say, once again. It would be a good way to help us configure how it is best to help you train to become a better shinobi. I guess that's okay, Kakashi-sensei. Daku finally said after taking a moment to analyze our words. This kid was smart, and overprotective of the demon fox. If we were going to do this, we would have to do it right. Perfect, I said, turning around to lead him to the training grounds. Already there was an Umbu squad waiting for us there. They would wait for my signal to capture the fox demon and store it till the monk priest arrived. I would have to rely on my Sharingan to keep the boy busy, depending on his skill level. Chapter 13. Missing. Daku's POV. Kakashi took me to training ground 3, and he wasted no time to initiate an mock battle. I barely had time to situate Mun by the memorial stone with the instructions to wait for me there. I knew she would be safe waiting for me there while me and Kakashi sparred. I could tell right away he was trying to get me to show off. They were starting to notice I had more skill level and was higher than a genin. I needed to make sure to tone down the amount of techniques I used against Kakashi. If I was going to keep being a genin, there was no need for me to move up in ranks. Kakashi was turning out to be a very formidable opponent. It almost made me wish I could spar with him at full power. He was already pushing, and making it hard for me to not need to use any advanced techniques. I was stuck with dodging and tricks to throw him off. It was very tiring in this form. However, each trick and trap I used, I could only use once. Kakashi was not one to fall for the same trap or trick twice. I rested behind a tree, listening for sound that would tell me where Kakashi was going to attack from next. The man had his chakra pulled in tight. I could barely sense him. It was quite unsettling for me, especially as a demon, to think that about a human. I took the moment to look towards the memorial stone and was relieved to still be able to sense Mun's peaceful chakra pulse, still radiating from the other side of the stone. Although I had hoped she was try to watch our mock battle, as I had planned on me and her doing the same later tonight. PST, Daku. I heard Kakashi's voice whisper to my left. I immediately whipped my head around and came face to face with his mismatched eyes. Damn, I let myself get distracted. I silently cursed, when saw his uncovered Sharingan eye. Time to stop playing around and get serious, he said, immediately throwing me into a genjutsu. This just got 20 times more difficult. I began working on escaping the fake scenery before me. As his form vanished from my sight, I started dodging and deflecting weapons and explosions that seemed to come out of nowhere. Momentarily, I sensed Kakashi's chakra spike, then vanish again, as the scent of dogs became substantially stronger. Kakashi had summoned his pack of dogs. Howl. That howl, sent a chill down my spine as my animal instinct recognized the howls of a hunting pack of hounds. I could feel through the invisible bond, that Mun had also heard them. I sent a wave of calming vibes her way, knowing my bind with her would help calm her fear once she realized I was not worried. I could sense 8 new chakra signatures. I would have to keep my instincts in check now. Not good. Mun's POV. I curled in on myself at the sound of howling. Canines, I hated the species, they made me uneasy, always making me want to run away. Why were there mutts here anyway? Big Brother and Cyclops were only supposed to be having a mock battle. Big Brother Daku and Smelly Sensei had chased each other through the trees a while ago, and I could no longer see them. When the howls ceased, I was able to recognize Big Brother Daku, calming chakra surrounding me, telling me everything was okay. I tried taking a few deep breaths, like I have seen Daku do many times before. It helped a little. A soft breeze ghosted through my fur, sending different smells to my nose, one of those smells being food. Chicken. I licked my lips. I was hungry. The pancakes Big Brother Daku had given me for breakfast has already gone. I made to move toward the delicious scent, but stopped and looked back to where I had last seen Daku. He had told me to stay, but I was bored and the chicken I was currently smelling made my mouth water. Plus, Daku was battling mutts now. Surely, he wouldn't want me to be there in case one of those stupid animals caught my scent. Still I was hesitating. Would Daku be angry if I disobeyed? I mean, the scent was really close by. I shrugged. I would be back before he would notice. With determination and a goal in mind, I bounded toward the delicious scent of food. I would grab the chicken and come back to the memorial stone. Daku's POV. I stood with my back against the trunk of a tree, panting hard. It was very difficult and tiring to keep my skills basic and average, especially when sparring with some like Kakashi. I was beginning to think maybe he, himself was a demon. He had long ago stopped with the mediocre attacks during our sparring and was now coming at me with the clear attempt to kill, at least that's what his aura was telling me. I was seriously sensing clear killing intent from him, whenever I even got close to him. With the level of skill that I had limited myself to, I have no doubt that Kakashi probably could have ended this sparring session a long time ago. We have been at this since early this morning. It had to be lunchtime right about now. Mun was probably going out of her mind just sitting there at the memorial stone all this time. When Kakashi had summoned his hounds to participate in our sparring, I knew through our bond that MN had heard them too. I hope we were almost done, so I could go and reassure her in person that everything was all right. I really resent Kakashi for summoning his hounds. He had no idea how on edge my instincts were, just by their presence. It felt like I was standing on the edge of a cliff, trying to keep myself calm for Mun through our bond, and fighting my instincts. My instincts were just going nuts, from being hunted not only from a human ninja, who was radiating a killer intent and wielding the Sharingan, but also having the hounds on my trail. It was enough to drive my instincts over the edge almost. The illusions created from the Sharingan were a pain to get out of, and he was copying all my jutsu that I would use to get out of them or to fend him or the hounds off, using my own jutsus against me. I was starting to not be able to tell as I was going to the offense or defense anymore. I tightened my grip on the kunai knife in my hand, listening for any sound, feeling for any chakra signature, smelling for any scent, to help me locate my pursuers. Was I in another one of Kakashi's genjutsu? I really hoped I wasn't. I had little chakra in this form, and soon I will have exhausted my chakra reserves. It's been quiet for too long now. A minute was seriously too long for silence, when sparring against someone like Kakashi. Growl. Snarl. Damn, them mutts. I cursed, running in the opposite direction of the sound of the hounds. In this form I was weak, and tired out easily. Kakashi knew he could have ended this several times by now. He just trying to make sure I'm not hiding any secret technique or keki I genkai. I kept telling myself, as I inwardly growled. Too bad Kakashi. I am hundreds of years smarter than you, to be able to see through this. Albeit, I was still considered a child through demon and human eyes. I made a terrible rookie mistake and looked back, to gauge how far the mutts were and ended up tripping on a tripwire, setting off a trap. I didn't even have time to even fall as a very large log came swinging through the trees, aimed right at me. Trap. I used the momentum of my fall to spring into a series of flips, angling myself to land on the incoming log, when I was in the air, so I could change its direction towards the mutts that were right on my heels and send it their way. At least that was the plan, till something big tackled me from the air. I rolled as I landed on the ground, 2 throwing stars missing me, thanks to the invasive maneuver. I rolled to me knees with the full intent of running from the hunting pack. After being tackled, I had long since given myself over to my animal instincts, only to realize I was cornered, trapped. A damn mountain of rock was blocking my path. Instincts that were ingrained into my very being, screamed for me to protect my back, keeping it toward the rocks, and look for any escape route available. I was losing to my instincts, they were taking over, and I couldn't fight them. I crouched low, as the evil demon wolves cut off my escape. They were exactly how I remembered them, red slit eyes, skeletal-looking body with matted dingy fur, gleaming sharp teeth, snapping and growling, and black drool dripped from their mouths. I clutched my only weapon tighter, confused as to why my chakra was so low, showing my teeth in clear frustration and warning. I wasn't going to let them take me out so easily. I would thin out their pack, before I breathed my last breath. In the back of my mind I was for some reason thinking that at least there would be 8 less enemies, for anyone to fear. The demon wolves stood there, snarling and growling at me. What are they waiting for? I questioned. My eyes bouncing off of each of them, as my body tried to shift into its normal and more stringer form, but failing. Why couldn't I shift? Damn it! I snapped. Back off! I snarled, pressing my crouched form against the rocks, making sure I snapped my teeth in warning when one seemed to take a step forward. I tensed my muscles, trying to force my shift. I couldn't be that low on chakra that I couldn't shift. Nothing happened. I was staying in this pathetic human form. A large silver wolf demon, walking on 2 legs, black drool dripping from its mouth as it snapped its fangs, dropped from a nearby tree. This wolf was the alpha of the pack and a strong one, but its silver color dumbfounded me. Silver usually meant good demons, not bad. However, it wasn't uncommon for a good demons, especially with fox and wolf demons, to turn bad. Its 2 mismatched eyes, one red and one solid dark one, bored into mine, and my instincts knew right away, I would have to kill him, if I was going to destroy this pack, and maybe keep my life. Did I have to lose? I was a freak of a demon and no one miss me should I fail to make it home, but I would take these wolves with me. I prepared to pounce as the alpha wolf demon made a hand sign. Why would a demon need to use hand signs? I wondered for a second, before once again my logical self was shut down by my survival instincts. Release. The silver alpha wolf demon growled. Before he finished the word, I pounced, my muscle launching me in the air. My instinct screaming for blood. My resolve solid. One or both of us would die today. My free hand gripped the furred shoulder, and surprisingly it shifted into a more human shape wearing a green-colored vest. Right before my eyes, the demon alpha wolf wasn't there anymore. Oh, no. I gasped. It was Kakashi. I was trying to kill Kakashi, this very second, but it was too late for me to abort my action. I had let my instincts take over. Pulling myself back from those instincts, I hesitated, giving Kakashi enough time to react and counter my attack. He grabbed my wrist of the hand holding the kunai knife, and the forearm of my other arm, and in one swift move, slammed me to the ground, effectively pinning me. Instead of fighting his hold, I took the moment to get control over myself. The evil demon wolves, that I had thought cornered me, were now in the shape of several dogs, each different in look, shape, and size. Kakashi's dogs. Not demon wolves. I told myself. My instincts were now under control. "You okay now, pup?" the pug dog asked, walking over to where Kakashi still had me pinned. Instead of answering, I just laid there, centering myself. What genjutsu was that? When did you even? I didn't even finish my question. I decided it was more important to relax the tension in my body. Kakashi released his grip and backed away, giving me space. It's a genjutsu I picked up in Mist. It tricks the target's mind, by placing the target in an illusion of one's nightmare, or traumatic event in their life. In other words, the target is the one creating the enemies in the illusion, giving the caster of the genjutsu time to act, while the target fights off an enemy that is not there. Kakashi explained. I sighed as I started to understand. Let me guess, while in the genjutsu, everything take the form of whatever illusion the target's mind sees, correct? I asked. Kakashi nodded. So, that's why I seen Kakashi and his summons as evil wolf demons. It was one of the species in the demon world I never wanted Mun to ever meet. When I was young I had been attacked by such a pack of demons, so it was understandable that when I was trapped in the illusion, that I would only see that scenario, being surrounded by canine summons. I was just relieved my low status as a demon lowered my chakra levels enough to keep my body from shifting to my original form. That would have had terrible consequences, and repercussions. As for when I cast the jutsu, Kakashi continued. It was when you triggered the last trap. He finished. So, it was when I was either falling or being tackled, when he cast the jutsu. I didn't even notice. I was slightly upset with myself, for being bested be a human. I should have been able to spot, or at least be able to deflect such attacks. This punishment was more like a curse, but at least it prevented me from shifting. I would have probably killed Kakashi otherwise. I think that's all for today, Kakashi announced. Thank the mother. I silently celebrated. Okay, I said, picking myself up, putting away my kunao. Kakashi stood there for a moment, tapping his chin, as if in considering something. Would like lunch? I way past time for it, and I'm sure you've ran out your breakfast, he offered. Kakashi, you have no idea, I silently stated. My last breakfast was years ago. Yeah, imagine not eating for that long, but unable to die from hunger, but still feel the pains of it. That's what I was going through. I was working so hard to be accepted here, just to eat. The hunger pains were annoying by this point. But I could still feel the distrust, from the people here. I needed acceptance, and trust. Friends even. Allies. Beside having Mun, I am alone. In a sense I have always been alone. No thank you, Kakashi-sensei. I smiled. I think, I'll just rest a bit. Okay. Don't stay out too late, Irika will worry, he said, using a hand signal to dismiss his summon, sending them away in a cloud of smoke, as they returned from wherever he summoned them. I nodded, and watched as he jumped into the trees, heading back to the village. Once I knew he was far enough away, I leaned against the nearest tree, and took several meditative breaths, to calm myself further. I did not want to return to Mun, while still giving off panicked vibes from the sparring session. Kakashi illusion had really gotten to me, bring up a traumatic event from my past. Mun not knowing what was going on this whole time was probably freaking out over hearing Kakashi's summons howls. I needed to be centered and push away my own fears if I was going to be able to soothe away her fears. Making my way to the memorial stone, continued my meditative breathing. By the time I starting to get close to the memorial stone, I was back to feeling normal. However, by the time I actually arrived to stand in front of it, did I see that Mun was gone. Mun. I called, thinking she was probably hiding, as that would be what her instincts would tell her to do. She didn't answer. Which was strange, she always answered me. Even though in this form my sense of smell was weak, I still sniffed the air around me, taking in the different scents, and grimaced. This form was so useless, I could barely pick up her scent, and even though it was fresh today, it smelled faint to me. Mun. I called, making my voice stern, in case she thought this was a game. Come here. Now. I walked around the area, still trying to find the direction that she might have gone. Surely, she wouldn't have disobeyed me, and gone far from the memorial stone. Even if she did, she knew better than to not come when I called for her. Before I let myself believe the worst possible scenario had happened, I gathered as much demonic chakra I still possessed, as little as it might be, and focused it all to my vocal cords. Mun. Tsuki no Kitsune. Haha no Musume. You answer me. I called, letting that little bit of demonic chakra to summon my true voice volume, that I have not used since my punishment, and finding of Mun. Being sure to use her real and full name and title, so she would feel more inclined to obey. It was kind of a cardinal rule for any demon and sometimes deity, to respond when summoned in such a way. It was why most demons and deities kept their true name and titles a secret. Names and titles were a powerful thing in the world of yokai and spirits. Now, I made sure to growl out the last part. After a few moments of silence, and still she did not respond, which was unheard of, for a demon so young. I panted, using my demonic chakra. Up with just that, I started shaking my head. No. I growled out in denial. I started following her faint scent that seemed to wander away from the memorial stone. I couldn't have lost her. No. No. No, I started chanting in denial that such a thing has happened. Moving with as much speed as I could without exhausting my chakra supply, I would be useless to her if she was in danger. After a couple of yards, the scent vanished, leaving to come to a spot and spin around blindly trying to find it again. Mun. Please. Answer me. I pleaded, panicking. Kakashi's POV. I could hear him calling out for the demon fox. I could hear the panic creeping into his voice. He would not find her, it was for his own good. Irika was waiting for me when I exited the training grounds. Lord Hokage stood beside him, chewing on his pipe. He was here for my evaluation on Daku's skill. He must have wanted to hear my report right away. Afternoon, Kakashi, the third greeted. Lord Hokage, good afternoon. I greeted in return. Well? He asked. I was about to answer, when we all paused, hearing Daku's voice faintly echo through the trees of the training grounds. He must really be upset if he was able to get his voice to reach such a pitch, I mentally noted. Hokage said, still chewing on his pipe, his eyes lingering on the training grounds edge a little longer. Before returning, he gazed back to me. As you may have noticed, the Umbu were able to capture the demon fox. We are holding in a secure place in Tni, till the monk priest arrives. Me and Irika nodded our heads in understanding. It was my turn to report in Mo. It's as we suspected, the boy is very strong and clever. He held back during the start of our match. It took me using the Sharingan to get him to show off a little. I still believe he wasn't fighting me at his full potential. I reported. And how did he fare against the Sharingan? Lord Hokage questioned curiously. He was quick to identify when he was stuck in a genjutsu, and very diligent when trying to escape them. He limited himself to just using basic jutsu, when he noticed I was copying his techniques. I informed. So, his skill level? The third asked. He attempted to keep his skill level real low, maybe around Genin or Chuyunin, but it's obvious that he is more up there at Jounin rank. Jounin. Irika repeated. Are you sure about that, Kakashi? The last genjutsu I cast, caught him off guard enough that he freaked out, he let his chakra slipped, he has the ability to manipulate it into radiating killer intent, which as we all know mostly elite shinobi are able to do, and still be able to evade capture. I see. Lord Hokage said, deep in thought, taking a few puff from his pipe. I guess we will let him be for now, and let him play genin. We will wait till this problem with the demon has passed. Irika. He turned the Chuyunin. Leave him be for a while. If he still doesn't return to your place when night hits, go and collect him. We can't have him sleeping outside again. Treat him to a good meal, and just keep a good eye on him for now. He said, starting to walk away. Hiya, Lord Hokage. We both said. I looked back toward the training grounds. If it was me in Daku's place, and one of my hounds mysteriously disappeared, I wouldn't stop searching for them. I was about to offer to take Irika out for a drink when... Eternal rival. I was not in the mood for one of Guy's ridiculous challenges. Later, Irika. I said, making a very quick retreat. Already I could hear Guy already on my heels. Such quick pace. So hip and youthful. Go away, Guy. I said, not looking back, I would lose him somehow. Chapter 14. Searching. Daku's POV. I sat on the ground, head on my hands, I didn't know what to do, I was hyperventilating, I couldn't even pick up her trail again. I had long ago, slipped away from my shadowed babysitters, so that I could search and panic in peace. I did not need to have eyes watching me as I crumbled, into self-doubt, and pity, so I decided to keep myself hidden from human eyes. I had scoured the entire training grounds and I still couldn't find Mun. I had even searched for traces of other demons in the area, and found none. Nighttime was fast approaching and I couldn't stop looking for her, I had to find her before dark. It was unheard of, for a fox kid to be away from an adult when night hit. It was against instincts, to allow that to happen. I have to find her. I let my eyes scan the area before me frantically, taking in everything and anything that would tell me where she was. You really are a sad, little demon, you know that. A familiar child's voice stated. I jumped to my feet and spun on my heels to see Kun-nun sitting on a low branch, just to my right, watching me, swinging her legs in a very childlike manner. Kun-nun. I could feel my eyes widen with relief, as I got closer to her, stopping just a few feet from her perch, and dropped to my knees. Thank the mother, you're here. I need your help. Please. I begged, putting my head to the ground in submission. After a couple of moments of silence, did I get worried that she would deny me? Did I dare to just peek up at her? She was looking down at her childlike face guarded at my sudden submission and humbled actions. I have already assisted you twice. That's more than what I should have done for a creature like you. She huffed, crossing arms. I felt my heart drop. Please, Kun-nun. I begged, trying to calm down enough to explain. This isn't about me. It's Mun. I can't find her. I all but blurted out in a blind panic. There was a beat of silence. You lost the moon fox. She snapped, hopping down from her branch to stand in front of my kneeling form. I lowered my head to the ground again, as I answered, silently hoping that with this knowledge she will finally grant me help, to at least find Mun. Why yes. She grabbed my hair, yanking so that my head was forced up and my throat bared. How could you be so reckless, as to lose something as important as Koi's baby? How do you even lose a baby, you worthless excuse of a demon? She growled, through gritted teeth. I don't know. I can't even locate her through the bond from we hibernated all those years. I said, hurriedly, not liking my neck vulnerable. I'm useless even to her. I cried, hoping that me saying the truth would be enough for Kunnan to forgive me enough to release her grip on my hair. With what seemed like a calming sign, she relinquished her grip and let go, and took a step back, rubbing her temple. Don't be absurd. The reason you can't locate her through that bond is because you are not her mother. Nor are you a female. Plus, you are basically a curse demon. The most you are going to feel through that bond, is if she is in pain, or immediate danger. The bond is your chakra, basically cloaking her. A protection blanket if you will, not a tracker. Your link to her is not that strong, for that. So, if I feel nothing at the moment, then for the moment she is safe. Kunnan confirmed. So, if I'm not feeling anything, then it means, she is at least not in danger. I inwardly felt myself relax a bit. I still felt ashamed though. If I wasn't banished from and cursed, I would have been able to create a complete bond and find her like any normal demon. Seriously, what were you doing when the elders were teaching you kids this? She asked, sitting down beside me. Her tone, switched from scolding to more familiarity, sounding very much like her old self that I remember before I majorly did the worst thing possible. I was like any other demon child and was busy trying to get out of school and pulling pranks. I answered, mentally. No willing to give that answer, I turned my head away and looked at the darkened sky, suddenly finding them very interesting. Typical, mischievous demon. She smirked, flicking my defenseless and sensitive ear. Ow! I said, flinching away, glaring slightly at her, as I rubbed my poor ear. Ha, ha, ha. Now there's the old you. She grinned, pinching my exposed cheeks. I waved her hand away from me, giving her a grateful grin. Thank you, Kunnan, for trying to cheer me up. I just don't. I sighed, not really sure how to word it. Kunnan sat there patiently. I'm afraid. I finally admitted, closing my eyes. It felt really good to confide in someone, and tell them the absolute truth. I felt Kunnan lean against me in a comforting manner. Yeah, I guess that's to be expected. Everything happened extremely fast, and you were young, when it happened. You probably didn't have enough time to even adjust when you were cursed and fitted with that mask. Self-consciously, I touched the mask, remembering the day Koi had fitted it on my face. I found Mun not long after. I admitted. So, not even 24 hours then, you immediately went into a long hibernation, to put it simply. You instantaneously were forced to not only carry out the consequences of your actions, but also became a guardian. I'm willing to bet that you don't even fully understand your punishment. Your curse, do you? She asked. I shook my head. I don't need to. I just need to find Mun. I'll worry about my predicament after I know she is safe within the other plane. I responded. I really didn't feel like talking about that day. I just need to focus on my current goal. Mun. Kunnan was silent for a while. Daku. She started to say, but stopped at seeing my shaking head. I see. Do yourself a favor and Daku, stop lying to her and to yourself. You are a danger to yourself when you do. You cannot afford to be caught in a lie with the Akarahanta so near. Their master will be with them, that you can be sure of. There must be nothing but trust between you and Mun. I looked into Kunnan's eyes. I knew she was right. I need to find her first to be able to do that. I said, quietly. Sighing, she ruffled my hair, as she got up and walked away from me, going to standing beside the tree she was once sitting on. I knew from the swirl of energy gathering around, that she was getting ready to leave me, alone. Before I could think of my action. Before I could even take my next breath. I found myself lunging for her, grabbing at her small childlike form. Please. I pleaded, in a blind panic. My own demonic chakra, I foolishly tried to overwhelm her flow of energy, with mine. Daku! She shouted, as I was thrown back. I was stunned and couldn't move, I could only lay there on my back and look up at the stars. What were you thinking, doing that? She demanded, coming to stand over me. You know better than to try to overwhelm a deity. She scolded. Sorry. I said, breathless from being punched by such pure divine chakra, at such a force. A natural defense of the deity if they are attacked by demons. I just wanted to, the shrine, where is it? I asked, trying to regain what little composure I still possessed. Please. Her face turned to one of sympathy. You know only the mother of Kitsunes can tell you that information. No one else, not even other deities like me can help you, Mon, should be able to sense it though, so hurry up and find her and send her home. Help me. I pleaded, moving to get up. I had to get her help, I could not do this without her help, any kind of help. Even if it's just this once and never again. I pleaded. Kunna stared at me a long time, deliberating. No longer playing the little girl she always liked to be seen as, her voice became that of a powerful goddess. The voice not matching the little body it resonated from. Help. From a goddess does not happen for free, you must give me an offering, something of much needed value. Before she even finished I was already digging through my pack. I pulled out the concoction she had made me and my flute, offering them to her. She nodded, accepting my offerings. It will not be easy making something that will not go against the rules you must follow. But I will make something for you. I must go now, she said, after examining the items. In true goddess and mercy fashion, she vanished in a gentle swirl of leaves. I watched the spot she vanished from for a moment, before my instinct began screaming at me to start my search again for Mun, and to never stop until I could hold her in my arms. There you are, Daku. Iroquois' voice called, as he dropped from the trees a moment later. I closed my eyes in slight irritation, I did not have time for this. Iroquois-sensei. I said, trying to sound like my normal friendly self, but even I could tell, I was failing. Is everything okay? Have you been out here the entire day? He asked, picking up on the distressed tone in my voice. I can't find her. I lost my treasure. I explained, quickly. Silently, hoping that he would not act like a typical human adult. So, you've been looking for the fox, the whole day? He asked, sounding concerned. I nodded. Well, it's late now. Come back with me, we'll continue the search tomorrow. He said, in a calming tone, as if talking to a child. Acting exactly like a typical human adult. It's really late. I've been around long enough to recognize a losing battle when I see one, and so, reluctantly I allowed Iroquois to lead my back to the village and to his apartment. He tried to get me to eat, but I claimed to be too tired and by the mother managed to get away without having to eat anything. I laid on my bed the rest of the night, my mind plagued with thoughts of the trouble Mun could be in. Lord Hokage POV. I had been called to Tianai to see this for myself. The demon fox had jumped within an umbu, that had assisted in its capture, earlier in the day. As of now I was looking into the holding cell through the one-way mirror, watching the possessed body of female umbu tiger, huddle in a corner of her cell, head buried in her arms, making fox-like sounds, impossible for a human to make. The rest of the umbu squad had evacuated the cell as soon as the demon had entered her body, sealing the door shut, so it could not escape. Cautiously, I looked at Bear, who stood beside me, his chakra was so heavy and putting the rest of the umbu on edge. I knew, just by that he was useless in this situation. I chewed on my pipe as I let my gaze scan the rest of the umbu that had been included in the demon's capture. I would have to schedule them all psychological examinations, I needed my umbu mentally prepared for anything, but even I could admit nothing could properly, shy of the Kuwabai incident 12 years ago, prepare them for one of their own being possessed by a demon. Hopefully, Ibiki would arrive soon. The monk. I turned to greet Kakashi. When he entered the room, I had allowed him to join us, so he could report. It seemed he had a tiring day. Guess he didn't have an easy time dodging Guy. I silently chuckled, seeing him a bit disheveled. Irika. Has the boy? I wanted to confirm first. We all knew the demon had a strong hold on the child, and it worried me that he would search for it till he collapsed from exhaustion. Yes, Lord Hokage, he said, rubbing his neck. However, Irika reported the kid refused to eat dinner, he right to bed. Irika allowed the Umbu tailing him in the apartment so they can have more access to intervene should the kid try to leave during the night. That's good, I said, relieved that the child was now sleeping indoors and was under the watchful eyes of Irika and the Umbu. We watched Tiger in the containment cell. For a bit, she was making distressed yelping noises, and was currently slowly making her way to the door, in an awkward manner, and start scratching at the door with the standard issued clawed Umbu gloves. As soon she went to touch it, the charms and seals that were on the other side of the door repel her backwards. Tomorrow inform Irika that when the monks arrives, that he may have to keep a very close eye on Daku. Also, I want you both to sit him down in the morning and be sure he eats. I suspect that he's still lying about eating, I said, giving a dismiss signal to Kakashi. Daku's POV. I don't remember falling asleep, after Irika had escorted me back to his home, halting my search for Mun. I did no attempt to leave again last night. I feared that without my flute and therefore no way to play the Kitsune no lullaby, Irika or my shadowed babysitters could pick any moment to come and check on me, and I no longer had enough chakra to make a convincing clone. I was literally surprised to find a gold oriental scroll clutched in my hand. Carefully, I unrolled the golden parchment, reading the kanji, that was written in the ancient language of yokai, and was definitely Kanon's handwriting. The instructions she left for me, instructed me to go to the memorial stone as soon as I awoke. I planned on doing just that. Rolling the scroll back up, without warning it burst into flames, destroying it, leaving not even ash behind. Rolling my head, getting the creak out of my neck, I looked out the window, watching the sun rise higher into the sky, letting the sight put me into a meditative state of calmness. I would continue my search for Mun. After I met up with Kanon, I silently nodded my head in determination. The knock that sounded on my door, that was the result of Irika, jolted from the calmness I had not long succeeded in reaching. However, if Irika was up, then that meant that the alarm seals were down. Daku, time for breakfast, he announced, in a chipper voice, as he opened the door, and walked away, probably going to the kitchen, which was the furthest from my room. Another incentive to leave this place and go the memorial stone, I thought. Although I'm almost positive young human boys are supposed to always want to eat something, due to them needing to grow up strong. Listening to make sure he was indeed going to the kitchen, I opened the window quietly and paused for a few beats. Nothing happened. Irika did not come running back in. Silently I thanked the mother that the seal alarms were indeed deactivated. Looking over my shoulder one more time to ensure Irika really was coming back, I hopped onto the windowsill, and jumped for the neighboring building. In mid-flight, a fingerless gloved hand attached to an arm, came out of nowhere and tackled me, back into the room I had been trying to leave. I stumbled a bit when I landed with my legs hitting the bed, destroying my balance. Instinctively, my body crouched in a defensive position, should another attack came. Until I noticed who was now crouching in my window. Kakashi, I said. Yo, he greeted, with a one-eye smile. What are you doing here? I asked. Surely, he didn't have another test he wanted me to participate in. Oh, I walking on the road of life, when a little birdie told me what happened yesterday. He said. The road of life, Wasn't that the excuse he used when he was late for the survival exercise? This had wet dog smell all over it? Yeah, I said, raising an eyebrow, not that he could see it. Well, I was on my way over to check on you, when I saw my distraught student fall from his bedroom window, and kindly help him out, before you went splat on the ground. Kakashi emphasized the word splat, by clapping his hands together, as he finished his tale. All I could do was stare at him, as I realized something about him. Kakashi was a terrible liar, and if I was looking at this correctly, whenever he was late, also a compulsive liar about as to why he was late, or in this case somewhere he had no business being. That lie was seriously, in all the sense, terrible. And he said it like it was rather a common thing to just say. "You're welcome," he said, when I said nothing for a few moments. He waved his hand in front of my shell-shocked face. "Daku, what's taking you?" Iruka stopped what he was saying, when he saw Kakashi. "Oh, Kakashi-sensei, good morning," he greeted. "Yo." Kakashi greeted back, with a one-eye smile again. What are you doing here, in Daku's room?" he asked. "Yeah. The truth this time, Kakashi," I mentally added, hoping that he would be honest with Iruka. "Oh, you know," Kakashi chuckled. "Just dropping by." I looked at Iruka, and he just seemed to shrug off the fact that Kakashi had not answered his question properly. They were in cahoots together, I just know it. "Well, breakfast is ready. You're welcome to join us, Kakashi-sensei," Iruka invited. "I'd be delighted," Kakashi said, a little too happily. "Iruka-sensei, you up yet?" Naruto's voice bellowed through the apartment. "There goes my chance to get out of breakfast." I all but groaned, trying to see at least one other way to excuse myself from breakfast. "I can't eat the food, beside I have to go to the memorial stone." "Let's go, Daku," Kakashi ushered, a guiding hand on my shoulder. "Oh, crap." Akira Hanta POV. The child's chakra had been very active yesterday, and well into the night. A clear beacon to its location. Now, it had subsided, hours ago. It was infuriating, that they were still days away from the human village. Master had informed them he would need a body to be able to join them. Master needs a body to enter this plane again. Master was very anxious to see the child and control its power. Alpha mumbled, between the meat in its mouth. The pack was snacking on a few woodland creatures. They had been unsuccessful in finding big game, or humans. All three demons were in their natural forms, as they ate. "Master can have mine," Omega growled out, gnawing on a bone. "Too weak." Alpha snapped, chomping on a small furred corpse. "Vessel needs strong link to other plane," Beta explained, stealing Omega's bone. "So hey," Omega suggested. Alpha thought for a moment. "Yes. A so hey, will do." He grinned, showing all his teeth. "Not a trained one. Trained one's dangerous." Beta snapped, shaking her head, blood splattering around them. Alpha nodded, shaking the blood from his fur as well, before shifting into his human disguise. The other two follow his lead. "Find Master's vessel. Find untrained Sohei," he demanded, to Omega and Beta, sending the two to depart for such a vessel. The only reward they all couldn't wait to receive when their mission was finished, was to feast on Kitsune flesh. The thought alone brought grins to their faces. Chapter 15. Alone. Daku's POV. I was sitting beside Naruto at Iruka's table, watching him eat steamed rice, like the village was going to be hit by famine. Iruka had apparently decided to get up early and make something I was very familiar with, a traditional breakfast. Sitting before me was steamed rice, miso soup, nori, tsukemono, grilled fish, natto, kobachi, and a green salad. The sight of it all made my mouth water, and yet I knew I could not eat any of it. I watched Naruto practically inhale his portions, making a big mess on his face as he did so. It amused me how different everyone ate their breakfast. Naruto, who ate messily. Irika, who was eating at a more slower pace, while looking over papers and marking them with a red pen. Kakashi, who sat beside Irika. He had long ago finished eating. I had seen him make a place for himself, but had not seen him eat. I had looked away for a moment, and when I had looked back, his dishes sat empty in front of him. How'd he do that? I silently questioned, as I watched him. At the moment he was reading an orange book with a man chasing after a woman on its cover called, Ika Paradise. I had seen him read that book before. Must be a good read to keep a guy like Kakashi interested. Maybe, when all this is over, I'll find myself a copy to read myself. It would be the first book I would read in centuries. Daku, eat your breakfast. Irika instructed, barely looking away from his papers. And Naruto, clean up after yourself, he said, just as Naruto began to walk away from the table. Okay, Irika-sensei, Naruto said, rushing to do as instructed. See ya later, Kakashi-sensei, Irika-sensei, he shouted, as he ran out the door, slamming it, in his hurry. The kid really couldn't do anything quietly. Eat Daku. You might still be able to catch up with him, if you hurry, Kakashi suggested, flipping a page in the book, mistaking my watching of Naruto as wanting to participate in whatever he and my other two comrades were planning on doing today. I looked at the breakfast set before me. I wanted to leave and got to the memorial stone and continue my search for Mun. I'm not hungry, sensei, I said, getting up to leave and thank them for the breakfast anyway. You didn't eat lunch or dinner yesterday, Irika reminded, before I could say anything else. You not leaving the table till you eaten something, young man, he said, in a stern voice. I looked between Irika and Kakashi, they were both focused on me. I knew there was something suspicious going on here, for Kakashi to just show up without a purpose, except breakfast. He was here to help Irika double-team me into eating. They had figured out I was going to do anything to get out of eating, and he was here to assist Irika. Especially, now he knew I was above a genin status. It was clear by the looks they were giving me. I was not leaving till I ate something in front of them. I looked at the food, it might as well have been poison sitting there in before me. This is going to suck worse than being stabbed over and over. I gulped, picking up my chopsticks, and pulled the bowl towards me. Closing my eyes, I opened my mouth and took bite. Chewing slowly, I looked back at Irika and Kakashi, who both looked satisfied. Yeah, I hope they are satisfied with themselves. I grouched as I continued to chew on the rice. I really didn't want to swallow. Daku, Kakashi said. It's rice, swallow, please. Oh, mother, please give me the strength to endure. I prayed, my useless prayer, and swallowed. I gasped slightly as what I can literally only describe as pure raging hot lava settled in my gut. I immediately finished the bowl of rice as quickly as possible, so I could leave. I'm almost positive Kakashi and Irika both mistaken this as me just giving in to my hunger. Little did they know it was to get out and away from populated areas so I could suffer without suspicious and worried looks. It would not do to be hospitalized for something humans would not be able to cure, when I had to find Mun first. I hastily, but respectfully excused myself once the bowl was empty and left before either of them could say a word to stop me. Kakashi's POV. Irika and I left soon after Daku ran out, and disappeared apparently, if the dumbfounded hand signals of the Umbu assigned to follow him was anything to go by. It was still a mystery how he was able to evade the elite of the elite. We arrived just in time at Tni to greet Ibiki and the monks. It was the Hokage's decision that they be brought straight to the Tni, so that there was no delay in freeing Tiger and the boy from the demon's influence. As they approached, It was clear that Irika was nervous, by his chakra fluctuation. "Irika, calm down," Lord Hokage said, fixing him with a knowing gaze. "Ah, sorry," Irika said, with an apologetic smile, as he scratched the scar on his nose. "Lord Hokage." Ibiki greeted, announcing his and the monk's presence. "Ibiki." Lord Hokage greeted in return. Ibiki nodded, then moved to the side, so we all could see the 3 monks he had brought. "Let me introduce Akira, head monk and demon specialists. His 2 disciples Kenshin and Daichi." Ibiki introduced the 3. The monk were, as we all expected, layers of robes of simple design and all 3 wearing the traditional overly large takuhate shugaza on their heads. "Lord Hokage." Akira greeted. The 3 monks bowing slightly at the waist, very much in the same manner we have witnessed Daku bow several times before whenever he greeted someone. It is not often we are requested to travel from the mountains. "Yes, I understand. I hope there was no trouble during your journey," Lord Hokage said. "It was quite a meditative journey," Akira reassured, with a friendly smile. "That is good. It seems we have a demon problem here." "Umino Irika and Hatake Kakashi," Lord Hokage said gesturing to me and Irika, "have been keeping an eye on the boy. He is currently living with Irika." "Umino-san, Hatake-san," Akira greeted us, the 3 of them bowing slightly again. Irika and I returned the action. "Welcome the Konohamaru," Irika said, smiling. "Thank you," Akira said, returning Irika's friendly smile. "I trust Ibiki has informed you of our problem." The head monk nodded. "Yes, it seems you have a mischievous Kitsune problem. I regret to say that it has escalated. It would seem the demon has possessed one of my elite shinobis," Lord Hokage informed the 3 monk. "Ah. I see," Akira said, sympathetically. "Is the possessed being isolated in this building?" he asked, looking over our shoulders, and at the building behind us. "Yes," Lord Hokage answered. The monk hummed thoughtfully. "We will need to move the possessed to the nearest Inari shrine," Akira instructed. "I'm afraid that won't be possible," Lord Hokage said, causing the 3 monks to look at him with confusion. "The Inari shrine was lost in the Kuwabai attack, 12 years ago," Irika said, explaining what Lord Hokage meant. "And you haven't rebuilt it?" the youngest-looking monk, Kenshin, asked, a little outraged. "This will make our job more difficult," he grouched. "Peace, Kenshin," Akira shushed his young disciple. "Remember, this village was attacked by a 9-tailed fox. It is possible they did not rebuild the shrine in consideration to those who may still be traumatized by the attack. Inari-sama, I'm sure, is understanding and forgiving in this case." He turned back to us, an apologetic smile. "Forgive, Kenshin, he's still quite young, and has yet to learn that judgment is not within our grasps." "Of course," Lord Hokage said, with a forgiving nod. "But he is right. It will make our job difficult." Daichi said. The smile disappeared as Akira nodded his head. "This is true. There has to be something we can do," Irika insisted. The head monk crossed his arms, in a thinking manner. "Yes, strip the possessed of all earthly items and accessories. Daichi will need to prep the possessed by marking the possessed with sacred prayer scripture. We will also need to take the possessed to the place the Inari shrine was once located. I will need to be taken to the spot the shrine was, so to prep and purify the area, in preparation for the ritual. Kenshin will collect the necessary offerings to Inari-sama, and other items we might need," Akira instructed. "Is there anything we can do to assist you?" Lord Hokage offered, gesturing slightly to me and Irika and the few Umbu who had stayed out in the open. "Of course we will need assistance in finding our way around the village. We will also need dogs present at the shrine site," Akira said. We all nodded. I feel I inform you before we start. Once the demon is removed from the possessed, remove them and yourselves from the ritual site. We do not need anyone else getting taken by the demon. Take the opportunity to take your shinobi to your healers. Want you need the boy there as well, seeing that the demon has bonded their chakra together. I asked. No, Akira said, shaking his head. But, I would like to talk to him once we are done. I would like to know where he found such a demon. It is quite rare to come across a Kitsune. It's almost never heard of. Akira said, before clapping his hands together. Now, let us begin with the preparations. Lord Hokage, turn to face us. Kakashi, please assist Daichi-san. Irika, please escort Kenshin around the village. Me and Irika nodded. Lord Hokage then turned to an Umbu. Please go and inform the Inyazuka we need some of their dogs. The Umbu nodded, and jumped into the trees. I myself will show you to the location the shrine was once located. He said, turning back the head monk. I am honored, Lord Hokage. Akira said. Please lead the way. He and Lord Hokage left, the Hokage guards following them silently as always. Irika and Kenshin, leaving soon after them. Leaving me with Daichi, who followed me into Tni. It didn't take us too long before we reached the cell that contained the possessed tiger. Daichi examined the door littered with seals and charms. You guys went overboard, he said, removing the charms from the door. This amount of charms and seals is dangerous not only for the demon, but also the possessed. The amount of force combined by all these charms and seal would not only repel the demon from the door, but possibly break the bones of the body the demon is in. He stood, and motioned for the door. Please remove all the seals. Will the demon not try to escape then? I asked. After all the seal and charm you guys put on this door, I wouldn't be surprised if it is staying far away from it. Like I said, you guys went overboard. The amount of charms you put on this door is pure torture to the demon. You do not torture what you don't understand. It is cruel, whether it be good or evil. Everything deserves respect. The young monk lectured. I see. I said, releasing the seals. Daichi, place one charm from his own pack on the door. Before squatting to the floor again and brought out a flask of water, a pouch, which he opened to reveal a red powder, and a bowl. I peered over his shoulder and watched him dump the contents in the bowl, pouring only just enough water to turn the red powder into paste. We must prepare the possessed for the cleansing ritual, which will drive the demon from the body, he said, noticing me watching. To do that we must write the sacred prayer to Inari-sama for guidance and protection to the possessed. Pulling out red rope, and handing it to me. That is to restrain the possessed so we may transport them to the ritual place. We are ready to enter now. Standing he handed me a red ribbon necklace that had a bell and warding charm hanging from it. Please put that on, he said, putting one identical to mine on himself. Why all the red? I asked. Red is to honor Inari-sama. Her Kitsune ward off evil. As your comrade is possessed by a Kitsune, despite being mischievous or evil, the sight of red, and the sound of the bells, will trick it into thinking one of its kin is near, or that Inari-sama herself has come to take it to paradise. Daichi explained, walking into the cell. Well, I just learned something new, I thought, having a bit more respect for the monks. Once we entered, we were blasted by chakra and yelping fox noises coming from a human throat. Daku's POV. I had wasted no time in losing my shadowed babysitters and leaving the village. In fact, it wouldn't have surprised me in the least, if they were still watching Irika's apartment. I was relieved to see the memorial stone come into view. It felt like it took hours just to reach it, with the feeling of burning lava raging in my gut. My body was drenched in sweat, from the constant pain. My muscles were convulsing from it, demanding I allow my body to curl in the fetal position, to find a comfortable position that would help me escape the burning pain in my belly. My breathing was haggard, from resisting the urge to scream and let every living thing around me know, I was a creature in serious unrelenting pain. My instincts begged for me to call for the comforting presence of a mother, or female to reassure that everything was going to be okay, and that the pain would end soon. Luxuries, I knew would never happen to me. I would have to suffer through this alone till the punishing rice was digested. I all but collapsed in front of the memorial stone, my arms hugging my burning stone. It's about time. It's rude to keep a god, goddess, Daku, what's wrong? Canon asked, cutting off her scolding. Just a stomachache. I breathe out, trying to give her a reassuring smile, standing up on shaky legs. Stomachache. She repeated. Demons don't get, oh. She said, bring her hand to her mouth. Why yet? I said, trying to breathe normal. She stayed in her spot by the memorial stone, looking at me in genuine pity. I got why your message. I reminded her as to why we were here. She still didn't say anything. I wished she would just hurry and say what she had to say, so I could continue my search. That's it? She finally said, letting her true voice slip out, causing me to jump from the power in her tone. I can't stand by this anymore. She vanished, in a swirl of leaves. No. Canon, please, I cried, falling to my knees once more. I got no answer. I broke. I couldn't hold it in any longer, as the tears poured from my eyes. I was alone, even Mun had left me. No one wanted me. I'm alone, now. I'm all alone. I am alone. I am abandoned. Chapter 16. The Other Plane. Third-person POV. Location, Kitsune Mountains. The deity of mercy arrived in the other plane in a swirl of leaves, moving toward the Kitsune mountain, where only spirits or kitsunes were allowed to roam. Deity Inari had declared this so, and no deity or demon wished to anger the deity of kitsunes, for she was also the deity of war and blacksmiths. However, on this day the deity of mercy dared trespass onto the mountains, for she was on a mission. She was tired of watching her friends suffer, and it was now time to end bitter emotions that still ran strong, starting on the day that kitsunes were chased out of the mortal plane. She landed on the peaceful mountain in a rage, sending startled spirits and kitsunes to move away from her, and the angry chakra that radiated from her. Signaling to all who came upon her, to not be deceived by her childlike form. She walked straight toward the golden ten-tailed Kitsune, who was sitting at the edge of a beautiful, crystal-clear lake. Koi! She snapped, when she received no greeting. The golden turned her head toward the deity of mercy, with sad eyes. Seeing who had called out to her, the Kitsune sighed a greeting. Oh! Greetings, Canon. What do I owe the pleasure of you trespassing and barging onto Kitsune territory? The golden fox, dejectedly stood, abandoning her sitting position, and faced her unwanted guest. Mother shall be upset should she learn you have trespassed. She said, not really wanting her longtime friend to get into trouble, for they had once been the best of friends, till that tragic day and she lost everything dear to her. I know Inari-sama has requested that neither deities or other demon clans set foot upon this mountain. I can even understand it, but I also know it was by your request that she do so. I'm here to tell you that I have had enough of this, pain and sulking. The Kitsune clan cannot remain isolated for eternity. Inari-sama is waiting for you, her first and favorite daughter, to heal. I am here to tell you it's time you let yourself heal. It has been centuries now. Canon said. I am not ready. The Kitsune here are safer, without any other interference, Koi said, turning her back on the deity. Canon narrowed her eyes. Even if it might mean, bring home a lost kid? She asked, crossing her arms. What are you talking about, what kid? There hasn't been a kid born since. Kuro and, tears started fall from the golden kitsune's eyes. Since that day. She finished. Koi, I understand. I do. Kanon said, placing a comforting hand on the golden kitsune, who moved away. Daku, I mean Kuro, needs your help right now. I need permission from you, and Inari-sama to lift the eating curse. No. Koi growled, stalking away. That ungrateful animal can suffer, for all I care. Kanon studied the demon for a moment, with a tilt of her head. You don't mean that? She said, simple, walking after the kitsune. You adopted him. You raised him. You loved him, as any mother would a kid. He's your. Enough. That creature betrayed the clan. Koi interrupted the deity, with a growl, failing to keep the tear from her eyes. Kanon sighed, rubbing her temple. He saved her. She said, softly, watching closely as the female kitsune stopped and tense at her words. What? But I saw, the blood in the den, on him, Koi stammered, not believing the deity of mercy. He saved her. Kanon said, motioning back to the crystal clear lake. See for yourself, if you do not believe me. Koi looked the childlike deity in the eyes as she slowly made her way to the lake and looking into its reflections. This would be her first time looking upon the mortal plane in centuries, only the deities could grant them the mirrors to see the mortal plane. This was a rare gift, one she wasn't sure she wanted to receive. Her gaze landed on the image that formed in its reflection, showing the mortal plane, and the lone figure, who was kneeling on the ground, head buried in his arms on the grassy ground around him. The kid she once tried to raise and failed. He had barely changed, which was normal, for a demon hardly aged like humans, but she could see the minor changes, even if no one else could. His hair that was blacker than the night sky with ends a natural shade of bright blue, such a unique color for a creature like him. She could see the mask she had fitted on him. In a fit of rage, it greatly pleased her and caused her great sorrow that he had not yet removed it. He had decided to endure the curse placed upon him, that he chose to never be able to shift to his natural form, to claim his true nature. His birthright. Kanon watched silently as the golden kitsune, for the first time in centuries gazed upon the demon, she once raised, and once punished, leaving him to fend for himself. The goddess of mercy for a moment wondered, what her old friend was feeling, seeing the boy again. Was she happy to learn he had not given into temptation and claim his nature and left her moon kid to die? Kanon knew coming here uninvited was a risk, but Daku had been her most favorite demon to talk to, before he stumbled on the road of life. She would never say this out loud, but as the goddess of mercy, she felt that the young demon had suffered enough. He needed a reward, no matter how small. Kuro, he's grown some. Koi mumbled, tilting her head in affection that she still held for the young demon. Seeing his lips moving, she leaned toward the water's surface, to try and hear. Kanon seeing the golden kitsune's actions, she allowed sound to resonate from the mirror so they could hear what was being said in the mortal plane. He goes by Daku, now. She added. Mun, my treasure. The young cursed demon sobbed. Please, where are you? Mun, Koi mumbled, looking to Kanon, as the deity cut the sound from the mirror. That's the name. Kanon nodded. He saved her. She said again. But, how? She had just been born. We didn't complete creating a bond link, she would not have been able to live unless. Koi looked to the childlike goddess, who was nodding her head. He bonded to her. Yes, he did, and sent them to sleep. Kanon said. He took her from the den, and moved her to a safer den, where he sent them both into the ritual sleep she needed. Although, they did sleep longer than he intended. But she is not connected to the mother, until she enters this realm and into the Inari-sama's arms, to claim her birthright. She must enter the realm soon, before her birthday comes to pass. Koi said, pacing around nervously. Isn't the day of her birth soon? Kanon questioned even though she already knew the answer. Yes. She must finish the ritual before her birthday, or she will. Koi's eyes widen, as she could not bear to say the words. She will die, Koi. Kanon finished for her. He has lost her. Koi said with a growl, realizing why her friend had come to her. Whipping her head back to the lake, trying to searching for any signs of her silvery blue kid, and finding none. Unfortunately. Kanon said. He cannot find her. His bond is not strong enough, and neither is her bond to this realm which to this moment is non-existent, so we cannot even locate her. Obviously. Koi snarled. It was the reason why they had thought the kid dead on the first place, even Inari-samam had no idea, the kid survived. Kanon crossed her arms and glared at the golden kitsune, but chose not to say anything. Koi watched the boy stagger around trying to use his dulled senses, to take in his surrounding and hopefully find her kid, his arms hugging his middle. What is wrong with him? She demanded. Oh. Nothing really, Kanon said, nonchalantly to the golden kitsune. Eventually you knew that he would have to eat something to blend in with the humans and avoid suspicion. Right now, his gut is burning off that like lava, I imagine. Kanon chose to ignore the panic look Koi threw her way, instead she examined her nails. How long again does it take for humans and demons digest their food? 6. 8 hours. The childlike goddess glanced at the frazzled kitsune. Such a long time to withstand such pain. So much precious time wasted. She tsked. Koi began to pace again. I shall go to the mortal plane. Inari-sama has forbidden any kitsune from ever leaving the mountain. Kanon reminded. You will not be able to open a door, nor can I take you with me. Her eyes followed the pacing kitsune. Holding out the flute she had taken from Daku, so that Koi could see the offering. Upon seeing the instrument, Koi stopped pacing, clearly coming to a decision. Kanon hoped it would be the right one. Messenger. Koi called. A one-tailed phantom kitsune, wearing a red yudarekake, signaling its position as a messenger to the divine kitsune mother. Placing the scroll that was in its mouth on the ground, and unrolling it. Take a request for me to the divine mother. Koi instructed. Kanon smiled, looking into the lake as the image in its clear waters vanished. Daku's POV, first person's POV. N.A., Nana, N.A. You can't shift N.A., N.A. You're an abomination to the kitsune race. Are you going to cry freak? Loser. Loser. Freak. Crybaby, crybaby, sang a couple of kids who were at least 50 years older than me, but there were also some my age and younger joining in. However, they were right too. I should be able to shift into all three forms by now, and yet I couldn't. I still needed the help of Koi, if I wished to change my form. I didn't ask her to change me too much, it felt uncomfortable when her chakra ran through my body dragging out whichever form I wanted to be in for the day. It wasn't painful or anything, and Koi was very careful when helping me, but the experience made me worry of shifting at all. It just looked so easy seeing everyone else shift so flawlessly from one form to another. Yet I could not. Turning away from the group I ran into the den, I shared with Koi, not caring I was going to miss going to class for the day. No one must know I cried over a little teasing. Warriors don't cry. Warriors don't cry. Koi hugged me close, as I hid my face from the sun, ears drooping, but not letting her or other demons see the tears leaking from my eyes. It's okay, kid. She cooed, as we sat away from the others in the meadow. We had a human come across our class today and everyone had shifted to their four-legged form, while I stood there unable to shift, and stuck in my hybrid form. The humans had chased me with weapons and nets, trying trap me for my powers, my tail and fur, either way a Kitsune would bring profit. They had almost caught me, if it wasn't for Sensei, coming to my rescue. Sensei had received an injury and the elders had scolded me in front of everyone, telling me I was the screw-up of the Kitsune community. That I needed to focus on my skills, and stop relying on the assistance of others. If only they knew, that I practiced every day, to develop my skills. You're just a late bloomer. I shook my head. No, I'm not. I'm a freak. I said, hating that my voice was cracking. Koi and I both knew the reason I could not shift was because my shift had been forced early, and that somehow prevented me from naturally obtaining the skill all Kitsunes learn to shift properly. I was stuck in hybrid form unless Koi helped me. The elders knew this too, but it was obvious they were growing tired of my lack of progress. You are not a freak. You are special. She countered, letting me cuddle deeper into her hug. Oh, my kid. My Kuro, she said, tickling me behind the ears. I laughed, as I tried to escape her fingered, my ears flicking at the tickling administered to them. There's my Kuro's sweet smile. She cooed. Laughing I nuzzled against her cheek, as she took on her Kitsune form to curl around me, licking me behind the ear. I couldn't help the fit of giggles that escaped me at the attention, my tails wagging from the comfort and attention of Koi's presence, a mother's presence, my mother. I wish I could shift on my own, 100 years of age and I'm still unable to shift, but now more than ever, I wished I could shift into my four-legged form so I could run faster. The demon wolves were hot on my tail and I was stuck running on two legs in my hybrid form. I had only wanted to go for a quiet walk in the forest after getting into a fight in class. I didn't mean to enter the wolves' territory. My path was soon blocked as I came trapped at the bottom of the mountains. I tried to climb it, but it was impossible in this form. Come on, shift already. I tried to will my form to change, nothing happened. Pressing my back up against the mountainside to protect my back, I growled my most menacing growl and showed my teeth, as the three wolves surrounded me. They seemed to be laughing at my efforts. I just knew I was going to be eaten, but I wouldn't show fear, I would not die a coward. I would fight. That's enough of that. A human man dropped from the trees, and the wolves went silent, taking a few steps away from me. Greetings, little one. The human greeted. I growled, in warning. I could not let this human catch me, we were to stay away from humans. Humans could be dangerous, and this one smelled like mongrel. This one was weird. His chakra, his aura, were off. I was unsure of how worried I should be. I wish Koi was here, she would know what to do. You're an odd little Kitsune. The human man stepped forward, unafraid of me. His eyes were yellow and slitted like mine, which was also weird for humans. Humans didn't possess demon eyes. Humans were also usually cautious around us as we were of them. Such an unheard of color, too, he mumbled, reaching his hand out, going to touch my hair and ears. I snapped my teeth at his hand, causing him to withdraw it back. I won't hurt you, little one. He said, voice soft, and a calming smile, just like a parent's. Curiously, I scrunched up my nose. You're not a normal human. I finally blurted out, my curiosity winning over my instincts. The three wolves that had chased me were sitting down now. They listened to you. I said, noticing. Yes, they do. He smiled. And you're no normal Kitsune either, are you, little one? Was he praising me? That almost sounded like praise to me, but from a strange human? I looked the man up and down, not moving toward him, but not moving away. Why wasn't I moving away? I felt drawn to this human. You did not shift, while being chased, he hummed, eyes bearing down on my. I growled in warning. You don't know how, do you? He asked, slightly frowning. I looked away. I can help you shift, he said, reaching for me again. This time I bit his hand, but he didn't move away. I closed my eyes, as I felt warmth erupt through my system. It wasn't painful, it was comfortable and nice, but still this was a human shouldn't have this power. There, you go. I opened my eyes as his hand withdrew again, to find myself in my natural form. There was no uncomfortable sensation, during this shift, unlike with Koi's. We have similar chakras. He smiled kindly, answering my silent question. Kuro. Where are you? Koi's voice drifted through the trees. He looked toward her voice, frowning. Listen, little one, keep me a secret. If you wish to learn to shift properly, come find me again, and I will tell you a story that might help you shift with no training needed, he said, smiling back to me. I crept slowly around him, ears back, and eyes watching the three mangy wolves behind him. Don't worry, they won't bother you anymore, should you return, he said, with a chuckle. Better hurry, little Kuro, he urged when Koi's voice called for me again. I shall see you again, son. Without much thought, I hurriedly bounded away from wolf territory. He knew how to make me shift without any uneasiness. We had similar chakras, he said. That human confuses me. Maybe I will be back, I would learn to shift. But everyone else has seen Inari-sama, I said, stubbornly. And you shall see her too. But now is not that time, my little one, Koi explained. The other kids get to see her on the day of their birth. I want to see her too. I never saw her on the day of my birth, I said, not wanting to be left behind. Now I was a freak in another aspect. Inari-sama has yet to show herself to me. It was almost unheard of for a Kitsune kid to see the mother on the day of their birth. Koi has been called to visit the mother in the other plane. I have yet to see the other plane, to see the mother. Kuro, please understand that it is not time for you yet. Now, I must not keep Inari-sama waiting, Koi said, patting my head, and went to walk into the magical shrine door, that led straight to the other plane and to the mother. Not wanting to be left alone and the only one who has yet to see the other plane and the mother, I ran after her. I'm coming too, I called, a big grin spreading on my face, knowing as soon as I stepped in after her and the doors closed, she could not send me back. What? She turned. Kuro. No. Stop. She shook her head. Not listening, I made to jump into the shrine door, but was repelled backwards, as soon as my foot hit the threshold. The door slamming shut, not allowing Koi to come back. I watched shocked as the door disappeared. I looked at my hands and watched the burns that the eye had obtained from being repelled, and watched as they knitted back together. No Kitsune was rejected by the mother. We were all supposed to be able to enter the other plane without problem. Why was I repelled? Why? Why? Is it because I cannot shift? Opening my eyes, I found myself leaned against the memorial stone, being pulled from my memories, that I had delved in, to escape the searing pain that was in my gut. The pain, which was now vanishing. Kanon, who was standing in front of me, cradling my face in her small hands and was placing a healing kiss on my masked forehead. Why is she? I heal thee from thy famous curse with the permission granted by Inari-sama. Kanon mumble, soothingly, slipping into the olden tongue. Thank you, I said, pulling the childlike goddess into a hug, not caring if it was disrespectful. She pulled away. Sadly, I cannot assist you anymore. Now, go and find your treasure. I nodded, standing up, bowing respectfully toward her, before taking to the trees. My chakra was tingling, which could only mean someone was messing with Mun. The pinching was making my skin crawled and my instincts begged for me to make it stop, before it manifested into pain. Someone was trying to sever my bond with Mun. I growled at the thought, as I followed into the direction they increased the feeling of irritation and pinching. Hang on, my treasure. I'm coming. Chapter 17. Exorcisms and Summons. Daku's POV. The pinching had turned into an annoying stabbing in all direction to my chakra bond, and I followed it till I heard dogs barking and growling. I stayed in the trees, and surveyed the area, but saw no dogs, charging through the forest. My eyes did, however, see the destruction that nature was still trying to heal, most likely from Kurama, when he attacked the village. When I also spotted a destroyed Kitsune statue, I knew right away where I would end up. Where Mun was. In Arisama's shrine. Why would Mun be there? The shrine and the door that we wanted, would not be found there. It was a shrine made by humans and was therefore useless to us. The only good it was for was the messenger Kitsune to gather and take the human prayer to the mother. However, it still offended me slightly that this village had yet to rebuild their shrine to her. How did these people expect to Arisama to receive their prayers? It baffled me, but I didn't have time to ponder on the silly ways of these humans. I needed to find my treasure. I made sure to keep my chakra pulled in nice and close, to make myself invisible to humans. I needed to observe first, not charge in head first, without knowing why Mun was here first. Odds were someone brought her here, probably that demon pack that was hunting us, the Akarahanta. Bunch of mongrels. I seethed. If it was them that had taken my treasure from me, I would have to be very cautious and handle them with the same viciousness they deserved. The sheer thought of them made me want to snarl, as I bounded from tree to tree. I stopped at the edge of the tree line, as soon as the smell hit my nose, and recoiled away. Burned sage and pine leaves. I growled slightly, covering my nose. I could still smell them. The pungent smell of burning sage and pine leaves and the sound of the dogs, could only mean that I was right where I needed to be. Gazing from the safety of the trees, I almost started hyperventilating at what I saw. It wasn't the Akarahanta like I thought. No, this was much worse. Sohei. My eyes darted over the three, Sohei, to the dogs, then to the Kohana shinobi, then to the Hokage. They were the ones who took my treasure. They were all forming a circle. The three Sohei were chanting softly. I could spot a possessed human anywhere. After all, I was a demon. Mun must have possessed the woman in the middle of the circle, after being taken from me. It was only natural that she would, and it was the reason why the humans brought her and her host here. She must have been so scared, when they took her. It would be the only explanation as to why she would even do such a thing. She acted on instinct and fear. However, the Sohei were here now, and odds were was once they extracted Mun from the safety of that woman, they would perform an exorcism. I couldn't let that happen to her. It's the worst thing for a demon to be forcefully exorcised from this plane. Whatever these humans believed about what the exorcism sent the demon, they were very, very wrong. They had Mun and her host tethered with red rope, and trapped in a circled seal, that was lined with the burning sage and pine leaves to keep them from escaping the ritual they were about to perform on them. The dogs were all barking and growling beside a shinobi. It was common knowledge that Kitsunes were terrified of dogs. So, of course they would use dogs to ensure that the guilty Kitsune demon who was possessing a victim would not escape, as if the burning sage and pine leaves and painted on scriptures weren't enough. Oh, Mun, by the mother. I mumbled, backing deeper into the shadows of the trees. This was not good. I needed to be very careful, or it would be both of us getting exorcised. Sohei, were peaceful humans, and treated demons with respect, until a demon proved to be a danger to humans. Till a demon possessed a human. Or until a bad demon showed up causing havoc. Demons stayed away from them. The deities, gifted the most faithful of the Sohei, with gifts, to even see demons, but it depended on how strong their gift were, too. Some Sohei could sense if the demon were near, or good, or bad. It was so scary, just knowing there were humans, who could do such a terrible thing to us, and looked calm doing it, too. But my treasure was not a bad demon, she was only scared. Now they were going to perform an exorcism on my kid. The words escaped my lips in a hushed whisper. Instincts demanded I go down there and rip all their throats out, but that just wouldn't do. I needed to wait for the right opportunity to step in. Plead Mun's case to the Sohei, whether it revealed my true nature to Lord Hokage and surrounding shinobi. However, the burning scent of the sage and pine leaves kept me at bay. Stepping into the smoke would only just make me dizzy. Kami only knows what it was doing to Mun and her host. They would be very lucky if the woman didn't die. I was starting to get anxious when the woman's body began to convulse. She and Mun were going to suffocate from the toxic smoke. The breeze started blowing the smoke more my way, driving me further back. I could do nothing here, but watch. Growling softly, I begrudgingly accepted that fact, as I found myself a new spot to keep an eye on them. For a brief moment I almost thought that the elder of the Sohei, Hadkata, was looking at me, but unless he was one of the gifted, that was impossible. Kakashi's POV. It was a relief that when the demon fox finally was drawn out from Umbu Tiger, she was safely evacuated from the circle of the seal and given to the Medinins who were standing by. The monks then activated a second seal, trapping the demon inside. The creature was wheezing and coughing, indicating that it and Tiger had inhaled too much smoke. I almost felt bad for the little fox demon. Once the Medinins were gone with their patient, it just left Lord Hokage, his guards, Irika, and me. My gut was telling me that we probably were making a big mistake. Now what happens? I asked, hands in my pocket, as I watched the demon attempt to leave the seal, and failing. I was trying to ignore the entire uneasy feeling about this situation. What were we going to tell Daku, when all this was over? Now we will attempt to the chakra possession it has with the boy. Then we will assist the demon in returning to the other plane, by completing the exorcism. Akira answered, as he waited for Daichi and Kenshin, put out the sage and pine leaves, as well as finishing their prayer to Inari-sama. Would it not be more easier for the boy to be here for you to be able to break the possession? I asked. I just wasn't sold on this. Akira looked to Lord Hokage, who was also looking as indecisive, as I was feeling. A chakra bond possession will be more trickier to break. Once broken, it is possible that the boy's chakra levels may decrease. In worst case scenario, he may lose the ability to manipulate his chakra. He explained. So there's a possibility that he may not be able to continue on the path of being a shinobi. Irika said, his expression and voice showing his discomfort with the possible consequence. I could tell Lord Third was seriously thinking this over, as well. We were basically making the decision for Daku, if he would be able to continue down the road of a shinobi. Lord Hokage sighed, patting Irika on the arm, in a comforting way. Please continue, on with the exorcism. Even if we don't know much about him. I rather the boy be mad and safe, than suffer being used by a demon. He said, clasping his hands behind his back, starting back for the village, resigning the fate of the little demon to the monks. Irika, still looking unsure, followed him, followed by the Umbu guards. I, too, went to follow, but looked back toward the fox, possibly for the last time. The boy really did care for her. Were we doing the right thing? The fox huddled in on itself, angrily looked my way. Big brother trusted you. You smelly mongrel. I'm sorry, but it's for his own good. If you care for him, like you pretend to, you would understand it is best for you to return where you belong. I said, without thinking of who could hear me speaking to the fox. Big brother is going to punish you all. Just you wait. The little fox growled out, trying to sound brave and failing terribly. Peace, little Kitsune, we are just going to send you to the other plane. Akira said, smilingly calmly to the fox, and surprising me, and if the reaction the little fox had, her, too. You can understand it? I said, curious as to how he was able to. Of course, he can. Akira is gifted. The one called Kenshin said. I am also gifted, though I cannot understand demons. I channel spirits. Daichi is normal. The one called Kenshin said. It almost sounded like gloating. It was probably why Daichi cuffed him on the back of the head. It is not befitting for one to gloat about one's gifts, he said, crossing his arms. Neither is violence, Daichi. Kenshin said. Peace, you two. Akira said, silencing his two disciples. Daichi is correct, Kenshin. He returned his attention back to me. It seems you, too, can understand it? He pointed out. I translated the fox's speech by comparing the yip to my hounds. I said, right to the point. How unconventional, and in such a short amount of time that it has been here. Akira hummed, his eyes roaming the tree line around us in thought. You'll be sorry. You'll be sorry. The little fox was growling out softly, tears leaking from her eyes. I was told the boy gave you something. Do you have it with you now? He asked. I pulled out the pendant and handed it the monk's waiting hand. No. You traitor. I knew you were unworthy of Big Brother's trust. The little fox growled. We will leave this village, when Big Brother gets through punishing you. I closed my ears to its rambling. Demons could be mistrustful. Interesting. Akira said, handing the pendant back, to me. Daichi, I believe you and Kenshi may head back home once you are done. I can handle it from here. Akira said, seeming to come to the decision, after looking at the pendant. Are you sure? Kenshin asked. Traveling by yourself? Yes. I think, he said, turning to the trapped fox demon. I will be staying here for a while. Besides, you two are needed for the moon solstice. If you say so, Akira. Daichi said, as he and Kenshin nodded, and began to leave, starting their journey home. The fox demon, it's a kits, isn't it? I said, letting him know that I did believe that much about it. And both it and the boy are here for something, and you have suspicions about what it is. Don't you? I said, going with my gut feeling. You are very smart, Heitake-san, but it is what is inscribed on the pendant. That is why they are here, or at least it's what I suspected is why they are here. Akira smiled. Once I am done here, I should know more. However, I believe it is time for you to leave as well. Like I said, breaking a chakra bond possession is delicate work and will require my utmost attention. It may be best if you find the boy. It might be safer if someone kept an eye on him. Akira said. I nodded, remembering what he said, about Daku losing his ability to manipulate his chakra. Plus, Akira did say that he would like to speak with Daku later. I would go and track him down. I looked to the little demon fox one more time. Are you truly going to exorcise it from this plane? I asked. I still wasn't sure what we would tell Daku, should he really go through with the ritual. If it proves to be necessary. Yes. Akira answered. I took one last look, before I nodded and left. Taking to the trees, signaling to the Umbu, who had stayed behind to follow me. Akira was right, we did not want to be the reason as to why Daku could not continue on as a shinobi. I needed to have a sit down with the boy anyway. It was time we knew the real reason as to why he was here. Third person's POV. During the middle of the physical exorcism, Akira had sensed another presence watching them, but they were staying back. The shinobi around them seemed to not notice this presence, another demon maybe. He found this all strange as there were hardly any demon possessions. He himself had only seen 5 real possessions in his lifetime. Out of those 5 there was only one other that was caused by a Kitsune. It was a Kitsune that had been banished from the other realm, by Inari-sama herself. According to the shinobi of this village, this Kitsune was a baby. Akira was very interested in how the boy, that was mentioned, found this demon. The stories passed down from the olden times, indicated that after a great disaster struck her Kitsunes, Inari-sama took them from the mortal plane to the spiritual plane. Whatever the disaster was, the stories never told. Once the woman shinobi was free of the demon, she was immediately removed from the scene. The little Kitsune was small, and not a danger. He had first suspected that the demon had compromised its size to appear small, but it would not be able to hide its size in the circle they had trapped it in. It truly was a baby Kitsune. This practically shook the older monk. Why would Inari-sama entrust a baby Kitsune to a human boy? The kid didn't even hold Inari-sama's mark yet, as stories depicted. Unless, the boy wasn't human. While talking to the shinobi, he very subtly motioned for Daichi and Kenshin to place some trap seals. If the boy was a Yokia, he will have no trouble finding the Kitsune. The third Hokage, after learning how a chakra possession and exorcism was more difficult and dangerous and a body possession, he left. It was then that he noticed that the little Kitsune was talking to Heitake-san, and the shinobi could understand it. That couldn't be right. It was when Heitake-san showed Akira the pendant that he finally understood the hows and probably even the whys. He sent Daichi and Kenshin home. Akira was sure that he could handle this one by himself. He wanted to first talk to whoever was watching them. As he talked to Heitake-san, he could catch glimpses of shining yellow eyes and quick-moving dark shadow moving from tree to tree, getting closer. Sending Heitake-san on his way, Akira watched the tree lean a little longer, still seeing a fast-moving dark shadow with glowing yellow eyes circling. He knew what this was. Daku's POV. "Come out, little demon." The elder Sohei called out to me, activating another seal around Mun. I recognized it as a seal of silence. It was a non-lethal threat, that he would continue the exorcism, if I did not comply. He's a gifted Sohei. I growled and swiftly moved through the trees, checking to be sure we were truly alone. Just me and him. Good. He knew I was here without seeing me. After all, I was invisible to the human eye. This one was strong, and while I knew Sohei were reasonable in the past, I was not sure about the present. I could not refuse his summons with Mun still in an exorcism seal. The smell of the burning pine leaves and sage were already growing faint, so I would be able to get close now. So, why was I still hesitating? Oh, right. If he does not like our reasoning, he could exterminate both Mun and me, with the exorcism. I know you're there. And I will not ask again. The elder Sohei said, when I had yet to show myself. His voice was calm and non-threatening, even though he was silently threatening Mun. I made sure to slowly walk out of the shades of the trees, where he was facing, so not to seem threatening. No need to provoke an attack, after all. You summoned, elder Sohei. I greeted, but there was no friendly smile on my face, and it was hard just keeping a growl out of my voice, from seeing that he still stood between me and Mun. I made a calming gesture for her benefit, as she could not hear us, so she would know I had everything under control, even if I really didn't. Sohei, we haven't been called by that in centuries. The Sohei mused. My name is Akira, head monk and priest. I'm not much of an elder yet, cursed one. He bowed in greeting. Greetings, elder Akira. I greeted, bowing in return. You may call me, Daku. Now, why are you here? What are you seeking in this village? Elder Akira asked, turning serious. We seek shrine to the other plane. We seek home. I answered, trying to circle him and get closer to Mun. I had to do something, I was too anxious not to. If only he was just a normal human. I would not hesitate to overpower him and get her back. His eyes followed me, and his calming and friendly smile stayed on his face. "And the name of the Kitsune?" he asked. "Her name is unimportant to you," I said, not willing to give him her name. "I was hoping you would tell me, especially if after hearing how friendly you are, but no matter, the Hokage has told me you call her, Mun. Not as friendly as you pretend, I see," he said. "Oops," I silently grimaced. "Then why ask?" I asked, trying to recover from my rudeness, and slip up, but I really just wanted him to get to the point. "It is polite to ask." He chuckled, seeming unfazed. "Now, what is a cursed demon like you, chakra bonded to a child of Inari Sama's? It's unheard of." There was a threatening glint in his eye. I could not lie to this one. He could sense I was a cursed demon. At least he recognized Mun as a Kitsune of Inari Sama. "I hold no ill intentions, Elder Akira," I assured. "Please, let him believe me," I silently pleaded to the mother. "Neither do I. At least not to the kid," he said, moving closer to me. At the moment, I was very thankful Mun couldn't hear us. "Rules are to perform an exorcism on demons like you," he informed, circling me. I mirrored his action. "I have done nothing to warrant an exorcism. No harm to any human, or this village. I take care of her," I explained. "Then are you cursed, little demon?" he countered. He didn't believe. Not that I blamed him. We all make a mistake. Some we wish we'd never have, I admitted. Akira nodded, in agreement. "This is true. But your kind cannot be trusted on this plane." He waved his hand at me. I backed away from the gesture, knowing he could trap me just by the motion. Which begs the question to be repeated. Why have you chakra bonded yourself with a child of Inari Sama? What purpose do you have here in this village? He waved his hand again, and this time, an entrapment seal activated under my feet, the symbols of an exorcism ritual materializing on the ground. Mun, seeing this, started back panicking. "All I said before is true. I wish to return her," I said, hurriedly. "Your kind is the reason we, Sohei, exists. There is no reason for me to believe you," he said, circling me, and he was right, there was no reason to believe me. "But if it's the other plane you seek, then allow me to send you there." He began chanting, the ritual prayer. "No. The plane I seek is not the one you will be sending me to. You'll be erasing my very being from existing," I blurted out, in a panic. I clamped my mouth shut, realizing that I had just told exactly what an exorcism does to a demon. A secret I did not mean to blurt out. "Oh," he said, stopping the ritual prayer and signaling for me to continue. I couldn't take it back now. An exorcism will not give me what I seek. I am returning her. And an exorcism will not help. It will not send me or her to the plane I am seeking. Mun acted on instinct and means no harm. And I just want to return her," I said, indicating toward Mun, who was watching now. He looked between Mun and me, with a thoughtful look. "What do you plan on doing once you have returned her? I can't allow you stay on in this plane. And I do not think you are able to follow her, correct?" he asked. I nodded. "Correct." He thought for a moment longer. "A demon's word is their bond. You cannot go back on it." "I'll promise anything," I said, looking at Mun. "You gave your pendant to Heitake-san, he was able to pick up the Kitsune language with ease thanks to you," Akira said. "I have heard of demons granting their birth pendants to humans they trust, giving them gifts of their own. You granted Heitake-san with language, and the power to summon you, should he wish it?" "He does not know," I said, feeling uneasy about Akira's knowledge. So he passed down their teaching throughout the centuries, so it did not surprise me too much. I just wasn't used to having a human know so much. I wouldn't doubt his intelligence, if I were you, young demon. Akira tsked, releasing both me and Mun from our seal entrapments, disabling them. Mun scurried herself over to me and in my arms, and buried her face in the crook of my arms. Big brother Daku. I'm so sorry. Let's go away right now. She cried. I petted her back, trying to comfort her. Thank you, Elder Akira. I said, grateful he was showing that he at least believed some of what I was saying. Your word, that you will give it to me. Akira said, starting to walk toward the village. I followed, almost ready to object about one little detail. After, of course. I was about to agree to let him have the power to summon me, once I delivered Mun. That was if I wasn't destroyed on sight at the entrance of the shrine door. It honestly wouldn't matter, though. On my honor as a demon, I will give you the pendant gifted to Kakashi-sensei, once my personal mission is complete. Very good. Akira said, smiling happily. It will make wondrous relic, for our convent. Relic? I looked at him in surprise. Will you not use it to summon me, whenever you like? It is human behavior to take advantage. I was cut off by his laughing. Nonsense, little one. We Sohei, honor all creatures, but the pendant will be the first we will have in our relic room to actually belong to a demon. Akira explained, as we entered the village busy streets. Besides, you are interesting, and it's nice to be away from the solitude of the mountains. Thank you again, Elder Akira, for not continuing the exorcism ritual. I thanked again, ready to go my separate way. No. Thank you, young demon, for granting me knowledge of your kind and the true effects of the exorcism ritual. He smiled. Now I believe, I have a hokage to update. When you have finished your goal, you will be able to find me staying in the east side of the village. Good afternoon. He bowed, slightly. Good afternoon. I said, returning the bow, giving him a friendly smile, before leaving him. Big brother, Mun began, once we were safely away from the Sohei. Shush. Not now. I shushed, Mun, as I walked. But, she tried again. Not now. I shushed her again. I walked on, till I recognized a few buildings, signaling I was nearer to the academy, and playground area. I found a bench to sit on, facing the empty playground, moving Mun to my lap, and took a few calming deep breaths. That had to be the most stressful moment in my entire life. Mun sat quietly on my lap, looking at me with her ears down. I was feeling between relief and anger, toward her right now. Now. I started, deciding to be gentle with her. You may speak. I said. I am so sorry. She said, tears starting to leak from her eyes again. I didn't mean to. They tricked me. Then I got caught. Then I panicked. Then, Daku, I was so scared. She sobbed. I sighed, and petted her head. Hush now, my treasure. It was a mistake. We all make them. Next time, you will now know better than to disobey my orders. I said. It would do no good if I scolded her now. She been through too much today. I was scared, I'd lost you for good. I told her. You were scared? You're never scared. She said, calming down. Oh, my treasure, but I get scared just like every being in existence. I would never be able to forgive myself should something happen to you. I hugged her, feeling the fluffiness of her fur, letting the knowledge that she was indeed safe and in my arms ground me. She returned the affection by nuzzling her head against my cheek. I'm sorry, to my treasure. I said, rubbing her tail, once she settled back on my lap. Why are you sorry? You did nothing wrong. She asked. I made the mistake, in thinking the Hokage could look over the fact you're a Kitsune and let us be. I should have known after learning what Kurama did to this village, that he would assure that you are no danger. I admitted. She tilted her head. I'm a terrible guardian. I mumbled. No, you're not. She growled, sinking her claws in my leg, for saying such a thing. You're the best big brother I could ever ask for. And we will always be together. Before I could tell her the truth, I was interrupted by Naruto calling to me in his overly loud voice, causing both me and Mun to jump. Daku. Oh, there you are. I found him. He shouted over his shoulder, running toward me. Kakashi and Iruka were, following behind him, at a slower pace. Hey, Naruto. I greeted, rubbing my ear. How'd you know I was here? I didn't. A bald old man wearing robes said, you were walking in this direction. He grinned. You mean, Elder Akira? I corrected him. Yeah, him. Anyway, we're going to Ichiraku Noodle Bar, and wanted to know if you wanted to join. Sakura and Sasuke won't be joining us though, something about training and being too busy. Mun scrambled her way in my backpack when Iruka and Kakashi stopped behind Naruto. Not that I blamed her. They had both had a hand in capturing her. I said, ready to decline. Oh. I forgot to mention it. Kakashi and Iruka sensei's treat. He practically bounced up and down in excitement. Okay. I said, letting him lead the way to the noodle bar. Even though the famous curse was lifted, I wasn't sure if I wanted to risk it. Akira Honta's POV. Master's vessel was here. They had caught it, as it was traveling away from the village, with a companion. Two young Sohei, and one of them perfect, one that could channel spirits from the other plane, and strong enough to carry and be the vessel Master's spirit. To be Master's new body, and replace his old and withered one. The other was just a human and would make a good meal for their master. The three-wolf demon grinned in triumph, as the vessel's body convulsed, taking on the forms of their master's image. My servants. Their master's voice rumbled, taking over the vessel's vocal cords, changing them, till he found a tone he liked. You have done well. He said, voice finally settling. The three demons, all in their natural form, lowered themselves to the ground as their master stood up in his new body. They could feel his power, taking root in the new body, letting go of the old and withered one, that had long ago been condemned to sleep deep in the ground below. His power would consume the vessel's soul and generate it into even more power. Testing his powers in his new body, punch his fist into the nearest tree and gave a satisfying smile as it splintered and turned to ashes at his touch, enjoying how as the wood and leaves turned black. His three servants growled in approval that he was able to use his powers, almost like he never retreated to the underground, to sleep until his three servants called for him. His old body had decomposed throughout the centuries, no thank to the mother of Kitsunes or Koi. None of that mattered now though. He was awake, now and ready to take what was his, by right. Master, welcome back. Alpha growled contently. Master, we have done as you have instructed. Beta growled, tail wagging, pleased to see her master again. The child is near. Omega barked, crawling on his belly closer toward his master, wanting to be near him, after so long. Ah, yes. The child. The one meant to oversee the night. Gifted with the most precious of powers. He mused. Guarded well, Alpha informed. Kitsune, with the child. Beta confirmed. We will kill Kitsune. Omega promised, black drool dripping from his teeth. A tantalizing idea. Their master mused, still admiring his new body. However, I may have a better idea. The shrine to the other plane with open soon. The mother has already began the event. He smiled. Always so punctual, she is. The three wolf demons looked at each other as they shifted to a more human form. How does Master know? Beta asked, tilting her head. He advanced toward the three. I'm her first creation. Her first son. Unlike that koi. He spat the name. And you three. He grabbed Omega by the jaw roughly. Are mine. Now let's prepare. We have a kid to claim. He sneered, eyes flashing. Chapter 18. Shifting. Daku's POV. This was the moment of truth. Before entering the booth with the others, I quickly looked for charms and found none. I spotted Kanon, standing a few booths away waving them in her hand, before vanishing out of sight. No one even noticed. Taking a seat next to Naruto, who was on my left, he was sitting next to Irika, while Kakashi sat on my right. Naruto already had a bowl in front of him, practically inhaling it. I let Kakashi and Irika order before me as I was still unsure if I should even attempt to eat anything at all. I mean, I wouldn't die from starvation, my energy and chakra levels would be weak, but that would be nothing new, they were already weak. Even with her chakras suppressed, Mun was stronger than me at the moment. I mean, the only upside was that I was a little stronger than these humans. The smell coming from the noodle bar smelled so amazing. Daku, Irika said, after receiving his bowl. Aren't you going to order? He asked, breaking apart his chopsticks. Yeah. Order all you want. They're paying. Naruto said, with a big smile, slurping down the soup in the bowl and making a satisfying noise. Another, please. He ordered. Just don't go overboard. Irika cautioned, smiling fondly at the blonde. Seeing how Naruto always talked about this place and how much he loved eating ramen, it was easy to conclude that he probably overate here, as well. It made sense, after all he was a vessel for Kurama. His body would naturally need all the nutrients to produce enough energy for him and Kurama both. So, he would be able to eat more than the average human. I said, a little unsure when the stand's cook looked at me. I'll have what he's having. I said, pointing to Naruto. My orders sound like a question. Good choice, Daku. Naruto cheered, patting me on the back enthusiastically. I haven't had a decent real meal, without worry, since I had awoken, and the smell coming from the noodle bar stand was so inviting. I anxiously watched as the cook prepared our order. I thought about ordering for Mun too, but I doubt she would come out of the backpack with Kakashi and Irika near, even if it was food. Do you want some too, Mun? I asked. She made a noise that could only interpreted that my suspicions were correct. She would not leave the backpack for now. When the ramen bowl was placed in front of me, I sniffed the steam radiating from the bowl. It smelled so amazing. I could smell all the different flavors in the bowl. I could practically already taste it in my mouth. Unlike me, Naruto did not waste any time and was already inhaling his noodles. Hurry up. It's going to get cold, he said, through a mouthful. Breaking my chopsticks apart, I took my first bite. As soon as the noodles touched my tongue, it was like an explosion in my mouth. So much flavor. It was the tastiest bite I have ever tasted in my entire life. Delicious. I shouted, and started following Naruto's lead in inhaling the food. More, please. We both ordered together. When we got another bowl placed in front of us, we wasted no time emptying them. Me and Naruto were matching each other as we ate. Whoa. Daku, slow down, you don't need to eat as fast as Naruto. Irika cautioned, after me and Naruto cleaned 5 bowls and were still going. Naruto and I looked at each other, after he said that, and made direct eye contact, and immediately the initiation of the challenge was made. We picked up the pace. Hey. Slow down, you two. Irika said, again. Kakashi, a little help here. Yes, yes, slow down. Kakashi mumble, turning a page in his book. Kakashi. Iruka scolded. 35 bowls later. Oh, Kami. You are a god of food. A master. Another please. I ordered. Naruto had been escorted home, after not being able to eat any more by Iruka, who paid for his and Naruto's portions and left Kakashi to pay for mine and his. Naruto stopped at 18 bowls, so, that meant I had one. Not that is was surprising, I could eat all day. Poor Kakashi, my stomach was like a bottomless pit, and the food was so good. I didn't want to stop. Daku, don't you think you've eaten enough? I don't even think Koji eats this much with Asuma. Kakashi asked. I didn't know who they were, but if this Koji could keep up with me, let him sit down and challenge me. I was a demon starved for centuries, I could out-eat anyone. You're going to eat me into the poorhouse. Kakashi was saying, counting the money in his wallet. I almost didn't hear him over the sounds of my own slurping noises, as I slurped down the noodles. But it's so good. I said, between mouthfuls. Geez, kid, you got a bottomless pit for a stomach or something? The noodle bar cook asked, already cooking another bowl for me. Something like that. I said, mouth stuffed full. Eternal rival. Boomed a voice, disrupting the peacefulness in the area, and spooking me, causing me to swallow wrong. I choked momentarily on the noodles I was in the process of eating, tears coming to my eyes as I pounded on my chest trying to get my airway clear. The cook handed me a cup. Gulping down the cup of water the cook filled for me, I breathed a sigh of relief and started looking around to see who spoke with such a loud voice besides Naruto, and almost killed me, by food suffocation. I tilted my head as I spotted a man with a bowl cut and the thickest eyebrows I have ever seen on a human. He was also the first person I seen in this village to wear a green jumpsuit with orange striped leg warmers, with the standard Konoha jacket. He also had his forehead protector tied around his waist like a belt, and it was red. He actually walked around in that ridiculous outfit, it draws too much attention. Kakashi groaned in dismay. Hello, guy. He greeted, putting away his book. So, Kakashi, this must be that fourth student, I've heard so much about. So, hip of you to spend extra time with him. The wired man, Guy said, looking at me. The whole time I just couldn't take my eyes off those eyebrows. This man radiated a lot of energy, but I just couldn't take him too seriously, and that made him dangerous. It was dangerous to underestimate a person. Plus, his big smile he was sporting was contagious, it was genuine. Are you a friend of Kakashi-sensei's? I asked, getting ready to introduce myself, but he beat me to it. Friend? Why, I'm his rival. The name's Mato Guy, the green beast of Konoha. He said, with flair, and ending his flashy introduction by giving me a thumbs up, a wink, and a big smile. And I have come to challenge you, Kakashi. He challenged, switching his attention back to Kakashi. I looked at Kakashi, and he honestly looked like he wasn't in the mood for his friend's antics. He still looked like he was bored with the world, and his friend's challenge. It couldn't be that bad. I'll accept your challenge. It sounds fun. I said, feeling charitable. He considered me for a moment, then started laughing. At what I wasn't really sure. Ah, the power of youth. I'm sorry, but this must be me and Kakashi to partake in these challenges. You see, he and I are lifelong rivals and these contests add to test our skill. While I admire your youthful enthusiasm, I am afraid you might not be ready to go against me, but if you wish to go up against someone, I'm sure Lee would be happy to challenge you once he is done training. He said, ruffling my hair. I tilted my head to the left. I can keep up. Besides, I don't think Kakashi would mind. Kakashi, you got yourself one gutsy kid here. He said, seeming appreciate with my determination. Though my confidence wasn't determination. I knew, I could keep up. How about you join me and Kakashi? He suggested. Okay. I said. What's the challenge? Actually, guy. Kakashi cut it. How about Daku takes my place for this round? Loser pays his bill, he said, pointing to the noodle bar, where the cook was holding the receipt. If it okay with you, Kakashi. Today's challenge is, rock, paper, scissors. 10 rounds, he announced. Challenge accepted. I said, shaking his hand. Now I just had one question. What's rock, paper, scissors? They gave me a look. I've never played it. I explained, with a shrug. It was true, this game never exited when I was a little kid. The only game I can remember playing was Predator and Prey, where one was the predator and the rest were the prey. The prey would get a 10-second head start and run away from the one tagged as predator, but if you got caught, the prey was to fall over as if dead. After sharing another look with one another, Kakashi moved to stand in front of me. The game is simple. You just need one of your hands. To help show me the purpose of the game, he started, using his hands to simulate the game. Rock beats scissors. Scissors beats paper. Paper beats rock. Got it? I nodded, although shouldn't rock beat everything, I mean it can dull scissors and crash through paper, but if those were the rules, then I would just have to keep a close eye on Guy-sensei's muscle and joint movements in his hand. Ready? Kakashi said, as me and Gia faced each other, hands at the ready. Set. Go. 5 minutes later. The game didn't take too long, and was really easy to play. The final round, my rock smashed Guy's scissors. Gia-sensei made a restrained noise of defeat. Wow! I cheered. That was fun. I shook Gia's hand, before I departed. Thank you for letting me test my skills against you, Gia-sensei. I should be going now. I said, bidding him and Kakashi both, Jaane. I hurried on my way, as Kakashi gave Gia the bill. 17633.72 yen. Gia's voice carried to my ears before I was fully out earshot. I couldn't help but laugh as I bolted for the training ground 3. Halfway there, Mon jumped out of the backpack, looking agitated. You okay, my treasure? I asked, thinking she was still upset about earlier events. She shook her head. I feel strange, my body feels strange. I thought about for a minute, counting the day from where we first awoken. We went to sleep on the eve of the moon solstice, and if my instincts were telling me the truth, it was about that time, like your insides don't fit in your skin. I asked. She nodded her head. I smiled. It's almost time. I told her. Your first shift is going to happen soon. See? I said, removing the leaf headband with the seal from around her neck. As soon as it was removed, her chakra could physically be seen crackling around her. We'll keep this off for now, until after you shift. I said, slipping it into the backpack. Mon glanced at her chakra as it crackled, in amazement and curiosity, and started concentrating. No, don't try to force it. I said, breaking her concentration. It must happen naturally. If you try to force your shift, it will be uncomfortable and hurt. I warned, speaking from experience. Okay, big brother. She said, jumping into my arms. I kept myself from flinching as her chakra zapped my skin, repelling my touch now that it wasn't contained in her body. However, she didn't know that, and I did not put her down. I think it's best if we do not return Iroquois. Let's head back to our burrow. I said, as her 9 tails started reappearing. Okay. I didn't like it there anyway. Smelled too much like human. She said, a yawn escaping her. I chuckled. I think it's time for someone's mid-afternoon nap. I said, knowingly. Her body was going to need all the rest it could get, to prepare for the shift and the eve of the solstice. Her power and senses would increase, and possibly allow her the ability to finding the door to the other plane. She would be able to leave this plane then, and my goal would be complete. I smiled down sadly at her as I continued walking. I was going to miss her. Maybe I'll go back to sleep, lay my body somewhere and let the elements give my body back to the earth and forever let my spirit sleep for eternity. Or I could travel this world. After all, I still had centuries left to live. I would be able to see the changes this plane would take over the years. I could even stay here in this very village, but I wouldn't be able to stay forever. I shook my head. It was still too early to think about the future right now. There was still a chance that I would be killed on sight at the door. I still had the Akira Hanta to worry about as well. Hopefully, those dumb mongrels were still chasing their tails. Lord Hokage's POV. I was not expecting Monk Akira to show up in my office so soon, and without his 2 assistants, claiming he had sent them on their way, and that he had also returned the demon to Daku. I had truly expected him to get rid of it, but I guess not. Nor was I expecting him to inform me he would be staying till the end of the week. He claimed it was merely as a precaution. However, I was more shell-shocked this newest piece of information that he had just informed me about. The boy willingly bonded himself to the demon. I repeated his words, putting my pipe away. Yes. It seems that he has assigned himself, its guardian, so to speak. Akira nodded. I am positive though that by the end of this week or the beginning of the next, the Kitsune will be gone. And maybe even the boy. He said. I stood up. What do you mean by that? If you would care to explain. The child will most likely move on. Akira said, not answering my question, just simplifying his statement. I narrowed my eyes, and walked around my desk so me and Akira stood face to face, clasping my hands behind my back. You seem to have gained quite a bit of information about Daku from just meeting him once. More than my shinobos have uncovered in these past few weeks. I acknowledged. Tell me how this is possible. I said, finding this whole situation odd. The old monk took a step back from me. I understand your suspicions and you are right to have them, but it is not my place to spill such secrets. Just that very soon, your demon problem will be over. He turned to leave, but stopped. If you wish to know, so badly, be upfront with the boy. It'll do you no good to try and trick him into telling you. He'll see through every one of them, and he will not be amused. We already understand that he is powerful. I said. Akira chuckled. Lord Hokage, you misunderstand my meaning, but it's not surprising. He looked thoughtful for a moment. I will say this. Your elite are severely outmatched, if you plan on continuing to try and pull the information you want out of him. Anything you can do, I can guarantee, he can deliver it back tenfold. It is wiser to be upfront about these kinds of things. Good day, Lord Hokage. He said, bowing slightly as he left. A few moments later Ibiki came into my office, just as I had sat back down, setting more paperwork on my desk. Ibiki. I said, stopping him as he was about to leave. Yes, Lord Hokage. He asked. Go to the Yamanaka clan and tell them, their assistance will be needed. I said, writing on a scroll and handing it to him. Also find Kakashi and Irika, have one of them to bring Daku in. I said, dismissing him. It was time for all secrets to be brought into the light, mainly the secrets that Daku seemed very good at hiding. I could no longer turn a blind eye to the mysteries that surrounded him. Akira was right, it was time we confront Daku, face to face. We have given him enough time to open up to us himself. Time to demand his background and his real reason for coming to our village. Daku's POV. I hummed a lullaby for Mun as she curled up and drifted off to sleep, safely tucked away in our temporary burrow. Her chakra was fluctuating and crackling all around her. I had to start constructing an invisible barrier to make so no one would sense her unusual chakra pulse. As she rested and her body prepare for her shift, I would keep this barrier up, and keep us hidden until after she shifted. This was going to be a very draining couple of days. The moon solstice was the day of Mun's birth, and it was only 7 days away. I was running out of time. I prayed Mun would be able to sense the call of the mother when she shifted. I knew humans don't recognize the solstices anymore, but nevertheless Mun being born on that day would gain a power boost. I just hoped I had trained her well enough to manipulate that much chakra and contain it. During my musing, I accidentally got too close to her and her chakra crackled outward and zapped at my face, momentarily blinding me, but it mostly just hurt. I pressed my back up against the furthest corner away from her in our burrow. I knew it was Mun's doing. It was her chakra protecting her, as her body prepared for its first shift, naturally repelling any and all potential threats. I didn't try to kid myself. I knew. The one secret I had kept from Mun, I was able to keep it from her, but deep down, I knew her instincts weren't fooled, and it was one of the main reason why I wanted to return her. Ignoring the zaps her chakra lashed my way now and again, ran my fingers through the fur of one of her tails, not letting the repelling zaps interrupt my enjoyment of the softness and fluffiness of her fur. It was my fault she was ignorant of the fact that she was supposed to fear me, for I was indeed a very big threat to her. But I will never harm you, my treasure. To repay my debt, I will see you safe, and if I must damn my very soul to the darkness, to do it, then so be it. You and Koi are the only ones close to family I have ever had. I silently promised, removing my hand, and touching my mask. After I return you I will be alone again. I hugged my knees. If only I could follow her to the other plane. Such a silly dream that was. I would be alone forever after this. A pathetic demon, very far from home. And no place in this plane or the other plane. No place anywhere. I know what I should do once Mun is gone. I will go to the Sohei and request them to perform an exorcism on me, and erase my very being from existence, from this plane and the next. Chapter 19. Mother is waiting. Kakashi's POV. Daku and the demon fox had disappeared, without any warning. We couldn't find them anywhere in the village. It was feared that he may have left the village after extracting a forbidden scroll or gaining information for any enemy shinobi, but there was no evidence that he even left the village. It wouldn't be hard for him, as he was good at evading detection. Several squads of Umbu were sent out of the village to search, just in case. As of today, would be the 3rd day that he had vanished, and there was still no trail or chakra signature to be found. 3 days that, I and other elite shinobi, combed through the village for him. I had summoned my hounds to help cover more ground, as we searched the training field not too far from the memorial stone. Every scent trail that were found, led to dead ends, almost like they were set there to lead us astray, sending us in circles around the fields and at time through the village. I found it strange that he would disappear after being reunited with the demon and the Hokage coming to the decision to demand his hidden origins and reason for choosing this village. Absent-mindedly, I flipped the pendant that Daku had given me. There was just something off about it, and it just puzzled me that he would choose just to give it to me, out of honor. It seemed the longer I held onto it, the more I wanted to keep it close, like there was a secret connection made the moment I accepted it, the more I wanted to uncover its secrets, the secrets that Daku kept hidden from us all. Boss. Pakun said, getting my attention. I answered, pocketing the pendant. Are you sure the pup's even around here? All the other shinobi have moved on to other areas. We've sniffed almost every inch of training fields, and haven't found any significant trail. He asked. I let my eyes scan past a few nearby trees. He's here. I feel it in my gut. He's nearby. I said. Daku was good at evading, that it would just amateur mistake to even consider that he was anywhere else. This place was his go-to, in this village. It was the place, he admitted to living in when confronted by Irika and I. Just keep searching. Okay, boss. Pakun huffed, bounding away. Daku's POV. I leaned my head against the wall of the burrow. 3 days of non-stop barrier construction was so tiring and draining, I was practically ready to just have a good long rest. If I were human, I'd probably be unable to move, or dead by now from chakra exhaustion. Today was not a day for that though, today was a happy day. Today Mun had finally shifted into her hybrid form. I smiled, as I watched her form finally settled, and her fur smoothing out to pale skin. She was adorable, with her silvery blue ears poking out from snow-white hair, making her wide emerald green eyes pop, and her fluffy tails fanning out behind her. I could help but smile big while watching her wiggle her fingers and toes with wonderment all over her face, getting used to their movements. I knew it felt weird to have those appendages, when all you were used to walking around on paws and 4 legs, and close to the ground. She opened her mouth trying to speak in her usual Kitsune tongue, but ended up making a strange throaty sound, foreign to her now human vocal cords. I chuckled, at the sound. It was hard picking up words with a new vocal box was difficult for some. Try sounding out your name first, I suggested. Listen and watch my mouth and tongue movements, Mun, Muyuun. I said, slowly, making sure to punctuate her name, so she could copy. MMM, Mu, NN. She cringed. Keep trying. You almost had it? I encouraged. Muun, Muoneachu. She sneezed and her form instantly switched back to its natural form. She glanced at herself, then stomped her paw in frustration. I laughed at the face she was making. Don't worry. You'll be able to maintain the form after a couple of more shifts, I reassured her. Did you have trouble maintaining a form too? She asked, tails wagging in curiosity. No, I said. Her ears drooped. I had trouble shifting altogether, I told her. Really? Perking up at hearing that it wasn't just her who was having trouble with the first shift. Yes, really, I said, petting her head. Now that her chakra was back under control, it was no longer zapping at me. I started moving for the entrance of the burrow. I bet are hungry, after your first shift. I'll go get us something to eat. She yawned and stretched, probably happy to be back in a form she was more comfortable in. Okay, she said, as her stomach growled. Don't forget to slip your hitayate back on, I reminded, indicating the leaf hitayate that was sitting a few inches from her. I slipped out of the, feeling very confident that she was safe in the burrow. Dusting myself off, I stood and stretched my body, popping the aches out of it. This was one of those moments that I would love to be able to shift to my original form, but that was impossible. Really, a human form was not meant to be cramped in a burrow. That was a price I was willing to pay, for Mun's safety. Now that Mun's shift was complete, there was no more need for a concealing barrier. However, now was the time for food. Even I was hungry. I thought about hunting, but that would come off as odd if anyone was to see me. No, I guess it was to the village food stands for me. I wasn't upset about that though. Ramen sounded delicious to me anyway. Just the thought of it makes my mouth water. I hummed to myself, enjoying my walk to the village. Gotcha. A body slammed into me, and hands maneuvered to restrain me. On instinct, I countered, using my opponent's momentum against them. They stopped my maneuver, however, by placing a restraining hand on the back of my neck, fingers digging in my skin, very near a pressure point. Let me go. I growled in warning and annoyance, as that hand bent my neck in a very painful angle, halting my movements and cutting off my counter, by restraining my dominant arm behind my back. That didn't stop me from trying to struggle out of their grip. Their grip tightened in warning at my efforts. "Looks like you were right, boss," a little pug said, jumping down from a tree, and landing in front of me. I instantly recognized him as one of the dogs that was with Kakashi that one time. "Kakashi?" I asked, moving my eyes, as I could not move my neck, to try and confirm that this person was in fact Kakashi. I tried to calm myself down, so he would loosen his grip. What do I owe the pleasure to have you attack me for no reason?" I asked. "Isn't it obvious?" he asked. "You ignored the call of your Hokage. You have evaded all who have been searching for you. Your loyalty to the village is highly questionable," he said, in a voice that told me, should I attempt to resist, he would have no problem forcibly taking me in, or worse, break my neck, which he could do easily at the moment. "I have received no call to the Hokage. I have been caring from Mun after such an experience with the Sohei," I said, relaxing my muscles, showing I would not resist his hold, lying just a bit, as I couldn't tell him the absolute truth. Kakashi loosened his grip slightly, allowing me to straighten. "Doesn't matter now. We will go to the Hokage. Pakun, go on ahead and inform him that Daku has been found, then you are dismissed," he said. I watched to the little pug bound away, after giving Kakashi a short nod. "Why does Lord Hokage wish to see me?" I asked, a feeling of suspicion settling in my gut. Kakashi started guiding me down the path leading to the village, keeping a restraining hands on me. I let him. "You came to this village with a demon and many secrets. We know nothing about you, and you have been very careful to not let anyone here close enough to you, to even get to know you. Even the nature of your chakra is a mystery, the level of your skill, and your origins," he said, going silent for a beat. "We will see your secrets today." "What?" I dug my heels to the ground, so we couldn't continue onward. "Listen, Kakashi, you don't need to know any more than what I have told you." I tried to reason, fighting against Kakashi as he tried to push me forward. "You have told us nothing," he countered, halting his actions in trying to get me to move. "Trust me. I've given you all you may need. Including my trust," I said, hinting to the pendant I have given Kakashi, but then I remember that he does not know the significance of me giving it to him. Kakashi released my arm from behind my back and sighed. "If that is true, then show us that trust. The village, the Hokage, your comrades. Show us that trust, by trusting us with the secrets you are hiding." The hand that had been restraining the back of my neck retreated. "You are a young boy and it is plainly obvious that you are carrying so much on your shoulders." He moved, so that he was standing in front of me. "You are no longer alone anymore, you have a home here, and people who want to know you. We have been waiting and trying to know you. You don't have to carry all the adversity and hardships by yourself anymore. Let us, your village and comrades, help carry them with you. Stop hiding and running away from us." Looking Kakashi in the eye, I could tell he was speaking from experience. But can I really trust these humans? I hung my head, biting the inside of my lip as I tried to contain my emotions and absorb what he was saying. He's right though. I can't run and hide for much longer. They'll find out soon anyway. I nodded my head. "Okay," I said, looking up and giving him a small smile. Kakashi ruffled my hair. "Good, boy. Let's go see the Hokage now," he said, seeming very pleased that I agreed. "Wait," I said, grabbing at his rolled up sleeve, when he turned around. He looked back at me. "My chakra nature," I said. "I want to show it to you, I don't want you to just stumble upon it," I said, not looking at him. He was silent for a few moments. "Okay," he finally said, letting me lead the way to an open area. I didn't look him in the eye, as we stood in the open field. There was a reason I never use many elemental nature-related chakra attacks, and kept everything very basic. I looked at the trees around us trying to find the right one, so that I may demonstrate my elemental nature. Kakashi, seeing my eyes roaming to the trees, reached into his pouch. "There's no one else here, just me and you," he said, pulling out 2 pieces of paper. "These are made from a tree that absorbs chakra. It will help you show me your chakra's nature." "I know," I said, knowing exactly what tree this paper was made from. "My first affinity is lightning," I said, concentrating my chakra to my hand, watching the paper wrinkle. "But," I continued, "that's not the only elemental affinity I was born with," I said. Kakashi leaned in closer as the paper began turning black, and crumble into ground dust, the light breeze blowing the blackened dust out of my hand. Kakashi looked stunned, as he straightened, though his eyes stayed on my hand as I dumped the black dust, watching it fall to the ground. "Darkness, is what member of my clan like to call it," I explained. "I like to call it decay," I said, dusting my hand off. "That's impossible," Kakashi mumbled. "I know. There are only 5 elemental chakra natures. Mine should not exist, and when you learn my origins, you will learn that even I should not exist," I mumbled. "I ready to see the Hokage now," I said, dejectedly. "Okay," he said, letting me walk behind him. It felt like a very long walk to the Hokage's tower, and even longer when making our way up to the office, but really it was just 15 minutes. When we entered the office, Lord Hokage was standing in front of his desk, 2 men standing on either side of him. 2 Umbu moved in from behind us to block the doors. I did not like that. My instincts did not like that, but I stood quietly in the middle of the room next to a chair that was sitting there. I knew I was supposed to sit in it, but I just wasn't relaxed enough to sit. I wasn't ready to give them the whole truth. Maybe just a little bit of the truth would be enough to satisfy their curiosity about me. Maybe I could just give them just enough information that they could fill in the blanks themselves. "Stop it, Daku," I berated myself. Kanon said I was only hurting myself if I continued to lie. I waited patiently as Kakashi reported the nature of my chakra to Lord Hokage and the 2 men. I didn't bother listening in, as I could already guess their reaction. Instead I examined the 2 men. I had not seen them before. The first was of normal height, with ash blonde hair that reached to his back, in a long ponytail. He had a strong set jaw, and deep blue-green eyes. Despite his strong features, I could tell this man was a very calm person. He was wearing a gray uniform, under a long black trench coat, complete with the village's Hitayate on his head. He was intently listening to Kakashi, although every now and then his eyes would drift my way. The other man was entirely different. He was dressed in the same uniform as the blonde-haired man, only his head was covered by his Hitayate, like a bandana would, and he wore black gloves on his hands. He was large and an imposing-looking person, and had a rough appearance to complement him further, thanks to old battle scars that covered his face. He did not look my way till Kakashi was done reporting in and they all turned to face me. The tension in the room was playing on my instincts for fight or flight. The anxiety that I was feeling was not helping my stress levels either. I was still trying to figure out how much to actually tell them. "Daku," Lord Hokage started. "This is Yamanaka Inoichi, head of the Yamanaka clan and analysis team. And this is Marino Ibiki, head of Konohagakure's intelligence division." He introduced the 2 shinobi. Both men nodded at me in greeting. "Do you understand why you have been summoned?" he asked. I nodded my head. "Yes, sir." "You wish to know of my origins?" I answered. "Good, then we will proceed," he said, indication to the chair. Obediently I sat down, even if I really did want to. However, I jumped back up when Inoichi-san walked behind me and placed his hands on either side of my head. "No. I shouted, pressing myself against the far wall, away from his and the chair. You can't do that. I warned. I had not realized till now they wanted to explore my memories. I had originally thought, they were wanting me to tell them. They all shared a look with each other. Yamanaka is the best at this technique, Daku. Lord Hakage said, trying to probably soothe away my worries, but he just didn't get it. We've noticed that you are very good at lies, and so, this is the only way we will accept any information at this point. Ibiki-san said. They just didn't get, and I understood why they didn't get it, they just didn't know what I was. But I just can't let some human enter my memories on their own. I had too many, that their mind, no matter how talented or unintrusive a jutsu, would break from the overload. I would have to do it myself. Wait. If I do allow them to see my memories, I could pick out the ones that would satisfy their curiosity and still keep the fact that I am a demon secret. The idea struck me like rice cake on a late afternoon. I would have to do it though. That man could not just enter. My eyes drifted to Kakashi. Sharingan. Yes, I could use his Sharingan to let them in. It might be a little tricky since he only has one, but just maybe I could allow him and Lord Hokage into my memories. I glanced at the other men in the room. I would be able to control what they see if I do this. I could pick out the perfect memories and stow away to the rest. They just need to know where I came from. Okay, I said, relaxing, now that I knew what I would have to do. But I don't want someone to just use a jutsu on me. Let me do it myself. I suggested. I'm not experienced at this, so I can only allow 2 people, and Kakashi-sensei would have to help me though with his Sharingan. I said. They thought about it, but it all came down to Lord Hokage's decision. After chewing on his pipe for a few moments, he finally relented. Okay. I sighed in relief, and walked forward, holding my hands out, for him and Kakashi to take, as Kakashi uncovered his Sharingan. This is going to take maybe a little longer than any mind jutsu, I said, before we began. I looked out the window for a brief moment before I began. Tonight would be the start of the moon solstice. I really hope I finish before the sun sets. Taking a few deep breaths, I stared into the Sharingan, watching it swirl. I was connecting my chakra to Kakashi, follow his chakra channels all the way to the Sharingan. By doing this I would not be under its control, but it would be under mine. This way I could control what they see. The room around us began to fade, as my chakra connected with the red eye, and like a snap of a twig, and a slight burst of energy, we were in my head space. Akira Hanta Omega POV, 3RD persons. Master would be so pleased. Omega finally has made it to the village. The wolf demon prowled through the trees, proud to be the first of Master's children to enter the village first. So proud that he did not think to switch to a more human form. Instead he kept his natural form. It made it easier to skulk through the trees of the forest that was in the village. He did not know where Alpha and Beta were, but it was possible they were going to enter the village through other way. The low-class demon wolf didn't pay no mind to that though. He had a mission to do. Find the child. Bring it to his master. Then eat the Kitsune companion, as a reward. Master would be pleased with him. He would look upon Omega with pride and shower him with affection, that all 3 demon wolves craved from their maker, their father, their master. Omega growled in delight when the scent of Kitsune hit his nose. The child was close. Black drool dripped from his mouth as he thought about Kitsune flash that would soon be his reward. Nighttime would be arriving in a few hours. He would bring the child to his master on by the time the full moon rises. On the start of the solstice, where his master would give them all they ever wanted. And their master would become ruler of the living plane and the other plane. They would be the only gods and demons, both planes would fear and bow to. Mun's POV. Mun stretched, as she poked her head out from the safety of the burrow. Daku had been gone for a long time now, it was already late afternoon. Her stomach growled. Seeing that Daku was nowhere around, she thought for a moment about leaving the burrow and try her hand at hunting. The only problem was that she didn't have that much experience, as it was Daku who hunted and provided food for her. She changed her mind, backing back into the burrow. She did not want to have another experience like the last time she disobeyed Daku. She had long since slipped her hate on, but even with the seal on the hate block off some of her chakra, she could feel her chakra growing stronger than ever. It must be almost time for the day of her birth. Daku had told her she was born during the special night called a solstice, or something like that. That was when he had found her, and together went into a deep sleep. Her mother had been unable to go to sleep with them. She was a little sad that she didn't even have a memory of her mother. But that didn't matter. If it was close to the day of her birth, then she and Daku would be able to go to the other plane and live happily with her mother. One big happy family. She concentrated. She really wanted to shift again and practice talking with a human voice. Daku's voice was always reassuring and calm. He had a good voice. However, now that she thought about it, she never heard him talk in his real tongue, in Kitsune tongue. He has never shifted either. She had first seen him in his human form. She didn't even know what his Kitsune form looked like. He had explained it once before, saying they were safer if he kept one form, and she guessed he was right. After, he was almost 1,000 years older than she, he would know best. She squealed in delight when she managed to shift into her second form, her tails wagging in excitement she could not contain. Muon, 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 she tried. Why was it so hard to speak with this voice? Her ears went back as she tried harder. Amuon, Muyun. She almost had it. Mun en, mun. Yes, she done it. Mun. Mun. Mun, 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 mun. She repeated, excited that she was finally able to say her own name, in human tongue. She couldn't wait to show Daku that she learned to talk. Mun, 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 she repeat, making a little song out of her name. Child. A deep growl interrupted her, making her freeze and her form to switch back to her original form, and her ears twitch. Paws were digging at the entrance of the burrow. She backed up until was stopped by the walls of the burrow. I have found you. Came the next growl. It was a mongrel. Their burrow was being trespassed by a filthy mongrel. The digging stopped and a head of a filthy wolf gazed in. Even though she was scared, she tried to pull off her fiercest growl, being sure to show her teeth. Turn back or be sorry, every existed. She threatened. The mongrel laughed a throaty laugh. It wasn't scared of her at all. Master has been looking for child, I will take you to master. He will be pleased. The wolf growled, messing up the entrance of the burrow with black drool, tearing it apart with its digging. She had nowhere to go. She was trapped. Daku. She whimpered, curling in on herself, watching as the demon wold continued to dig the entrance open wider so it could fit. Kakashi's POV. It was weird having being pulled into someone's subconscious, but it was helpful that he was able to guide to the most recent of memories, the ones we wanted to see. However, I wished we hadn't. The last memories of his clan that we saw wasn't clear enough to distinguish any faces, and it was clear why. His last memories of his clan was when they were being attacked. Daku's had seen his clan members being killed. He was a little younger than now, so it wasn't too long ago, but the clothing and surrounding we were able to see indicated we were right to think that he came from the mountains. So, that was his secret. He really did just want to find a new home. Without warning, we found ourselves back in the office. Daku looked disturbed, probably from reliving the harsh memories, and maybe even exhausted from channeling the power of the Sharingan. He held his head, and walked toward the window, where the sky was now growing dark. Wrong," he mumbled. "Are you okay?" Lord Hokage asked, gently, knowing full well how memories could affect a shinobi, even a child shinobi. We were all a little ashamed and that we basically forced him into showing us those painful memories. Daku kept his head down, but nodded. Yeah, I'm fine," he said, quickly. "Am I dismissed, Lord Hokage?" Daku's POV. "Yes, you're dismissed," Lord Hokage said. I kept my head down, to help hide the grin that played on my lips. It took a lot of concentration, but I was able to fix my memories, to where, they would see that I come from a somewhere surrounded by mountains, and kept the memory hazy, so they would only be focused on what I wanted them to see. It was like I had said before, give them only a small bit of information, and they would fill in the blanks themselves. And it was working. Works like a charm. However, I had been jolted from the jutsu, by the bond one shared with Mon. Something was wrong, but I couldn't be sure till I went back to the burrow. I left, waiting till I was far enough away from the Hokage Tower to break out in a full run. Nothing could go wrong tonight. Tonight the night, I could feel it in my very being. I skidded to a stop, at the side of our burrow's entrance dugout. "Mon," I called, slowly poking my head into the burrow. It was empty and it reeked of mongrel. "Akira Hanta," I growled, fingers gripping in the dirt. "You dirty Mao and your filthy Mizokus," I spat. Akira Hanta's POV. "Master, I have the child," Omega announced, prancing up to his master, with the little silvery Kitsune in his mouth by the scruff of her neck, tail between her legs, and ears back. Their master's body had fully taken on his image. He looked just as he did before his old body decomposed. He smirked as he took the little Kitsune, from Omega, who was being congratulated, by Alpha and Beta. Their master did not seem happy though, as he gazed at the little kid. "The kid that got away," he mused, switching from holding the kid by her scruff to cradling her. "But that doesn't matter anymore," he said, petting the scared kid's head. "I believe mother is about to open her door soon. How about we go and meet her? Hopefully, your companion will be there to greet us, as well." He chuckled. The demon wolves followed their master happily. "Kitsune, for dinner. We get Kitsune for dinner," Omega cheered, tail wagging. "Mother is going to be so happy to us all after so long." Their master cooed. Chapter 20. Kakashi knows. Kakashi's POV. Daku had left the office, at a subdued pace, however it was too subdued for me. My Sharingan, when he had channeled his chakra to it and used it, the memories we seen, seemed to perfect. He only showed us, what happened to his clan, but not what happened to him afterwards. He probably had more secrets he was trying to hide, and only gave up us a little bit of the truth. Under this suspicion, do I follow him? I tailed him at a further distance even most Umbu would consider too far away, but I couldn't risk him noticing me. He was too good at recognizing when he was being followed. After he was a good distance away from the Hokage Tower, did he break out in an all-out dash for the training grounds, muttering. I followed. "What are you hiding?" Surely he was smart enough to know, that we would figure out that he wasn't telling us everything. Even after, showing us the memories. Memories could be manipulated, even with the Sharingan. Probably the reason why he wanted to use it. It was very hard to detect his chakra. To any normal shinobi, they would probably think he had his chakra pulled in tight, but that was not the case. I could guess, and by uncovering my Sharingan I found my guess to be correct. No, his chakra was not pulled in tight. The reason Daku's chakra was almost undetectable right now, he had it spread out so thin, that even with the Sharingan, it looked like a tangible blanket of blue moving through the trees and on the ground of the training grounds. That is an almost unspeakable feat for a shinobi. What is he searching for? Then it dawned on me. In the Hokage's office, even now, the demon fox was missing. Something's wrong, then. I don't think that he is a danger, but for the village there wasn't any room for error. Your secrets, Daku, I will uncover them. I stayed with him, when he stopped near the tree, with a hole dug out underneath it. That seemed to agitate him and cause him to continue running through the training fields, stretching his chakra even thinner. I had to stay even further back to avoid being caught. Quickly I summoned Pakun. Go and inform the Hokage that Daku's on the move. I said. Got it, boss. He said, turning and running back to the Hokage's office. Daku's POV. Where? Where did you go? I was growling in anger. I can't believe I lost her for a second time. I should not have been so careless. How could they have found us? Found her? I had taken every precaution to make sure they wouldn't find her. Even going as far as to set up false trails. My senses were on high alert now, as I ran through the training field, my nose sniffing at the area surrounding me, checking every inch of it for a scent, or a trail, anything. Logically, I knew that my sense of smell was hardly any stronger than a human's, in this form, especially when trying to track another demon. A demon that was more powerful than I, in my current position, it would be impossible to find them. Unless, he wanted me to find a trail. I growled at the thought and moved myself lower to the ground, my instincts demanding me to hurry and find the trail. I would not leave this field till I have searched every nook and cranny of every tree and leaves here. Not focusing on anything, but searching for the chakra or scent of demons, I didn't notice till it was too late, when I felt another demon's chakra, channeling nearby. I ran toward it, not bothering to stop and analyze it first. When I got closer, I pounced, pushing the body this chakra was coming from to the ground, digging my nails into the fabric that protected flesh. Daku. Naruto. I said, realizing who I had just tackled. I quickly got off him, and helped him to his feet. Sorry about that. I apologized. Inside, I was cursing. Look at me, making rookie mistakes and acting like an amateur. I just need to calm down. I had mistaken Kurama's chakra leakage for that bastard's. I was letting him already get into my head. I glanced Naruto up and down, checking to make sure I had not damaged him. Although even if I did, Kurama's chakra would heal him up no problem. What are you doing out here? We said at the same time. Training. I fibbed, deciding to answer first. Naruto grinned. Me too. What technique were you practicing? Is it a technique from your clan? He asked loudly and excitedly, not giving me time to answer the first question. Yeah. I answered, going along with him. Want to see it? I asked. Gathering a small bit of lightning chakra into my hand. I can't have him wandering around here, when I'm searching for other demons. You better believe it. He said, excitedly. He was honestly eager to see a technique from my clan. I almost felt bad for lying to him. It was too easy. He didn't even have time to see or react, as I jabbed my hand at his neck, releasing the small amount of lightning chakra I had gathered, zapping him and sending him into unconsciousness. I caught him and lowered him to the ground. I could resume my search now. I didn't leave right away, however. I stayed beside Naruto's unconscious form. I was analyzing Kurama's chakra leakage. Demon chakra. Power, that I could no longer tap into without heavy consequences. I could use some pure demon chakra right about now. My eyes focused even more, I could feel my human eyes melting away, revealing my true eyes. With these I could clearly see the chakra of everything around me. Including, the trapped nine-tailed demon, residing in this body beside me. I wouldn't have to remove this mask. I wouldn't pay any consequences if I used another creature's chakra source. My hand reached out on it seemed like. Just a little bit. Don't do it. My head snapped up, at the calm voice that interrupted my actions. Kanon stood several feet away from me, she was giving me a disapproving look. In a child form she just looked adorable, but I knew better. Do I know better? Well, Kuro, do you? I tilted my head questionably at her. You know it is wrong. Your chakras are not compatible. One of you would suffer immensely. Are you willing to risk that? Risk yourself and him. She said. I looked back to the red chakra, leaking from the body from me. It was just there, pulsing within this human child before me. Wasted. Was I willing to risk it? The old Kuro would risk it, do it. You're too weak otherwise, haha. Do it? Yes, that's right, I was weak. I had failed the last time. I refused to fail this time. Yes, failure is not an option. Take his chakra. Take his life. Shame on you, Kanon said, softly, voice filled with sadness. It was like a slap on the face and my eyesight returned to normal, the impulse to do anything and everything to succeed, left me. My hand, that I hadn't even realized I was reaching for the spot where the seal that trapped Kurama rested. Shocked by my own action, quickly retracted my hand, ashamed at what I was about to do. For even considering absorbing the chakra Naruto and Kurama shared. I had almost reverted back, no. No, I wouldn't dwell on it. I wasn't a monster. I wouldn't become a monster again. I wouldn't give in to my nature. I backed away from the unconscious blonde before me. I am not him. I am no longer Kuro, anymore. I said, mostly to myself. Reassuring myself that I was no longer Kuro. Kuro was dead. I was Daku now. Hurry, Daku. Kanon reminded, an approving smile gracing her face as she vanished in a swirl of leaves. Forgive me, Naruto. I said, apologizing to the unconscious blonde before continuing my search. It didn't take me long, before I had searched and circled the training fields, especially when I found myself back near the memorial stone, in training ground 7. I groaned, as I came upon it, to see Kakashi standing there. I quickly scrambled to get myself further back from him. I was too close. I couldn't afford to be sidetracked again. Hello Daku. He said, just when I was about to pull all my chakra in and mask myself. Mother of all yokai. Will nothing go my way for just tonight? I silently cursed, walking out, since it was too late to hide myself, and sneak past him. I would just have to know him out like I did with Naruto, it was the simpler option right now. Kakashi was just too smart and too good at seeing underneath the underneath, as he had put it after the survival training on the first day we became a genin team. I would take my pendant back when I rendered him unconscious, the way things were going, I would need it with me. Greetings Kakashi-sensei. I said, forcing a smile on my face, trying to hide my anxiety and fear that I was feeling at the moment. I went to stand next to him, but only just slightly behind so I would have a clear blow to the neck. Honoring fallen comrades. I said, trying to add conversation, to distract him even more. Yes. He answered, still facing the memorial stone. I had to get him talking, to dwell on the past so I can do this. Come on. Kakashi, you got to say more than yes. Start telling me them. Start reminiscing about the fun time, the sad times you've had with them. Give me something. I glanced sideways to his lone eye. His stare was far off. Was he distracted? If so then, good. He won't see the hit coming. However, Kakashi was tricky, his posture alone could be a facade. That Sharingan would be very useful, take it, while you're at it. The bad voice, The thoughts were back, but it wasn't wrong. Yes, I could use that sherry non. It would be very useful to me, since I couldn't fully use my demon powers. I found myself, listening to the voice, like I did with Naruto, my eyes zeroed in, to where the red eye was concealed. I began glancing around. Kanon was nowhere to be seen. No one to see, no one to stop you this time. It's not his eye, he doesn't need it. That's right. Kakashi wasn't an Uchiha. The eye wasn't his to begin with. His body wasn't made for the Sharingan. I would be doing him a favor, by taking it. I still wasn't sure if he was really distracted, but I couldn't wait any longer. I prepared myself to render him unconscious. I would take it and my pendant then. Why do you come here? He suddenly asked. Huh. Just like last time, it was like I was snapped back to my senses. Kami, what am I thinking? I was really considering stealing his eye, for my own personal gain. What was wrong with me? These thoughts, they weren't me. This can't be what I really think. Ever since you came to this village, I always find you here, every morning. The Umbu, we had tailing you when you first arrived, would always lose you here, and like me they would find you here. He turned to face me, hands stuffed in his pockets, and asked. Why? What is it about this place? Damn. There went my chance of knocking him out. Probably for the best. I didn't want to take his eye. That was wrong of me to even think such a thing. Something was wrong with me today. It's, peaceful here. I said, as honestly as I could. I know it's strange to say something about a place that was made to honor the dead. I added, knowing that was probably what he was thinking. He wouldn't fully understand, even if I told him the whole truth. This place to me was a spot of spiritual energy from the other plane. A taste of home, that I would never be able to see. Yeah, it is peaceful. He said, causing me to really look at him. He had turned back to the memorial stone. Did he actually understand? But that's not the whole truth, is it, Daku? He stated, after a moment of silence, glancing at me with a knowing gaze. I've noticed, your demon fox is missing, time to come clean. He moved one hand to his weapons pouch and straightened his posture slightly. We'll do this the easy way or the hard way, and with all the lies you've been spouting. I am going to make sure what comes from your mouth next is the absolute truth. Crap. He's knows. Akira Honta's POV. Their master was laughing, as he casually walked through the forest around this village. The demon wolves were only slightly confused, but if their master was happy, then so were they. He was still holding the silvery Kitsune and petting her in a loving manner. Although his chakra read anything but loving toward the demon in his grasp. Oh, you will break soon, Kuro, and I will be there when you do, to pick up the pieces. He said, chuckling, his yellow eyes glowing brighter, as he let his power surge a little, glancing at the sky as it started to slowly descend to night. He looked down at the little demon in his arms. I think it's time to let him find our trail. Don't you think so? It wouldn't do for him to be late. The three wolves behind him shifted their form, changing to resemble their master's form. Go now, my children. Bring him to me. Their master instructed. Yes, master. The three versions of him said together, melting into the shadows of the trees, to hunt down their other prey. Big brother Daku will hunt you down and make you sorry. His eyes moved back to the whimpering little kid in his arms. She was trying to sound brave and that really amused him. The powerful demon really couldn't help but smile at her fear. And cradled her closer. Oh, I hope so, little kid. He said, in a silky smooth voice, that radiated confidence. Me and him have unfinished business, and you the centerpiece of it all. My little kid. Tonight you will learn the truth of the one you call brother," he said, stopping for a moment and tilted his head, much like how Daku would tilt his head. "I almost feel sorry for you." He burst out laughing, causing the little demon kid to flinch at the sudden noise. "Actually, no. I don't," he said, with a wide smile, as he continued to walk. Daku's POV. I had messed up again. I had panic when Kakashi let me know he knew I was still hiding the truth. I had tried at first to leave in hoping he would not pursue me to quench his curiosity. I had been wrong. He was not going to simply let me go. He had noticed, and had picked up on my anxiety, and he had me cornered. I didn't have time for this. I had tried to render him unconscious, but he had dodged the blow. After exchanging a few hits with each other, we were at a deadlock. The only good thing I could say at this moment was that he has yet to reveal that Sharingan. No more secrets, Daku. There's more you're not telling us, he said. I narrowed my eyes, trying to overpower him, to break our deadlock. I have to put him down. Yeah, and how would you know? I gritted out. Kakashi was strong for a human, or I was just weak for a demon. You're so weak that even a human can stop you, you're pathetic. In the Hokage's office. You used my Sharingan to help show us your memories. Memories are hard to manipulate, but not impossible. I know you possess the skills to manipulate your own memories, if you are skilled enough to channel your chakra and use the power of the Sharingan, and evade the elite of the elite. We are not stupid, Daku, he said, his lone eye narrowing, fixing me with a glare. By you using my Sharingan, I was able to recognize that you were trying to pull the wool over our eyes. You only showed us half a memory, didn't you? Showing us what you thought would satisfy us. I growled. I have told you all you need to know. I insisted. Not good enough. He slammed into my midsection, taking my breath away, giving him time to slam me into the memorial stone. I hit it face first, my mask making a sickening crack, resound through the trees around us. I let my body drop to the ground, hands going to my face. My vision was slightly doubled, but it would clear up soon. He did not immediately attack me after that. I guess he figured that would be enough to stun me. That really hurt. I felt the mask, and was relieved to find that it was only cracked slightly. Being a cursed mask, I guess it would take more that stone to break it. Just take it off, kill the human, hunt down the him, take back what is yours. No, I wouldn't do that. This mask will stay on. I would not revert back to who I was in the past. I wouldn't hurt Kakashi. I would stay true to myself. I would endure till the end. I looked up at Kakashi, who stood over me. I can't tell you any more, I said, shaking my head. Then we will be here for a very long time, he countered, squatting down to my level, a kunai knife held loosely in his hand. Kakashi, I know you like seeing underneath the underneath, I said, getting back up to my feet. He backed up, letting me. But trust me, when I say, you don't need to know my secrets. You humans are no longer equipped to handle my truth. I growled. Humans? He asked. Oops. Oh no. I didn't, I did. You are not human. Yes. I am human. I been spending too much time with Mon, is all. I tried to correct my mistake, but I could tell his wasn't going to let that go. Kakashi, please, I'm just trying to protect everyone, I pleaded. A certain smell reached my nose. A smell that was from my past. I let my eyes observe the area around us. We were surrounded. The Mizoku. Those wolves. His demon pets. They were here. I have to get Kakashi out of here. Something glinted in the fading light of the sun. Too late. I tackled Kakashi to the ground, my sudden action surprising him enough, for it to work. Old-fashioned throwing stars embedded themselves in the tree that had been behind Kakashi, right where his head had been. Show yourselves, you cowards. Attacking a human. Shame on you. I shouted, angry that they even targeted him. Daku, what is going on? Kakashi asked, pushing me off him. Not now. I growled at him, and I mean I really growled. I couldn't hide this anymore anyway. You wanted to know my secret, well, you're about to find out. Follow me, lead if you want to live, I told him. One by one I appeared in his form. Master has requested your presence, but not the human. One said, as they all melted with the growing shadows. Give her back to me. I shouted, knowing full well why they were here. I would let them lead me to him, and I would kill them off one by one. The trail was clear now. He was summoning me. Kakashi followed behind me, when I dashed after the 3 demon wolves, masquerading in their master's form. That was fine, it would make it easier to kill them. Gripping my kunai knife tightly. Kakashi was finally getting his answer, I just hope he was happy now. There was no turning back after this, and I couldn't even guarantee if either of us would leave with our lives. Chapter 21. Akira Hanta, Master's POV. Oh, little Kuro, how you have grown, I'm very disappointed in you. I couldn't help but think as I watched through my creature's eyes. He was almost near perfection, if only he wasn't raised by those annoying kitsunes. Those infernal children of the mother. It was such a waste. He had so much potential, laying dormant deep inside him. He was coming to me, and he would stay with me. Like he should have in the beginning. I wouldn't have it any other way. He was such a good little demon. I would make sure to change that tonight, and finish what we started, together. The little kid I was currently holding was so full of fear and hope, that it was just deliciously sweet. Fear was always sweeter when it came from a younger soul. I could only imagine how it would taste when Koi sees me holding her little lost kid. Oh, the look of her face. I grinned, just thinking about it. She was so predictable, that I still couldn't believe that Inari-sama, our mother, had chosen Koi over me to govern the Kitsune clan. To share in her power. Power, that was rightfully mine. I was the first to be created. This little kid and Kuro were my key to taking what was rightfully mine. I would destroy Koi, and the Kitsune clan. A message to my dear mother, that I was coming for her next. I would destroy her and inherit her powers, and ascend to a god. Smiling, as I came to the border of Kitsune land, I petted the frightened kid, but not to comfort her. Mother's power was faintly radiating from here. She only opened this door, every 200 years, but always in a different spot somewhere on Kitsune territory. And here is where the door would open. How fitting. This was the border to Kitsune territory and mine, the Mizokushi land. It has changed though. There was a waterfall and a river that separated our territories, accompanied by 2 statues, of 2 humans facing each other. I didn't really care for that little touch. TCH, pesky humans. The Kitsune clan no longer had claim over their territory, but that did not give these worthless creatures the right to try and claim my territory, as well. It didn't matter. After tonight, I would claim all that should have been mine in the beginning. Including Kuro. Tell me, little kid. I mused, out of mild curiosity. What do you remember of that night, the night of your birth? The night I waged war, upon all you pitiful kitsunes. I let my power surge, at the memory of that night. The memory of Kitsune blood, dripping off me. The rush, I felt that night. She whimpered, and cowered at the show of my power and strength. Answer. I demanded, growing impatient. Be black Kitsune. I chuckled at her answer. You remember correctly, little kid. A creature of my creation. One that should not exist. A magnificent beast. I told her. I looked through the eyes of my creation again. I watched fondly as Kuro, no, that wasn't correct. He calls himself Daku, now. I don't know how I feel about the name. Why did you save such a worthless creature? She's only caused you suffering since the day of her creation. I said, grinning. Maybe you chose the wrong side. Daku's POV. These abominations wouldn't stop switching positions. They were rotating, making it hard to keep track of all three of them, especially with these eyes, with these senses. Kakashi was keeping up very well, for a human, but then, I guess that was too expected of a shinobi of his calibrator. We chased them out of the village and through the forest surrounding the village walls. They were heading in a specific direction. I worried slightly about passing through the wall, knowing full well, the village had a detection barrier up. I could slip through, but not Kakashi. When we passed through, nothing happened, but then why anything happen? A few shinobi in animal masks did appear, but I noticed Kakashi giving them a signal, and they backed off. Guess I was worrying for no reason. After we were a couple of miles from the village wall, I was beginning to get agitated by this chase. This was getting ridiculous. With all that moving around the demon wolves were doing were making me nauseous. I needed to start thinning their pack now. I would take out the slowest one first. The Omega. Which one are we targeting first? Kakashi asked, attention focused on the three figures up ahead of us. I glanced over at him, seeing he was only slightly behind me, following my lead as I had earlier instructed him to do. Good. He was already in mission mode. He might last longer that way. The slowest one. I said. How long have you been running from these guys? He asked. I was silent, as we chased after the three demons, masquerading as their master. A long time. I said, not willing to tell Kakashi the entire truth just yet, even though he would soon see my truth, before this night was over. I turned my attention back to my intended targets, my intended prey. They melted in and out of the shadows, maneuvering through the trees, with calculated movements, so that me and Kakashi would not lose them. They kept adjusting their speed, playing around with us. Slowing down then speeding up. Playing with us, as they led us to their master. Playing with me. Taunting me. Always taunting me. I wouldn't let them, no, I wouldn't let him get to me. I couldn't let him win. I should have thinned out their pack that night, that was so long ago. But I didn't. Instead, I saved Mun, and left the rest of the clan to suffer from my mistake. To get slaughtered and chased from this plane. Why did you save such a worthless creature? She's only caused you suffering since the day of her creation. T-Hat's right, I have been suffering. Mun wasn't obedient, she was mischievous like any normal Kitsune kid would be. Already she had almost gotten me and her exorcised from this plane, from existence. I had lost my only family the day she was born. And here I was trying to deliver her the other plane, to live in peace and harmony with the family that no longer wanted me. The family who abandoned me. No. That's not right. I corrected myself, ignoring the bad thoughts that were plaguing me tonight. Everything that has happened to me, I had brought upon myself. Since the day I was told of her upcoming arrival to this world, I became jealous and started acting foolishly. Kuro, we need to clean the den out today. Koi said, picking up one of my trophies I had hunted down. A dead bird, those were very hard and nearly impossible to catch, and I had caught it before anyone around my age. Over the recent months, Koi had gotten bigger, especially around the stomach. She has also been sleeping and lazing around a lot, but she really shouldn't be this big. Why? I running, and saving my trophy, from her before she throw it out. She has been prepping and cleaning our den ever since she came back from a conference with the mother from the other plane. As he turned and smiled at me. I was just happy she stopped clearing out my treasures. I looked at my part of the den, almost all my stuff was cleared out. I guess, it time I tell you the news, she said, beaming. I smiled back, my tails wagging in eager excitement. What was the news? Was it something big, a present on getting my 5th tail at such a young age? For mastering my shifting in all 3 forms. With the help of my secret master on the Mizoka clan territory, I had been able to master my chakra and shifting with ease. Most kitsunes get their tails every several hundred years. I was the youngest to reach 5 tails, so early. It was all thanks to my secret master. He knew all about me and my chakra, that it was easy to earn my tails. Koi always gave me a present every time I obtain a new tail. I really wanted to know what it was this time, since it had her making room in our den. What was it? What was it? Was I finally going to see the mother? What is it? I asking, smiling big. Am I finally going to see the mother? I asked excitedly. She chuckled at my excitement fondly. No, Kuro. I'm going to become a mother soon, she said, placing her hand on her bulging stomach. That's why we have to make room. It's crowded, and the kid will need room. Oh, I have waited for this day, for a very long time. To be able to hold my own little kid. She's going to be the new moon Kitsune, like how I am the sun Kitsune. Isn't that wonderful, Kuro? I remember all the awful words I said, out of jealousy, before running away from our den. If only I hadn't let myself get blinded from it. I was afraid that she wouldn't want me anymore, if she had her own kid. That I would no longer be her kitty. I was foolish back then. I ran straight into the Mizoka clan, and into his arms. He had stroked my ego, and assured me I was in the right. I had let him use me to interrupt the celebration on the new moon Kitsune and provided him a way to hurt Koi. Even if I did manage to pull this off and deliver Mun to the other plane, I deserved no mercy. I understand how you feel, little Kuro. I too was tossed away from the one I called mother. It would not do for me to sit by and allow the same thing to happen to you. Maybe, no, it's a silly notion. My ear pricked up at that. What a silly notion. I would try anything to make it so Koi would not abandon me. What if you obtained your last 4 tails, on the day the little kid is birthed? We would of course need to be there when the ritual for her to meet the mother is performed. Master said, lovingly petting Alpha, the most loyalist and strongest of his pack of 3 wolves. We will use both our pendants to obtain your last 4 tails, he said, showing me his birth pendant. Will I be able to see the mother then? I asked, a hopeful smile forming on my face. Yes, my little demon, he answered, petting my just between my ears. Yes, you will meet the mother. I shook my head to clear it of the memories. I had though so little of the meaning of the real symbolism to our birth pendants until after I made my grave mistake. No use thinking on the past now. I couldn't afford to be distracted. Maybe you chose the wrong side, I growled, disagreeing with my own thoughts. No, didn't choose wrong, in the end I chose right. We were right on their tail now. We were getting closer to their master, now. They started letting their masquerade drop, revealing their true form to Kakashi. I heard him mumble something in disbelief at what he was seeing. That's right, Kakashi, they're not human. I'm not human. He was a capable human, he would figure out a way to accept these facts. Right now, I notice Omega was tiring. Now. I signaled. Kakashi launched himself at Omega, driving the demon wolf closer to me. I pounced, landing on Omega's back, sending us both crashing to the ground. I latched onto his throat with my teeth. So what, if I didn't have my fangs? Human teeth can be just as deadly. I dug my fingers into fur, gripping both fur and skin, holding on as me and Omega landed in water. We struggled. Omega wiggling and trying to free himself of my hold, snapping his sharp teeth, and yelping as I began chomping my blunt teeth deeper, drawing blood. His claws kicked out at me, scratching me. I moved on of my hand to capture one, channeling my chakra, to enhance my strength. I was going to dismember him. Then the others would be next. Arms wrapped around me, pulling me off my prey, and I growled in annoyance. It's been so long since I had the taste of blood in my mouth. A powerful surge of chakra ripped me from my prey, and I instantly recognized the chakra. Turned out Kakashi was the one trying to pull me away from the demon wolf. His reason for doing so, well, the wolf's master was walking toward us. Thankfully he stopped at the edge of his territory. The Mao of the Mazoka clan. He wore a white robe and pants, but his true nature was not to be trusted, a wolf in sheep's clothing, as they say. His hair was the same color as mine, but without the blue. We had the same yellow eyes too, only he did not hide his demon eyes, the unnatural slit that did not match his human-like body. I dropped the limb and wiped the blood that had splattered of the parts of my face that was not hidden by my mask, I had ripped from Omega's body, when the Mao had let loose a power surge of chakra. Omega now laid at his feet, whimpering from pain. "Ah, you made it? And brought a human with you as an offering. How loyal of you," he said, clapping, ignoring his creation laying at his feet. He had Mun in the crook of his arm. She looked so frightened. And early. The mother hasn't even opened the door yet. He smiled. "Daku, who is this?" Kakashi demanded. "Someone who just needs to die," I said, a growl in my voice. "Give her back," I demanded. "Yes, tell him. He should know whose hands he is going to do by. We're demons," I said, answering Kakashi. He did have a right to know. There aren't many of us left on this plane, but we exist. From the corner of my eye, I noticed Kakashi, trying to wrap his head around this fact. "We are not like Kurama," I said, but then thought about who we were about to fight. "Some of us are not like Kurama," I corrected myself. "You look human," Kakashi said. "Don't believe a facade, Kakashi-sensei. Look underneath the underneath, as you like to say," was all I could say to that. I didn't have time to give him a crash lesson on the many forms of demons. "Yes, human, especially his facade." The Mao chuckled. "You have the key, don't you, Daku dash? Interesting name, you call yourself," he said, ignoring me. "But you'll always be my little Kuro. I'm not your anything." I spat, flinging a throwing start at him. It stopped midair, black chakra forming around it. The metal disintegrated into fine dust. Tisk, tisk, so much energy, but I really am not in the mood to play. He tsked. "Children, entertain each other for a bit, and feast upon the human if you like." He glanced down at Omega, who wasn't getting up anytime soon. "And put that out of it, misery." He smiled. Alpha and Beta approached from the IR spot. As always, got to take out the PWNS before I can take out the king. Kakashi's POV. I had followed Daku thinking he was on the run from another clan, or he might be a spy, but not this. "Demons," he had said. This human-looking boy had said he was a demon. That the man before us was a demon. Those wolves and that fox were definitely demons. The mysterious man before us did have some weird and creepy eyes. Like the nine-tailed fox's eyes 12 years ago, only yellow like Daku's. And he helped the little fox, Daku had been searching for. He had surprised me, being able to rip a limb from a body, a demon wolf's body, but a body just the same. Now, me and Daku stood back to back holding off the other two wolves, attacked, following their master's order. "You fight very well for a human," the mysterious man mused, watching us fight his pets. "Daku rarely take a liking to humans. I wonder what draws him to you, to be able to fight beside you, very amusing. Shut up. Daku growled, moving his head back, escaping the snapping growl of his wolf. The man tilted his head, ignoring Daku, and grinned. These wolves were bigger than normal, the size of a grown man. I had tried using a Chidori earlier, but the beast just shook it off as if nothing. Why did I feel like all this was way bigger than Daku was letting on? That man, the way he stood, the chakra he radiated. He seemed to know more about Daku than I did, even after training him for about 2 months now. He had called him Kuro. Daku had changed his name, somewhere in his past. Daku seemed wary of the man. Was he scared of him? I had so many questions now, but no time to ask them. I did know this though, I felt it in my gut. This man had something to do with Daku, and his missing clan members. Without warning, a blinding flash of light blinded us, for a few seconds. The giant wolves yelped and backed away from us, going back to their master. Daku pushed me behind him, mumbling cursed. A gold door appeared in front of the waterfall, decorated with images of kitsunes and image of a woman on it looking upon all the kitsunes engraves on the door. The door finally appears. The man chuckled. Time for all truth to be revealed. Daku, time to come back to the darkness. Where you belong, and make this plain and the next, my kingdom, give me the key, give me her birth pendant. The man held his hand out towards Daku. I looked between Daku and him. Daku gritted his teeth, defiance clear in his eyes. Daku turned to me, holding his hand out. The pendant, please. I hesitated slightly, before pulling out the gold pendant he had given me, to hold. I was still trying to process the door that appeared out of nowhere. I didn't understand fully what was going on. I definitely didn't think it was a good idea to give this guy the pendant if it was the key to open that door. As he took it from my hand, he leaned in slightly. Kakashi, you have no reason to be here. I do not wish to make you part of this or the village. Just stay back, and if I don't survive, just make sure Mon goes through that door, please. He said, quietly to me, so the man wouldn't hear him. I nodded my understanding. We all had our demons, I guess even demons themselves. Daku seemed like a good kid. He tried very hard, in ways he reminded me of Naruto. I may not have known him for too long, but if he didn't make it, for his soul to rest, I would do what he asked. Chapter 22. Shattered Mask. 3 Person's POV. The third Hokage and his shinobi followed Pakon out of the village, but not before finding the monk priest that still resided in the village. Lord Third thought it would be a good idea if the servant of Inari-sama to come along. Daku was on the move, that was what Kakashi's message had said. There was nothing else to take from the message, except that whatever the boy was about to do, it was important enough for Kakashi to feel the need to inform his Hokage. When they had found Monk Akira, he was looking at the moon, its color changing slowly to a blue hue. He claimed they were right to call for him, there was a disturbance radiating from the balance of nature. This further brought suspicion this disturbance was the cause of Daku and his demon fox. Running through the forests surrounding their village, Kakashi's Ninken made a surprised grunting noise. The scent. He mumbled. What about it? Ibiki asked, just behind Akira and the Hokage. The pup's scent has changed slightly. There's 3 new scent markers intertwining with his and the boss's. The pug said. I can't identify the 3 new trails, but they don't smell good. Akira, who was beside the Hokage, held prayer beads in his hands, mumbling a prayer in a different language, for the shinobi around him could not understand what he was saying. Held between his hands, the beads began to glow, signaling the use of chakra, but the color was slightly brighter, almost purer than normal chakra. The beads began to shake, then in one motion, they broke apart and went flying past Pakon. That's not good. Akira said, watching the beads fly ahead of them. Knowing the others were looking at for an explanation, he decided to let them in on his little test he just performed. Those are special prayer beads. I can use them to find a demon should there be one close by and trap it with them. However, they are never broke apart before. It is almost unheard of. Worry set in all of them, as they followed the flying beads, coming to a stop at the final valley. The beads encircled the whole area, connecting to each other by a thin string of chakra. What they found was not what they were expecting. I don't understand. Irika said, not understanding what was before his eyes. Lord Third straightened his hat, not sure how to respond. Oh, goddess. Akira said, stepping forward slightly, his old eyes taking in the area. Daku's POV. The master watched me closely as I walked toward him, slowly with the pendant in my hand, leaving Kakashi behind me. Safe on Kitsune territory. I did not break eye contact, it would be the worst thing I could do with a demon of his level. I could not show no form of submission. His eyes mirrored mine. I noticed the wolves creeping their way around me, creeping their way onto Kitsune territory, but stopping when they seen I was alert to their movements. I knew what they were doing. They were going to trap me, by forming a circle. They would also be able to target Kakashi with ease. I could focus on him at the moment though. I could switch my attention to the wolves. I needed to get Mun back. The master wanted her pendant and I wanted her. I stopped right in front of him, at the edge of Kitsune territory. He grinned wider holding his hand out. I held my hand out as well, but I did not give him the pendant. A trade. I said. Give me Mun and I will give you the pendant. I bargained. What makes you think you're in any position to be making bargained, little demon? He chuckled. I had every right and I wasn't going to back down. I just needed to get her away from him, at all costs. I get her back, or I let my black chakra surround my hand with the pendant. None of us get what we want. I threatened. This time he let out deep chuckle. He wasn't taking me seriously. I was too weak of a demon for him to take seriously. I knew this, but I at least had to try and intimidate. From the corner of my eye I could see the wolves crossing onto Kitsune territory, at the sight of their master not fazed by me. They were edging too close to Kakashi now, who had already positioned himself ready for an attack. Kakashi was one of the reasons why the master was not taking me seriously. Kakashi was one of my weaknesses at the moment. I couldn't protect him, or Mun at the same time in this position. At this moment, I had to decide who was I wanted to protect more, and too bad for Kakashi, but Mun would always win. I silently apologized to Kakashi in my head, as I made my decision and returned my full attention back to the monster, who held my treasure hostage. Kakashi would just have to hold his own, something I was confident he could do. It wouldn't do to keep Mun in danger any longer. My decision did not go unnoticed. The master smiled. So predictable. You haven't changed, and that's good. He praised. I heard the wolves snarl and growl as they started their attack on Kakashi. Means there's still a chance for you to come back to me. I narrowed my eyes at his words. Do we have a deal or not? A growl threatened to escape, as I demanded his answer. He said, pulling his hand back and started petting Mun instead, who shrank away from his touch as much as possible. Was he not going to even consider it? His hand shot out suddenly, reaching for my black chakra-covered hand and gripped the pendant. His grip tightened, that I could feel my bones wanting to crack from the pressure. The pendant in my hand began to flicker, signaling to me that my jutsu was breaking. The metal vanishing, revealing not a pendant, but a piece of string. He seen this, and tsked. Did you really think I would fall for that, little one? I tried to release my arm from his hold, but I couldn't even budge it. Not good now that I knew he was onto me from the start. However, my effort had brought me closer than I could ever dream to get at the moment. I could practically touch Mun. Seeing my slight struggle to free myself from his grip, he chuckled. "And now I have what I really came here for," he said. "This pathetic kit that you have desperately struggled to keep alive till now, has all been in vain, for when I open that door, not only will you do my will, but finish the job, and kill her, in front of the one who cursed and abandoned you. You will help me get what is mine." As he spoke, his chakra began to overtake mine. "Come, little demon. You know where you truly belong. You have always known deep down whose side you should stand by." He wasn't even moving his mouth no more, but I could still hear his words, echoing in my head, but not in his voice, it was in mine. "That's right, you know what you should do." His chakra was consuming me, and he was bringing Mun closer to me now. I felt no need to really save her. My muscles were relaxing, his chakra was comforting, stroking my chakra, mixing with my chakra. We were one and the same. I felt that I should not be fighting against him. I wouldn't be alone if I joined him. Why did I have to save her again? "That's my little demon, descend and let me make everything right." My vision seemed to become a little hazy as I continued to meet his glowing yellow eyes. Hypnotic. Was that how my eyes also looked like? Did I too show confidence in my every action, just like him? I want to be like him, I couldn't help but think, as I felt his chakra swirl around me. Mun's POV. Big brother Daku was being swarmed by black chakra. The stranger was mumbling soft and soothing words to him, but I don't think Big Brother could hear them. His eyes were becoming blank. Why wasn't Big Brother fighting to get me back? I did not want to be in this man's hands any longer, I wanted Big Brother back. I began to squirm in his hold, which had loosened as soon as he had touched Big Brother. Smelly Kakashi could not come and help, fighting off the bad-smelling wolves, that smelled like they were rotting, spoiled meat. I didn't care for Kakashi much, but this was not a time to become busy when it was obvious Big Brother could use his assistance. I needed to help somehow, I finally decided. I had to help break the trance this man had put on Big Brother. The door was right there. All we had to do was make a run for and present our pendants. That's what Big Brother had said, that we had to do to open the doors. I felt pulled to it, and I know Big Brother felt pulled to it as well. My chakra began crackling around me again, and that seemed to make the strange man drop me. Landing on my feet, I looked up to see a burn mark on his arm, from where he had held me. Oh. So my chakra hurts him. I channeled more out, I felt myself becoming stronger. He couldn't touch me if my chakra damaged him. He looked at his burn mark, for a moment before glancing at me. His eyes may be the same color as Big Brother's, but it sent shivers down my spine, with how cold this man seemed to look at me. I was not used to being looked at in such a way. I felt intimidated, but I couldn't show weakness until Big Brother was released from whatever trance this man held over him. I would save Big Brother, it was the least I could do. Big Brother took care of me. With my power seeming to be stronger on this night, I felt like I could help me and Big Brother go home to the other plane. "You can run, little kid, but it will be a useless attempt," the bad man warned, the burn mark on his arm healing faster than Big Brother has ever healed. It shocked me. Maybe my chakra hurting him wouldn't do much damage after all. For a moment I flinched at his voice, but it angered me that he would think I would abandon Big Brother. "I'm not scared of you," I growled out, trying to be brave. He chuckled. "It's not me you need to be scared of." I looked at him in confusion. What did that mean? "Isn't that right, Daku?" he asked, switching his attention back to Big Brother. Gently cupping Big Brother's face in his hands. Big Brother did not pull away from the strange man's touch, in fact he leaned into it and nodded his head. "What? Show her, my little warrior. Redeem yourself," the man whispered lovingly to Big Brother, who turned to look at me, but he wasn't seeing me. The man's chakra wrapped around Big Brother as he advanced toward me. Instinctively, I backed away. Big Brother. Kakashi's POV. These wolves were faster than anything I have ever seen. No. Not wolves. Demons. That's what they were. My Chidori was no help against them. If there was any way to describe the effect it had on them, it would be that they seemed to absorb it, which was insane. Their fur would crackle with the lightning as it vanished. I was stuck with dodging, and it seemed Daku would not be coming to help. He had fully turned his back to me. No longer keeping an eye out when those wolves started advancing. I understood, he had his own personal mission. I had understood the moment he pretended to take the pendant from my hand. From the looks of it, the demon before us was not that easily fooled, and so I knew Daku had his hands full. My only problem was finding a way to defeat creatures of legends. That was a tall order, but I wasn't called Heitake Kakashi of the Sharingan for nothing. At this moment I was busy dodging teeth. These creatures were smart like my Ninken, attacking from either side, circling me. They kept cutting off any possible escape route. I thought of summoning my hounds momentarily when it seemed like they had snapped their jowls around my throat one too many times, in less than 2 minutes. However, I did not. My hounds were puppies compared to the size of these beasts. Even Bull, and he was the largest in my pack. I could only dodge and hope that backup would soon get here. Here, human. Let us snack on your bones, delicious human, the wolves cooed and called, as they continued to try and catch me. What? The little fox's distressed voice reached my ears, as I landed in the trees, using the giant beast's size against them as they could not follow me, without risking breaking the branch they perched on. Save for the moment I looked to see what had happened. At first I was worried that the demon had somehow badly injured, or even worse killed the boy. I was not expecting to look and see the little fox, backing away from Daku. He was looking at her, with glowing eyes, and black chakra surrounding him. He was advancing toward her, but there was something wrong with his walk. It was almost mechanical. He reached his hand out for her, and that's when I noticed, the chakra surrounding him was linked to the demon, who had once held the little fox hostage. He was trying to use Daku as a puppet. Here, kitty, 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 the female beast called, standing up against my tree, with a black drooled grin. No need to hide in the trees. We just want to be friends. The male said, jumping up, teeth snapping shut close to my crouched form. I ignored them, and the heaviness in my vest pocket as I pulled out a kunia and began going through a series of hand signs. I needed to get over there fast, before the boy did something he was going to regret. I managed to place a containment seal around the tree, to stall the beasts, just as I started to perform a transformation jutsu. Daku's POV. I could not wrap my mind with what was going on. 1 minute I was trying to fight against the Mao, and now, I felt comforted by him. I felt his chakra soothing all my stress. His chakra that matched mine, I soon found myself not fighting it anymore. Just like last time. I didn't fight last time either. My chakra wanted out of its seal, the cracks in my mask from when I had hit it against the memorial stone, cracked even more as my true Krika fought to escape and intertwine with my master's. Mun was on the ground now, looking at me, and my master was telling me to show her. To show her the privilege of being able to serve him. She backed away as I advanced toward her. That would not do. Come little kid, I will finish it. I mumbled, reaching for her. It was his will, I could not disobey. Her chakra lashed out at me. It was expected for this night. The night of her birth. I found myself not caring about the pain that was attacking my hand. She was not running away, that was good, better for me and her both. It will be quick. Just as my hand reached for her, another pain rocked my body, but not from her chakra, no, this one was from being stabbed by a kunao knife. Surprised, my head jerked to glance at the cause of my pain. Kakashi stood just behind hand on the kunai knife that he had buried in my side. The wolves left on Kitsune territory. He had used a transportation jutsu to get to me. Kakashi. I breathed, the pull that I felt toward the master severed. I glanced back at Mun and quickly moved my hands away from her. Mun, I am sorry. I said, immediately as soon as I saw her frightened face. Cursed pesky human. The Mao cursed, preparing to hit Kakashi with his black chakra. No. I moved myself in front of the blow, bringing my arms up in defense, calling upon my own dark chakra, shielding both Kakashi and Mun from the hit. We were pushed away by the force of his blow meeting my shield. That was okay, in fact, it was what I had hoped would happen. Not only did it bring us a little closer to the door, but also moved us away from the Mao. Daku? Kakashi questioned. He was watching my black chakra being absorbed back into the mask. I resisted the urge to grab my face, and the mask heated up. That's what its purpose was, to keep me from using my black chakra. To keep me from ever being Kuro again. It's okay. That's what it's made to do. I told him. We were back on Kitsune territory, but only just. The Mao was stalking toward us now, knowing that we would never be able to outrun him. He was in a hurry. That didn't mean we had time enough to breath. His Mizakus had broken whatever jutsu Kakashi had placed and were closing in a lot quicker than their master. Here, Mun. I said, hold her real pendant in my hand. Upon seeing it, she hopped in my arms and let me slip over her head. It clanged against the leaf Hittite symbol. I had never given Kakashi her pendant, but mine. I would never dare let Mun be far from her birth pendant. It was her ticket home. When I say go, you run for those doors, they'll open for you. Kakashi, I will make a way for you to return to the village. Trust me. I instructed them. After all, this was my fight. Our head snapped toward the Mao, as his burst of laughter reached our ears. I couldn't help the instinct reaction, put myself firmly in front of Kakashi and Mun at seeing that he was right up on us by 2 feet. Yes. Trust the liar. He chuckled. Big brother isn't a liar. Mun defended. Oh, don't make me laugh. With one flick of his wrist we were suddenly separated. I tried with all my might to grab hold of Mun, but she was snatched from me and tossed several feet from me. A black seal of chakra around her. Kakashi was thrown back. Tati wolves, both who wasted no time to pin him. Beta, using her weight against him. Alpha had dashed his way to Mun, placing one giant paw on one of her tails, keeping her from running. I was simply knocked a few feet away from the one who had helped turn me into a monster. Now, don't you think you've played pretend long enough? My little warrior. You have work to do. He cooed to me, stalking toward me. Stop calling me that. I growled, as I got to my feet and made to pounce at him, but stopped as he tsked and snapped his fingers. I whipped my head to see both Alpha and Beta preparing to strike, both Kakashi and Mun. I stopped my action. Good boy. He said, patting me on my head. I moved away from his touch, giving him a glare and letting my demon eyes show. Oh, now those are the eyes I have missed all these years. He smiled, not taking offense from the look I was giving him. Now, for you to come back to me. He said, circling me and placing his hands in my backpack. I wanted to move and stop him, but that would result in Mun and Kakashi's death. However, it seemed Kakashi was doing a better job at signing his death contract himself. I caught a glance of him trying to reach his weapons pouch without Beta noticing. It's not going to work, I said, already knowing what he was looking for. Hush, my little warrior. He shushed me again, pulling out a black metal pendant from my pouch. He draped an arm around me and held in front of my face. I'm so glad to see it hasn't changed. You're still mine, he said, slipping it over his head. I watched intently, eyes wide. Unbelieving. You will follow my commands now, he said, fingers tracing the symbols of my birth pendant. I bowed my head. Of course, master, I answered. That's my little kid, he praised. You may go to her now. I walked calmly over to Mon. She was confused. Alpha backed away from her, letting me pick her up by the scruff. I again ignored the burns her chakra left on my skin, repelling my touch. As the Mao watched contently just behind me. Cradling her in my arms, I started to turn, winking at her when I was sure Alpha nor the master could not see. I'm sorry for everything, Mon. I hope one day you will be able to forgive me, I said, softly, shifting to where I held her in one arm. Keeping my head bowed. Moa chuckled, as he watched me raise my hand, grinning happily as my human nails grew to claws. I swiped them down, and across Alpha's eyes. The wolf howled in pain as I took his sight, dashing past him. Beta's pained howl soon joined him, as she was burned, blue chakra fire burning away her fur, as she made a quick getaway from Kakashi, who was looking only slightly confused. No. Kuro. Mao growled, in his true voice, demanding my obedience. Moving to try and catch and stop me. He could care less about his wolves or Kakashi. To him they were expendable. He could always create more Mizuko demons. I paid him no heed. I had only one goal. Get Mun to that door. Her pendant glowed as we got closer. Her chakra began surrounding her body, reacting to the door. My chest restricted from the attack. Her chakra was raging on me, my skin was being burned away, my left lung was already being incinerated, but that didn't matter. The doors reacting to her chakra, and I only ran faster when they started opening. Almost. I grinned. No. You will obey me, Mao shouted. There. I let my hold on Mun loosen, as I slammed into an invisible walls, sending her flying out of my arms and past the doors. She landed roughly, but safely on across the threshold. My mask shattered upon impact, with the mystical energy that stopped me in my tracks. I couldn't move for a good few minutes, and for those few minutes everything froze. I could feel the spiritual energy leaking from the other plane. Sacred, calming energy, the same that could be felt from graveyards and memorial stones. I felt my facade disappearing, as this energy, that blocked my path to the other plane, stripped away the lie I had let Mun believe. Black chakra erupted from my body, surrounding me. My body was shifting, and it was painful, and all I could do was close my eyes and let it happen. My fangs came first, and my claws lengthened. My fingertips turning black, and it spread up to my elbows. My human ears vanished, replaced with black fur, with blue-tip fox ears. My 5 black tails appeared, fanning out behind me, the tips dipped in blue just like my ears. I backed away from the invisible wall, and my black chakra began healing the burns Mun's chakra and inflicted. I could breathe a lot easier. Finally, I opened my eyes, looking right at Mun. I was not surprised when she backed away. I could see the spiritual energy that surrounded. I was pleased to see that I had been right about her chakra being powerful. The Divine Mother had created her for something important. Black Kitsune. She squeaked, back up a few steps. Don't worry, my treasure. I cannot pass, I said, hoping to soothe her worries away one last time. I lied when I told you I would cross with you. I'm sorry. I apologized, giving her a soft smile. This was the first time she has seen my whole face and hybrid form. She now knew that I was the source of her nightmares. Go now, I will make sure you stay safe, I said, backing away, letting the doors shut on me. How touching, and all for what? I turned around to face the one threat that still lingered in existence. You can't even join her in paradise. He spat. You're pathetic. I breathed deeply, ignoring him for the moment, letting him get his evil, maniacal ranting done. I was enjoying the flow of my power. It really has been a long time since I have felt it. I missed, but then I didn't miss it at the same time. That mask was keeping me from becoming one of the Mizuko clan. My black chakra, no Kitsune held this chakra, but a demon from the Mizuko clan. I do not know why the Divine Mother had birthed me with such chakra. Maybe she foreseen that this day would come when I would rid this plane and the next, of the existence of the Mao and his Mizuko clan. However, this chakra was evil, and it was hard to keep a clear head. To keep away the bloodlust that came with it. Yes. I agreed with him. I am pathetic, pathetic to ever let you control me like a puppet and turn me into a monster. I looked at him, and he stared back and smile returning to his face. He knew that even with my power now released I was still no match for him. That soon I would cave under the influence of my own chakra and become one of his fully and truly. He would then use me to find a way to the other plane. The pull wasn't that strong yet. I still had time to kill him. Glaring at him, I bared my teeth in a snarl and launched my attack on him. Ha ha ha. That's my little warrior. Show me everything. He cheered, preparing to defend. Cannon's POV, 3rd persons. This is not good. The little goddess couldn't help but think, while sitting high up, hidden from sight at the top of a tree. She couldn't help but be disappointed that Daku was still not pure enough to pass. Even if he did not have his pendant. If he could just clear his soul, even without his pendant, he would still be able to pass through. The fact he could not, that his mask that helped stabilize the battling chakras in his body balanced. Kept him sane, and yes, kept him human. She should know. She had made the mask and given it to Koi. However, the Kitsune heir had not used it like it was designed, instead, sealing it on the little black kid in a fit of grief and rage. She had fitted it on him as a curse, and so it had acted as such. Oh, she had lectured the golden Kitsune relentlessly over her misuse, but even so, she had hoped that the little black fox kid would be able to purify his soul, with the help of little Mun. Sadly, nothing seemed to have changed. She sighed sadly, as she watched the two demons, both children of Inari-sama, battle. One to the death. The other for control. Daku would have to be strong. She had warned him to not lie and to learn to forgive. He had till this night was over to purify himself, if he was ever going to make it to the other plane. She looked toward the door. Run, little kid. Hurry and tell Every, he's not bad, your job on this plane is not yet done, so hurry back Mun, he won't last long in this state. Cannon mumbled. The first son of Inari-sama was strong, and he would not waste time using Daku to destroy this plane as well as the next. The first son had lost trust with his own race. Much in the fashion, as at Satsuki Kagaya, the rabbit goddess. Inari-sama had not wanted to let her first son to take such a path, and had meant for Daku to be a way to save her first son. When everything took a turn for the worst, it was no longer her mission to save her first son, but the kid, that she had doomed to carry an unfair fate. Mun was then created. Cannon hoped Inari-sama knew what she was doing. With her first son, past the point of saving, to her first daughter, Koi, grieving the loss of not one, but two kids, and now to Daku, who only had a slim chance of being saved. It wasn't right. It's not right. She said out loud, knowing no one would hear her. Her eyes wandered to the forgotten human, who had been unwittingly brought into the fray. Kakashi was his name if her memory served her right. Daku had given him something special. She could not physically help Daku anymore, but she could make sure that no more casualties happened, this night. In a swirl of leaves she disappeared from her spot and appeared beside the human, Kakashi. She had to remember, that even though she wished to join the battle, as a goddess of healing, every human, creature, demon, or kami, it was her first priority to see no injury existed under her watch. Don't worry, take Kakashi, your body is safe, as is your soul. She comforted, placing a hand on his tense shoulders, knowing he could not hear or feel her, as she would not even allow him to even see her. Relying only on her presence to speak for her. She kept the debris of rocks and shattered trees, from touching him. Her eyes following the battle as she stood invisible behind the shinobi. Daku's black chakra was out of control and that was dangerous, she could see him losing himself. She shook her head, focusing on this human, she was caring for. His chakra levels were low, that wasn't good. Oh. I forgot about that she mumbled, placing her hand over it. Akira's POV. Akira walked around, as did Lord Hokage. I don't get it. The little pug said, looking around wide-eyed, putting his nose back to the ground. The bosses sent and the kids, and here. The rest of the shinobi joined in, looking the whole area over, being careful not to touch Akira's beads, of that he was grateful for. But he knew there was nothing they could hear. His prayer beads were circling the whole area, but there was not a soul here. The waters were still and only the sound of nature interrupted the silence of the night. This was strange, but his prayer beads have never been wrong before. He started walking around. Yes, he could feel demonic energy here. As he walked closer to the waterfall, the energy changed into something calming, he could only describe it as home. As he continued to walk around the area, he also noticed that there was one section of beads that were not glowing or floating like the other, but that could only mean that they had touched a human and not a demon. But only he has been through here, so there was possibility of the beads being touched. This was puzzling. Lord Hokage, he called. Would you mind have someone bring my backpack? I'm afraid that I may not have come as prepared as I have hoped, he said. One shinobi, wearing a bird's mask, nodded, with a look from their leader, and departed to go back to the village. Akira glanced up at the moon. It had changed since their departure from the village. The old monk sighed and rubbed his face. He knew that little demon was going to be trouble. But maybe all was not lost, there was another energy here. Dare he say something divine was lingering nearby? Chapter 23. Predecessor of the Black Fox. Kakashi's POV. We were blasted away from each other, just as Daku placed himself in front of me, shielding me from a black that not only destroyed his chakra shield, but the force of energy from the blow was so controlled that we were separated, and then trapped. The only one who seemed less affected was Daku. He was pushed only a few feet away from the demon. The little fox was closer to the door that appeared out of nowhere. Before I could get to my feet and comprehend what was exactly about to happen next, the wolves came rushing at me, the bigger one knocking me back down, letting the smaller one to pin me. It growled at me, black drool dripping from its mouth. I remained motionless, so not to antagonize an attack. Just because it was a large demon and able to talk, did not mean that animal instinct would not kick in. Slowly, so not to draw its attention to my small movement, I edged my right hand toward my weapons pouch. Not taking my eyes off its face. I just needed a weapon. That's all I need. If I can get a weapon out, I can make a quick attack for the throat. Any creature could die if its throat was shredded, even a demon. Right? I'm going to enjoy eating you. The female beast let out a throaty cackle. I stopped reaching for my weapons pouch and quickly brought my hands up to the front of my face, gripping the upper and lower jaw of the beast to stop it from biting my head off. It growled in annoyance at my efforts. Something was running hot in my vest pocket, not burning, but I knew it was there. I needed to think of something fast, my strength was leaving me, as I still had my Sharingan uncovered, my chakra leaving me at a fast pace. The beast pushed against my resistance, bringing its jaw of sharp teeth and black drool closer to my head. Too strong. I gritted my teeth. I couldn't hold this creature off much longer. My Sharingan wasn't even working on it. I was practically already in its mouth. My vest pocket felt like it was on fire by this point, and I wanted so bad to see why, if I wasn't busy trying not to be eaten. It wasn't long before blackish blue flames erupted from my vest pocket. It basted in the beast's face, making it shriek with pain. Rearing back up its hind legs and rolling away, trying to put out the flames. Hurrying to my feet, I quickly reached into the pocket that the fire had erupted from, pulling out the pendant that Daku had given. The metal was turning black and was smoking. Looking over at the wolf demon, I found it dead, the flames consuming its flesh faster than anything I have ever seen, before it died out. Ominous chakra had filled the air by the point, but the ferocious snarl that sounded from Daku's direction had me quickly looking that way. He was at the door, that had appeared from nowhere, the doors shut and his mask in pieces in front of them. The little Kitsune was nowhere to be seen. I wasn't much worried about that, however. I was too focused on watching Daku's human body change, from his hand turning black up to the elbows, to the ears and tails that pouted as if a transformation jutsu had been performed, to his teeth becoming sharper with the claws on his hands. He had confessed that he wasn't human, but I never gave thought about what his true form looked like. The ominous chakra was coming from him, surrounding him. His eyes glowed yellow and glared menacingly at the demon in front of him, as a vicious snarl left him. His body tensed and the black chakra crackled visibly around him, licking the air, leaving behind faint blue sparks before fading. "You're pathetic." The demon scoffed at him. Daku clenched his fists, breathing in and out evenly, closing his eyes for a moment, before answering. "Yes," he said. "I am pathetic, pathetic to ever let you control me like a puppet and turn me into a monster." He looked the demon in the eyes, and snarled as he launched himself at the demon. Claws out in front of him ready to rip through flesh on contact. The creature only smiled as if this is what he wanted, only preparing himself to defend against Daku's attack. Letting the boy to hit him head on and into the stones of the valley. I was so enthralled in the battle before that when my Sharingan eye went black it startled me. I had to steel myself so not to give away my surprise. By some miracle I was not struck from the flying debris. It was then that I could faintly feel another chakra presence around me. It was calming, yet I could not find anyone else around, especially now that my Sharingan was somehow rendered useless. I clenched my fist around Daku's pendant. I didn't know why, but I didn't want to let it go. I felt like something bad might happen if I let it go. I knew it was the reason why the wolf demon was dead. I just didn't know how. Daku's POV. Master Moa's body hit hard against the rock wall, and I pounded my fists into his face. I was not going to give him an opening. The whole time he was laughing, and this just made me angrier. I snarled when I noticed he was not taking damage. I adjusted my stance, concentrating chakra to my feet where I straddled over his body and switched from punching, to using my claws to rip him to shreds. Still he remained laughing. I was swiping even harder with my claws, enhancing their sharpness with my chakra. Growling and snarling, demanding to see his blood pour out of him. To see some signs that my attack was doing something. When I did not see the result that I wanted, I drew my right hand back, gathering a ball of chakra in my hand, my claws curved, preparing to switch to a more effective form of attack. I was stopped when he shot his hand forward and grabbed by my throat, and stopped my approaching hand with the black ball of chakra, with his other hand. "Ha ha ha ha. Look at you." He chuckled, rising from the dent in the rocks I had formed from punching him so hard. "You look like a rabid animal." He pushed me away. I landed on my feet on the water surface and snarled, my fangs lengthening even more as the evil chakra within me was starting to eat away at what was left of my restraint. "You're the rabid animal," I retorted, growling, as he walked calmly toward me. There wasn't even a scratch on him. I had only succeeded in shredding the top half of the robes that he wore. My fake pendant that he had around his neck fell. Such a disobedient kid. He tsked, and in a blink he was gone. I knew he was behind me, and at a half turn, I was thrown across the water surface and into the shrine doors. I had only enough time to bring my hand up in time to catch his wrist as once again his hand found its way to my throat. The pure energy from the shrine doors were searing through the shirt on my back, burning me. My black chakra reacting on its own to heal me, and encircling around his hand, but it was not healing me fast enough, and Moa didn't seem to react at all to my chakra trying to turn him into black dust. Such a pity, son. I had hoped we could do this together, he said, tilting his head slightly, admiring my chakra. Don't call me son. I choked out a growl, as his hand tightened. He smiled, as if I had given him wonderful. Now that's interesting, they never told you. He laughed out loud. Haven't you ever wondered why you never fit in with the Kitsune clan? He asked. Inari-sama create us Kitsune in her image. I gritted out. Yes, the Almighty Mother does indeed, but why would she create only one black Kitsune, with the same powers as I? A black Kitsune who in retrospect should not exist on Kitsune lands. You were to be mine. You were my kid. He shoved me deeper into the shrine doors, with so much force, I feared he would break them. That is. He pulled me closer. Until that foolish maiden of the mother ran off and stole you from under me. He threw me to the side and I skidded a few yards away from Kakashi, who seemed frozen on place. I scrambled back to my feet, and made a quick swipe with my claws, but my hand was again caught in his grip. You're lying, I accused. I would not listen to his words any longer, he was getting too close to Kakashi, to my birth pendant. Am I? He looked over my head toward Kakashi. Cannon. I took a chance and glanced over my shoulder to see Cannon materialize just beside Kakashi, her hand over his Sharingan. Kakashi, to his credit, did not act shocked or surprised to Cannon's sudden appearance so near to him. It is how he says, she said, somberly. Spying, little healer. He smirked. Not surprising. You were always nosy. You were created to give him something to love. To bring him back to Inari-sama, but it backfired. She said, ignoring his words. She removed her hand from Kakashi's eye to allow him to cover it. I helped your mother to return you to Inari-sama. To do so, your mother gave up her very spirit, the ultimate sacrifice, to Inari-sama to ensure you would be safe. What? I was shocked. I had, though the similarities between us were because of my lack of communication with Inari-sama, because of my betrayal to the clan. Now they tell me I was his son. Your father proved to not be fit to have you, and it was mine and Koi's goal to raise you like any other Kitsune. I'm a monster. I shouted, fighting back the tears. I was a hopeless case from the time of my birth, now it was clear. Yes. My monster. But I will take that power that the All-Mother gave you to ascend. I will rule over everything. Human. And demon. And that sister of mine and her kid, he sneered. I will feast upon their flesh. However, he swung me toward the rocks. The rocks cracking from the force of my head hitting them, stunning me. Her image flashed in my mind's eye. I couldn't allow that. Dizzily, I got to my feet and watched as he stalked toward Kakashi and Cannon. I could not allow him to hurt them. I could not allow him to get a hand on my birth pendant. If he was truly my father, if he held my pendant, he was use my real name to control me. To make me help him. Last time he had tricked me, and I had foolishly fell it. But if we truly do share blood, then if I stop fighting against my chakra, I should be able to take his chakra and absorb it into myself. I could show my dominance and overpower him into submission, and then I would kill him. No danger would ever befall Mun. Kanon's POV. It hurt me to reveal to Daku his true origins. It hurt even worse that he had to find out in this way. Daku was to make it to the other plane and meet Inari-sama, where all would have been revealed. His mother was a maiden of Inari-sama, a powerful servant to the Kitsune goddess. Daku's chakra was at battle with him. Yes, it was evil, but it also carried part of his mother, of Inari-sama. And that was what Koi had been trying to nurse and strengthen within him all those years. That mask that had been placed on him as a curse was to help purify his chakra, to purify him, but now his chakra was just unstable. He would not be able to keep a clear head soon. I cringed when Moa sent him flying toward the rock walls that surrounded this valley, and immediately tensed when I seen Moa turn to me and Kakashi. I need to make sure a certain minor goddess and human don't get in my way. Moa said. I rolled my eyes. This one always thought he was powerful enough to take on one of the divine. Such ignorance for one so old. Come now, Moa. You know that fighting me is futile. You haven't the power yet to take on a divine. I scoffed at him. And this human is of no threat to you. Kakashi, the smart human that he is, said, nothing but flanked my side. Ready for an attack. He really was in tune with those who are allies. I raised an eyebrow as his smile widened. Are you helping this pathetic kid, that is my son? Are you interfering again, Kanon? Again I rolled my eyes. Don't be ridiculous. I cannot help him. He must help himself. My only goal at this moment is to make sure this human makes it back to his village. But if you are unsatisfied, I can always bring more humans into this limbo. I threatened with a grin. You feel them around, too, don't you, first son of Inari-sama? An exorcist is among their ranks. And you can bet that he senses you. He stopped advancing. Good. I am not one for battle, but that doesn't mean I won't create a few wounds. Hand over that pendant then, and I will pretend you don't even exist. He demanded. I narrowed my eyes. This one always with the ego, you would think he would be knocked down a peg or two by now. I glanced at Kakashi's clenched hand that held the pendant. It was Daku's birth pendant and one-way ticket home. It was a smart idea to give it to Kakashi. Especially, if I was right in the kid's plan. That's not going to happen. It is the human's to keep, and can only be given if he gives it to you willingly. I suggest against trying to take it by force. You think that weak brat is going to be able to stop me from taking it, and then raging war on the other plane. He snarled, lunging at us, hand reaching for Kakashi. I made no move to stop him. Kakashi's POV. I didn't know what was going on anymore, but one thing was clear, this man, this demon in front of us was dangerous. I was prepared for him to attack, and when he lunged I had already knew which jutsu I would use to deflect him, but when clawed black hands grabbed him from behind and flung him in the other direction. Daku was no longer surrounded by black chakra, his tails were wagging in the air agitated, and his was snarling like a mad animal. He did not turn to see where the demon had landed, instead he stayed facing me and the strange little girl. It was then that I realized Daku was looking at me, and at the hand that held the pendant. Daku? Are you okay? I asked, not liking the look in his eyes, that were in thin slits, like a snake's. He snarled, backing away from my voice. The pendant vibrating in my hand. He can no longer hear you. The little girl said, when Daku turned his back on us and calmly walked to the demon. Who looked pissed, to have been attacked from behind. Be glad you hold that pendant. It is important. He will not attack you if you hold it, she said. I glanced down at her. She did not seem like a threat, as she had many chances to do a sneak attack. But it would be a mistake to trust, much less not consider her a possible threat. You seem to know quite a lot about what is going on. Care to enlighten me? She glanced up and at me, before returning her gaze back to the two demons. Daku gave you that pendant, yes. He has willingly chosen to be your temporary familiar in this world. He cannot hurt you, nor allow harm, especially death to befall you. He has lost himself to his chakra, and is more instinct than anything else at the moment. As long as you hold that pendant, he will not attack you. She explained. And you? I asked. He would never win against a divine, and his instincts know that. We must go now, the battle to come will not be one for a human to meddle in. She said, as a swirl of leaves surrounded us and teleported us to a tall tree yard away from the two demon. We would be able to see the entire battle without being in danger. Daku's POV. Kill. 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 The words echoed in my head as I circled Moa. My ear were up and trained on him and any other surrounding. He had attacked Kakashi, the one I had willingly given my pendant to. It was against instinct to allow him to hurt him. I wanted to attack the small goddess near him, but her aura signaled she was too strong, and there was no sign of threat coming off of her. This demon, however, my father, he was the threat. The chakra rolling off of him was strong and I wanted it. I would conquer. So, he mused, tracking me. This is you when you give in to your nature. Haha. If you were trained by me, you would not be driven by those savage instincts. No matter. You wish to stop me? You wish to show your dominance? Then come at me. He charged. I snarled and charged as well. Skidding and ducking his hand, swiping my claws upward toward his throat. He leaned back slightly, causing me to miss, bringing his leg forward to sweep my feet from under me. I quickly did a flip, landing on his shoulders in a crouch, but jumping again to avoid him from throwing me off. Landing once again in front of him, growling, I aimed a punch for his chest, wanting rip out his heart, but was blocked by him crossing his arms in front of him, then quickly grabbing at my wrist, pulling me forward. I used that momentum to strike him with my elbow, then dropping low to sweep his legs out from under him, but was faster, striking with a knee to the face. My head snapped back, as he continued his attack with a side kick. I skidded across the water, and once again slammed into the shrine doors to the other plane. I yelped at impact. I got to my knees and tried to stand, but the blow to the head had knocked my equilibrium off. His hits were causing me more damage than what I was doing to him. I didn't understand why. Tisk, tisk. And you're supposed to be my son. He scoffed, already standing before me. Do you want to know why, you can't even hurt me? He asked, crouching to my level, showing me a mocking grin. You are me, and I am you. Inari-sama created you to be just like me, not hurt me. He chuckled, when I growled definitely. But I know what your plan was, little one. And it would have worked if you were skilled enough. At a last-ditch effort I lunged forward, gripping at his shoulders, being sure to dig my claws into his flesh, teeth aimed for his throat. I would show him how much of a danger I was. Forget taking his chakra to make him powerless, I was going to kill him. He did not try to avoid me, nor get out of my grip, and my instincts immediately recognized this as victory. Just seconds away. Until a hand was placed on my abdomen, ever so gently, and his other hand caught my chin, stopping me from snapping my teeth into flesh, and redirected my focus to his eyes. His face was blank and the glow in his eyes intensified. The place his hand was, on my abdomen, started warming. Kuro. He mumbled. Immediately, my instincts wanted me to move away, but I couldn't. My chakras started gathering and moving to where his hand rested, making it glow, a deep black. I felt frozen as all the heat in and chakra in my body stayed in that one area. He was taking my chakra, from me, but I was supposed to be the one to take his. I switched to do the same to him, my dominate hand going for were the core of our energy, but I knew instinctively that I was too late, but I still tried. Don't fight me, he mumbled, the glow in his eyes intensifying. Stop fighting, Kuro, Daku, son. Grrrrrrrr, no. I growled, but it came out sounding like a plea. Sweat was pouring off of me as I tried to reverse the transfer. It was when my spiritual core, the place where his hand rested, started cooling did he finally break eye contact and removed his hand. The glow in his eyes dimmed slightly and he took a deep breath, as he let his chakra mix together with mine. I slumped back against the doors to the other plane. This time the burns were not being healed. He chuckled slightly, pushing against my shoulder, causing me to slump over to the side and away from the door. Unlike the other Kitsunes, you are my son. I cannot just kill you, he said, standing. Now for you, birth pendant. Just your power alone will not force these doors open. Won't work, cursed, I managed to say. I didn't want to move now, even talking used too much energy. Humph. That what you think? Just sit there like a good kid, and watch your old man work his magic, he said, flexing his claw, testing the lightning chakra, that was once mine. I watched him through lidded eye as he started walking in the direction that Kanon and Kakashi had fled to. Rolling my eyes to the doors, I willed my muscles to listen as I sat up. If I could make those doors vanish, he would have no chance. The mother would not open them again, once Mon made it to her and Koi. But how was I supposed to make something made of pure spiritual energy close? Kuro, stop. Koi rushed over to me, just as I was about to touch the stone with human words on it. I backed away from it as she stopped and stood in front of me. What do you think you're doing? That a memorial stone. It connects the humans to the other plane, so they may speak to their loved ones. I flattened my ears. But its energy, I tried to explain, that I only wanted to experiment with the strange energy coming from the stone. Is too pure for a creature like you, or I for that matter. No one is to touch and use this energy, except for the divine and the divine. Not even the mother can wield it. Koi explained, nudging me away from the human stone. But why? What could happen? I wanted to know. You will be gifted with an extraordinary amount of power, the ability to reach limits unimaginable, but you will burn out from the inside, till there is nothing left. Koi said. Almost like being set on fire on the inside. Oh, I said, backing up further from the stone. Yes, so never, ever, draw energy from it. You will not only suffer a painful death, but also evaporate the energy from items such as this and rob the humans of its comforting presence. Understand, little one? I nodded my understanding. Of course, that's what I would do. I would take the energy coming from the door. Eyeing Moa one more time, as I edged closer to the doors. So full of energy, I could take that energy and close the doors, protect the Kitsune clan, and Mon. I could use the temporary power and win against my newfound father. There would be no way Moa could defend himself against the purest of energy. Taking a steadying breath, I placed my hands on the doors and began to open myself up to energy pouring off the doors. It felt like liquid lava flowing through my veins. Even though it hurt, and all I wanted to do was scream, I smiled instead, directing my thoughts away from fire in spreading throughout my body. Mon is probably with Koi right this moment. I wish I could have been there. I wish I could have apologized for all the hurt I had caused. I would make it all up now. I would redeem myself, by sacrificing myself. I would become his death. What? Kuro, what are you doing? You fool. I faintly heard Moa ask, panicked. Good. Let him know his doom was upon him. Mon POV. I sat frozen at the doors. They had closed several minutes ago, but I found I couldn't move away from them. I knew it was bright here, but I just couldn't direct my attention away from the spot I had last seen Big Brother Daku. I had never seen Big Brother's face before, until just before the doors closed. I had never seen Big Brother's demon features until just before those doors closed. He had black chakra. His chakra was that of the black fox, that I remember seeing before we went to sleep. I just never knew that it was Big Brother who I had seen. My heart was pounding in my chest, and yet, even though all I had to do was turn around, run out of this tunnel of light and straight to my mother. She was so close, and I have waited all my life for this moment. To see my mother for the first time since my birth. However, even with knowing that the creature from my nightmares was Big Brother, I didn't want to continue on without him. Big Brother has never hurt me. He has always taken care to me. He has always promised me that we would enter the other plane together. Huffing and getting to my feet, I made up my mind. I would go back for Big Brother. Standing up in my hind legs, I braced myself against the doors and pushed. They wouldn't open. But why? Open up. I growled, clawing at the doors. They stayed shut. I tried showing my pendant to the doors, baring my neck, but they stayed shut. Why wasn't it working now? I stomped my paw in annoyance. A loud boom sound from the other side of the doors, startling my, and that s when I saw the corners of the doors turning into black dust. That wasn't supposed to happen, was it? I looked around, not knowing what was happening, just that the doors were turning to dust. Oh! I whined. I needed to the other side. To get back to Big Brother Daku. But I don't know anything about how these doors worked. Then an idea hit me, mother. I gasped, turning on my heel and running out of the tunnel of light. My mother would know what to do. We would go get Daku together, and be one happy family. Don't worry, Big Brother. I'm coming. Chapter 24. Too late. Mun's POV. I was running faster than I ever have before, and not just because tonight was my birth night. I was intentionally pushing myself to run this fast. Big Brother needed me and I wasn't going to fail him. This tunnel seemed to go on forever, and if this was all the other plane was, then I wanted to go back to the mortal plane. Once Big Brother was safe and sound in the other plane with me and mother, I would then demand that he tell me the truth. Then we would live happily ever after. I was so focused on running as fast as I could I almost didn't notice the tunnel has dissolved and turned to trees. A beautiful forest surrounded me. I was looking at my surroundings when I ran into something and rebounded off. I rolled onto my back from the force. Rubbing my nose with my paw, I looked at what I ran into. Or should I say who I ran into, I realized when I seen a 10-tailed Kitsune standing there. Se was beautiful. Mun. The golden Kitsune said my name. Jumping to my feet and I took a defensive stance, just like Big Brother taught me when meeting unfamiliar strangers and unfamiliar demons. Who wants to know? I growled. It is you. The golden Kitsune cheered, ignoring my hostile behavior and running up to me. Rubbing herself on me, covering Big Brother's scent. Replacing it with hers. I growled, disapprovingly, and moved away from her. How dare she? Stop that! Who are you? I snapped. I just needed to find my mother and we can go to the mother of Kitsune's. I didn't have time for another demon causing me problems. Mun? What's wrong? Are you not happy to see me? The golden Kitsune asked, tilting her head. I let another growl escape me. I needed to be tough if I was going to help Big Brother. It's me. Your mother. The Kitsune before said, gently seeing my distress. See? She said, tilting her head up slightly so I could see her pendant. It looked identical to mine. Mother? I asked, easing my stance slightly. Yes, my kid. My mun. She said. I thought I would never see you again. I let rub against me this time. Happy to be finally meeting my mother. Daku had always kept her coat color a secret from me, saying that it would be a magnificent surprise for me. My mother's code was gold, meaning she was the right hand of the mother Inari-sama. Mother. I rejoiced with her. Come my kid. Our clan will want to see you. We can finally finish the ritual, and then you claim your birthright. There's no time to waste. She said, suddenly picking me up by my scruff and running deeper into the forest around us. No. Wait, mother, wait. I started struggling, trying to get her to drop me, but she didn't. She didn't even seem to notice me wiggling around. We didn't have much time. The doors was vanishing, we needed to get to them before they were completely gone, and help Big Brother. I was not going to give up. He has done everything for me. As much as I hated to do it, I kicked my hind legs and swung my body, my claws almost catching Mother in the eye, if she hadn't dropped me in surprise. As soon as my feet touched the ground, I ran back the way I came. I could hear my mother chasing after me, and I knew that she was going to catch me, but I had to show her the door. I had to get back to Big Brother Daku. Canon's POV. Things have not turned out like Inari-sama had wanted. Her first son, turned dark from hatred of his given legacy. Daku, son of the first son. The second prince of Inari-sama, just as Mun was the second princess of Inari-sama. Both created to stable each other, a push and pull she had hoped would form naturally between first Koi and first son Mao. Koi had been given the gift of transformation of the Kitsune. She was meant to govern them for Inari-sama. Mao had been given the gift to stay in human form, and the power created any weapon he wished, something that would benefit him in being her patron for blacksmith, and protector for warriors. He was not happy with the legacy she gave him, believing humans to be weak. Claiming that she favored her first daughter. Daku had been created to show him the importance of protecting another. To give him a chance to hand down his legacy, to the Black Kitsune. Instead, Mao had decided to turn his son into a weapon. Seeing this, Inari-sama created Mun until she was certain Daku was safe to be around. Even now I was unsure if Inari-sama was still going to keep to her original plan, now that Daku was disintegrating before our very eyes. I wanted to turn my head, when I saw Daku lose control, when his plan failed. Mao had turned the table on him once again. There was no other way now for him to defeat his father. Now that he held Daku's chakra, he could come and take his pendant as well, and force those doors opened. Seeing that he had left Daku alive, told me that Mao did not plan on destroying his offspring. That was good. Seeing the first son of Inari-sama turn to the direction I had placed myself and the human, Kakashi, I silently prayed that the human shinobi was talented enough to know not to engage in battle, now that the enemy's strength had doubled. I was almost too focused, the first son of Inari-sama, that it took me a moment to spot Daku, moving slowly to the door. That fool! I cursed, when I noticed what he was going to do. The doors started crumbling to black dust, as drew on its pure energy. A death sentence, for just a few minutes of power. The price for it was too great, for any being to attempt to try. There would be nothing left of Daku, if he succeeded. His victory would be his death. I am sorry. I mumbled, bowing my head. I could feel Kakashi look at me. But I did not look at him. My eyes were becoming too wet, causing my vision to go blurry, and it was becoming harder to breathe. I was crying. I haven't cried in centuries. I was used to seeing living creatures, like and demons die. So why was I crying now? I know why. I had gotten too close. Something as a goddess, I should never have done. It was always a bad idea to get close to creatures that had lifespans. I was foolish in getting too close. I had felt bad for the kid. My eyes drifted back to Kakashi. I would protect him, even if I must bring other humans to this limbo, to ensure this one makes it back. I will. No, that too was wrong of me. I should not as a goddess of healing wish to sacrifice many humans for the price of one. That was the wrong mindset a divine. However, Mao seemed to focus back on Daku. He too must realized what this meant. Daku wanted his blood, the end of TS battle for Daku was final, Mao would have to only survive till time was up for Daku. Against my nature, I prayed that Daku took the monster with him. Third person's POV. The shinobi stood around Monk Akira as he pulled items from his backpack. They were sure to stay far from the floating beads. The sheer fact that the beads were floating was enough to unnerve them, no tea that they would ever admit it out loud. They would trust in their Hokage, and if he trusted the monk, then they would too. Lord Hokage looked calmed, but inside he was nervous. He was a pro with his crystal ball, it was a helpful object so to look in on his shinobis in the village, especially Naruto and Sasuke. He trusted in Monk Akira, to find Kakashi and the boy. Deep down he hoped they were both alright. Akira was perplexed. This has never happened to him before. He was unsure how to approach this phenomenon. If he performed the wrong ritual he was at risk of hurting Shinobi Hatake, and if his sixth sense was right, as it has never failed him before, then he may also hurt the divine that was in the area. The cursed demon was here too, but his chakra had long since changed. Akira was unsure if the demon boy was the cause of all this. He could definitely sense another dark demon in the area. Odds were that the cursed demon boy and this second dark demon were working together. He studied the jade mag atom as he thought. He could use it. Most people thought that the comma-shaped jewel served only as a decorative ornamental jewelry. When really it had plenty of uses. It could give him the sight to enter the space in between this plane and the other plane. It could give him the sight to limbo. He looked back to the other ritual items he always carried. Majority of them were dangerous to most demons. He was unsure if they would hurt the divine and wasn't sure if he wanted to hurt the cursed demon boy. The Megatama was less combative and intrusive to whatever was going on in this particular area. Once there in El Imbo, he could possibly bring Shinobi Hatake back to this plane, and attack the source of the unbalance. Lord Hokage and that rest of the Shinobis backed up a few steps when Akira had made up his mind. Everyone was one edge, you needed no sixth sense to sense the tension radiating off of everyone. Akira looked around at all the shinobi surrounding him. They trusted in their Hokage, who trusted in him. They wanted to see their comrade back safely. He could do that, but he would need a lot of chakra to help provide the energy needed for the Megatama. The old monk had made up his mind, now he just needed the cooperation of the shinobi. I will need everyone's help. Akira finally announced. You are going to send me to Limbo. Silence echoed around them, as the old monk's words sank in. Mun spov. Let go. I wiggle as much as I could to release one of my tails from under my mother's paw. She had caught up to me. I was sure I was close to the white tunnel, to the doors. I couldn't get away anymore. I didn't understand why she was not listening to me. Daku needed us. Needed me. We had to get to those doors. Mother, we have to go. Yes, we do. But we have to go the other way. She said, trying to pick me up. I crouched away from her advance. She looked at me. Please, my kid, we have to go. The night of your birth must be celebrated. I growled. Enough about my birth. I snapped. Why won't you listen to me? Big brother needs us. I finally snapped. She paused, and slowly removed her paw. Your big brother. The way she said it, made me pause. Did she not know about Daku? But Daku knew about her? You don't have a brother, oh, Kuro. She mumbled. I tilted my head. Kuro, are you talking about Daku? Why yes. I mean Daku. He is not your brother. She said, ears drooping slightly. Before speaking again she took a deep breath. Let's not talk about him right now. We have to get you to Inari-sama. There is no time to waste, my kid. She pleaded. I backed up from her. I am not leaving, big brother. I growled. Now tell me how to open the doors. I demanded. She sighed and sat on her hunches, a small smile crossed her lips. You are my kid. Okay. We will go back for him. But if what I fear has come to pass, then it may be already too late. Daku's POV. Pain. So much. Pain. Enemy. Blood. Death. Kill. Must kill. To protect. So much pain. So much feeling S and emotion S. I could feel it all. Desire and power. So much power. The door was disappearing, into black dust, and all that power was flowing into me. Father. That word was so foreign. I hated it. Mother. Mother was a nicer word. I wish I could meet the All-Mother. Mother of Kitsune. Koi, she was my mother. No. Not my real mother. Father took my real mother. Killed my real mother. I would never see my real mother again. I would never see. Father was all to blame, I was all to blame. We were both to blame. Father and I destroyed Mun's birth ritual. We are not fit to be on this plane or the other plane. Father, no, Mel. I should not have to call him father. He has never been a father to me. He has always been my enemy. The enemy to all I wish to protect. A destroyer of lives. Destruction of my life. I was destruction, but I refused to be a puppet. I refused to let him take my treasure from me. My treasure, that is why I was doing all of this. Mun, my treasure. The doors, they were almost gone. This power was amazing. It was a rush. I couldn't keep my thoughts straight. My mind felt so full. I could feel the power running through me. Powerful and running through my veins. That monster could have my chakra if he wanted it. He could have my pendant. I had something better. The key to his death. I was ripped away from the doors, just as they were beginning to fade. He was trying to stop me. You fool. Do you know what you just did? He shouted, blue lightning crackling around him. His hands quickly left me though, as the pure chakra, running through my body, wouldn't let him touch me, scorching his hands. Instead of answering him, I doubled over screaming, as my body began feeling too small to contain the pure energy I had within me. I was aware of him stepping away from me. Ayah! It hurt so much, but I could not form any words to describe it. My body was changing again. My screams turned into a deafening roar, and everything around me seemed to shrink. I was getting taller. I took to standing on 4 legs, as more tails began sprouting, black fur began sprouting out everywhere. My teeth and claws elongated more. I growled long and loud, as I finally stopped changing. I stood taller than a human. I was almost 2 humans taller than a normal kitsune. My body still ached, with burning pain, but my thoughts were more collected now, but I knew that my sanity was just on the edge. I don't know how much longer I will remain in control of myself, before I turn into a raging beast. Big brother. What? No. It couldn't be. I focused my sight on the doors that should be vanishing. And they were vanishing, only there was a big hole in the middle of them. Mun, my treasure. Why was she back here? Go. Back. My treasure. I growled. Trying to warn her. Already my speech was trying to leave me. I had to concentrate to even form the words. Big brother, what has happened to you? Is this your true form? She yipped, worry stamped on her face. No, no. You. Should not be here. Go back. I growled, using one of my many tails to whip around, smack the ground, the impact and vibrations, knocking my treasure back into the hole of the doors, that were no longer vanishing. Laughter sounded behind me, gaining my attention. The monster was laughing. My son, your sacrifice was wasted on such a creature. He laughed. How dare he laugh? Mun was a kid, a child in human sense. She didn't know the urgency of why she needed to stay in the other plane, and it was not because of Mao. If she did not go to Inari-sama in the other plane, before her birth night ended, she would die. It was my fault she had come back for me. I had let her become too attached. I should have never bonded myself to her, but at the time it was essential to her survival during our long slumber. I had hoped the bond would weaken once we awoke. That had not happened though. Instead, our bond has grown stronger. Another mistake to show how foolish of a demon I actually was. Grrro. Gur. Back. Gur. My. Gur. Trrr. I tried to tell her again. My protective instincts were taking over. No, my instincts altogether were taking over. My intellectual self was being consumed by the pure energy I consumed. Ha, yes. Go back, little kid. We wouldn't want you to die, without me delivering the final blow. Mao said, goading me. I growled at his voice and pounced, before he could frighten my treasure more. Slamming into him, felt like nothing even as tried to deflect me. It was no use. Now, I was stronger. The force of my muzzle hitting him in the chest, sent him flying and skidding across the water surface. Not even with my stolen chakra could he shield himself from the impact. This pure chakra was more than his. More than me. With this chakra, I was the vessel for the purest of energy. I was strong. Invisible. For the moment I had the power of a god. A god meant for battle. And killing. My vision turned red, at the thoughts. I stalked toward my prey. It was hunting time. And I had one prey in my sights. I must teach my treasure how to hunt. Now was time to see me demonstrate the techniques. Mao S had once told me he had no demon form, he was stuck in a human form. So me in my form would make it easier to snap his neck between my jaws. I couldn't let my treasure go without one more lesson. There was no turning back now. Was that last intellectual thought I had before I succumbed to instinct, before all I could feel was the bond of my treasure, who had not come out of the broken doors, but was peeking out. She was scared. I would make it where she would not be scared again. I raged at her fear and charged my prey again. This time I would not stop my offensive attacks. Kakashi's POV. The little goddess had warped us from the top of the tree as soon as she declared there was a shift in the walls that separated limbo from the mortal plane, as she put it. She seemed determined to keep me by her side, especially since Daku had transformed into a large black fox. He had sprouted so many tails that it was hard to count them. All I knew was, even though he was smaller than the nine-tailed fox from 12 years ago, if a Kitsune was judged on strength by the number of tails they had, then Daku was more powerful than the nine-tailed fox within Naruto. I was put off balance by the sudden change in location, but was more than surprised when the old monk materialized from mist that wasn't even there. He was surrounded by a green aura, that matched the jade Megatama, that hung from his neck. His eyes searched the area before he spoke. His eyes linger on the black Kitsune that was Daku, and the busted doors that were now half transparent and busted with a hole in the woodwork. His eyes then fell to the little goddess, that stood in front of me. She had her arms crossed over her chest, giving the old monk a disapproving look. If it wasn't for the fact that she was goddess, I would have said she looked like any other child in the Leaf Village, but her chakra gave away her power. You are the divine. He stated, voice low as he bowed his head slightly in respect. We were suddenly swept away in a swirl of leaves, just as a large tree fell to its side. Fallen from having a human-looking demon being rammed into it by Daku's large Kitsune form. The demon was laughing and encouraging Daku to continue. "This," she started, "is not what I needed this night. I did not need two humans in limbo, just so I could save them from being trampled on during the battle. For a servant of Inari-sama, who have made a bad choice this night. Using the Megatama. What was going on in your little mortal brain? You should have brought tags, charms, herbs, holy water, something that would have given you both an ounce of protection." The little goddess lectured. "My apologies, goddess," Akira said, humbly. She made an irritated sound, turning her head back to the battle. "So the cursed demon shows his true form," Akira mumbled, following her gaze. "Something is off about him this time, more than before. Maybe it was a mistake to spare him and the little Kitsune." "Hush your babbling, you old fool, for you know not who you insult," snapped the little goddess. "Had you performed an exorcism on him, you would have had to deal with me. The others may not care for him, but I have kept a close watch on this demon." "Inari-sama's second prince." "Second prince." Me and the old monk repeated her words, shocked. "He and Mun are the only Kitsunes that will ever be born with silver and black fur. You monk of Inari-sama should have at least assumed more was going on beyond the veil. But, he has been cursed and touched with evil. And the little kid is full of light and innocence." The little goddess interrupted. "Enough to balance him. But, it's too late now. Daku will be no more soon," she said sadly. A growl-like rage sound, causing us to focus back the fight. The human-like demon was no longer moving, but had yet to stop laughing. The blue markings to the end of his tail started glowing, as he opened his mouth and a bright white light shot out, covered with black lightning crackling around it. The beam of light engulfed the human-like demon, so that we could no longer see him. It was the black dust that started falling from the air that had me looking at Daku. He was literally disintegrating before us, into fine black dust, a sinister version of snow. Mun's POV. I stumbled as I was pushed back into the hall in the doors. Mother sat nearby, not wanting to leave the other plane. I didn't understand why. I didn't understand why Big Brother was not talking correctly, why he had pushed me back into the other plane. It didn't make sense to me. I thought he would be proud that I was ready to help him fight. I poked my head back out the hole in the door. Big Brother was not acting right. It was still him, but then it wasn't him. His scent was changing. It was disappearing. I just didn't understand. He was scaring me. I was scared for him. I felt Mother move behind me. She was looking over my shoulder with me. For a few moments we just stayed silent and watched as Big Brother attacked the monster. I jumped when shot a beam of light out of his mouth. It was then when Mother spoke. "It is too late now." I didn't understand what she meant, but my eyes started getting wet, and leaky. "I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to cry," I chanted to myself. Trying to will myself to be strong. "Mun, my kid." Mother started. "If you wish to be of any help to him now, you must come with me. You must meet Inari-sama." I did not say anything. I did not move. I did not even fight when she picked me up by my scruff and carried me away. The last thing that I saw from the hole was black snow falling, and for some reason I couldn't help but think. Big Brother said that snow was white. Chapter 25. The Mother of All Kitsunes. 3rd Person's POV. It was long after Mun and Koi left the mystical doors, did those doors finally vanish. Koi ran with her kid. Her long-list kid, who had finally come home. How she had longed for this day. She was happy, but she was also sad. Her brother's kid, she had raised him like her own. She had groomed him. It still dumbfounded her how her brother had even got an opportunity to meet his kid. She had tried to keep the boy away from her brother, so that he would not have to shoulder the burden of his father's past mistakes. There was nothing else that she could do now. All she could do now was get her kid to Inari-sama, the mother of all kitsunes. She refused to lose 2 kids in one night. Her mon was going to live, she would see to it. Koi pushed herself harder to the ritual shrine on the mountain. It broke her heart at the soft broken whimpers that left the kid that she held, but they did not have the time to stop and address what was wrong. She knew what was wrong. Her kid wanted Daku. Koi wished she had the time to tell her kid that she too wanted to bring Daku back with them, but absorbing the pure energy from the door in an attempt to close them? Gain more power? She wasn't sure which was his true motive, but he was dying, and not even she could save him. Daku had bonded himself to her kid, but that bond would soon break once they enter the plane of the divine. Inari-sama's domain. The bond would break, the two would no longer be attached to each other. Her mon would not experience the pain of having a loved one ripped away from her. Like Koi, herself had once experienced long ago. She would replace the bond till mon was full grown. The golden Kitsune fought back tears at the thought of the black Kitsune she had seen in the mortal plane. He had grown to be a magnificent shade of black with blue marking. His marking were not normal marks, they were the sign of his innocence inherited by his real mother. A pure maiden for Inari-sama, who voluntarily gave herself to Mao, who had turned to darkness, to evil. Daku was everything they had hoped he would be. But now her brother, Mao, was taking yet another child from Inari-sama, their own mother. He had already started disintegrating into dust at the tips of his tails and ears. The pure energy was never to be used. It was set in the rules, for every non-divine and divine being. No one had ever touched the energy till now. It was known that if ever absorbed the body would disintegrate, but no one was sure what would happen to the soul if it ever was absorbed. Koi pushed those thoughts away. The kid was no longer her concern. All that mattered was her silvery kid. Her successor. Mon was the next to lead the Kitsune clan once she was grown. Koi would then be able to go back to Inari-sama, giving the goddess her body as a host. She inwardly sighed. That was one topic her big brother Mao never could seem to understand. Koi's Kitsune form was that of the mother. Yes, she had a human form too, and that was hers. The Kitsune form was borrowed. Just as his human form was borrowed. Inari-sama had the ability to become either male or female. She had split her powers, to her 2 first children. Giving Mao a male human form, Inari-sama's male form, then gave her Kitsune form to Koi. They were not treated differently. They both were given the same equal amount of power. Till her brother got greedy. Inari-sama gave Koi more power so she could counter the evil of Mao. To be a beacon for her Kitsune children. Taking her male form back, Inari-sama and Koi had left Mao trapped to nothing but decaying bones after his attack on the night of Mon's birth night. They took the Kitsune demon to the other plane for safety, and left Daku, who at the time they thought a traitor, to suffer among the humans. Cursed for the rest of his life. Taking off that mask would mean he would go mad by the dark chakra within him. To give in to his nature, inherited by his father. One kid would have to do. They knew this, the day they evacuated the Kitsune from the mortal plane. Approaching the ritual shrine, Koi felt relief, knowing that soon her kid would no longer be in danger of dying. It was time little Mon met her creator. The aura of the mother of Kitsune washed over them both when the doors opened. Inari-sama was expecting them. The silvery kid did not react to the comforting aura, as she silently cried for her big brother Daku. When the doors closed behind them, something deep within her being seemed to vanish, and the little kid could not understand why she suddenly felt an empty space somewhere inside her, but it made her want to cry even more. The shrine doors made no sound, as they closed shut behind them. They were surrounded briefly by a warm and comforting bright light, before both mother and daughter could see their surroundings. Koi started walking, and Mundo, still full of sadness, marveled that her mother was walking on top of a clear surface, like clear water. Only the water did not ripple. It was scary and new, and she was slightly glad that she was not expected to walk on it. It reminded her of a mirror, as she could see her reflection. She hoped they didn't fall through. Inari-sama's POV. Inari-sama was waiting for them, smiling warmly at seeing her daughter, after so long. She hoped Koi's visit was to lift the ban off the mountain. It was not right to keep the mountain away from the other spirits and demon that resided in the other plane. Seeing her daughter up closer now, however, made her smile even bigger. This was indeed a life-changing visit from her first daughter. Koi had found her kid, and Inari-sama was just so relieved to see the silvery kid. For years she had tried to convince her first daughter to conceive again, to give birth to another kid, but her golden daughter had refused. Inari-sama did not blame her. Even after the turn of her first son, she could not bring herself to replace him. She could never understand where she had went wrong with Mao. She didn't know where they went wrong with his son either. At least she had both daughters now. Koi, she greeted, standing up from her chair, waving away the phantom messenger kitsunes who were coming and going, sending her messages from that of the mortal plane and the other plane. My daughter. And my second daughter, little Mun. She reached from the little kid, cradling her in her arms. The little kid did not move, almost frozen. Inari-sama worried slightly that maybe she was moving too fast, so withdrew slightly, and gave the kid a warm and gentle smile. Do you know of me, little one? She asked, hopeful. Yes, big brother was a very good teacher. Little Mun mumbled, not looking Inari-sama in the eye. It caused the goddess to frown. You do not seem pleased with finally meeting me, she stated. I am pleased. The little kid sniffled, before tears began falling again. Inari-sama looked at her first daughter in question. Koi. Her first daughter bowed her head slightly. It is Daku. Now she understood. Koi had mentioned before in a message about the little black kid. It saddened her, but not even she could interfere with destiny. The road of life was different for each creature. Little one, I understand you are feeling sadness, right? In time it will heal. She tried to comfort. She felt awkward, for it has been a long time since she had to comfort a little one. The situation with Mo and his son just seemed to complicate the whole situation. I don't want to heal. I want my big brother. I want Daku. The silvery kid lashed out with a growl on her lips. He needs our help. He needs me. Inari-sama didn't say anything. She was thinking. The little black kid had a lot of unknown expectations on his shoulder, and until now she had believed him a repeat of his father. Daku was a risk she was not sure deserved to live. However, little Mun was making her doubt her own decision. He means so much to you, doesn't he, little one? She said, petting the top of the silvery kid's head. I have a gift for you that will replace the loss that you feel at the moment, she said, lifting Mun up. Nothing you can give me will replace him. The little kid sniffed. It made Inari-sama smile. Oh little one, I think you will like my gift, she said, placing a soft kiss on the little kitsune's forehead, placing her mark on the kitsune. She put the kid down and watched as her form switched from 4 legs to 2 legs. Daku's POV. It was sudden when an empty space formed in my chest. It was then that it felt like the final thread of what was left of me snapped. She was gone. For good. I had nothing else to hold on to now. It was then that I just let go. I don't even remember what happened. I just remember seeing my Mao underneath me, laughing weakly and daring me to finish it. After that is all a blank. I just seemed to come back to my senses with my kitsune form leaving me in the form of dust. Mao's body was gone, nothing left of it besides a pile of ashes. I don't even remember casting a jutsu that powerful to do something like that. My legs gave out as soon as my forelegs melted away. I have no strength left, but at least it was all over now. I glanced at my hands, watching my fingertips disintegrate before my eyes, a lot slower than when I was in my true form. Must be because I had no more chakra within me. At least it was painless. Limbo was starting to lose its shape, going back into the black void that it originally is, now that there was no reason for anything but a spirit to reside here. It was then that through blurry vision did I see Kakashi, Kanon, and the elder Akira were standing several yards away from me. I always thought it was funny that when Limbo mirrored something from the mortal plane, it also mirrored the distance of the mortal plane. You may be close to someone at one moment, but really you were several yards away. Kanon knew how to manipulate Limbo, but I have a feeling she would not this time for fear that I may still lash out. It would be a wiser move to just evacuate the humans from Limbo altogether. That would be smart. I grinned slightly when they finally did vanish. The humans going back to where they belong and Kanon hopefully erasing their memory. That was good. Limbo was for the dead or dying, not the living. I wanted to die in peace. I deserved death and the pain that came with it. Everything was hurting. My muscles on fire, I didn't want to move. I think I might have passed out for a moment. It was so dark here I didn't realize my eyes were closed till I snapped them back open, after sensing an unfamiliar presence approaching me. I hoped that I wasn't wrong and that Mao was truly dead. I hoped his soul wasn't lingering around. The presence was approaching slowly and quietly. The only reason I knew something or someone was there was their chakra. They were letting their chakra touch me first. Examining me. I couldn't tell if they were friendly or a threat. I hated being defenseless. Was it the god of death? He would soon realize there would be no soul to take to the other plane. But the chakra was lingering longer than he was comfortable with. I flinched at a touch that come from somewhere behind me, unable to turn my head. I could only continue to watch as my finger blew away into nothingness. Soon my hand would be gone too. Touch, however, paused when I flinched, before going to my head and petted me between the ears, stroking them slightly, and, oh, the mother, but it felt so comforting. I want to nuzzle the touch. You are dying. A woman's voice finally spoke, her voice was soft and warm. The echo in her voice gave it away that she was a divine, but she was not Kanon. So I am. I breathed out, savoring one of the few gentle touches I have received since I had awoken from slumber. You were also cursed, and you took the pure energy from the doors, only a kami could open. Not that I don't appreciate the company, but is there something you want from me? I asked. There was always a catch to such gestures, or so I have learned. The petting stopped. What makes you ask such a question, dying one? I tried to pull off one of my best smiles. That's the only reason one would speak to one, such as myself. I said. I'm dying, not dumb, now move, where I can see you. The petting started up again. I think not, dying one. My hand was halfway gone now. I tried to turn my head, but my muscle did not respond, and the attempt caused the fire to flare up, that a whimper escaped me. Shush, shh, you are safe with me. I didn't know if I should believe this voice or not. I didn't really have much of a choice in the matter. I have someone who would love you. She finally said. But could I trust a cursed demon, such as you? Such a hard decision. You talk as if you could save me. I pointed out. I could, any kami can, but are you worth it? She hummed. Well, dying one? Are you? Should I save you? You haven't much time left. She was playing with me. That had to be it. No one would save me. Not even a kami. I deserved no saving. Don't be too quick now. Surely there is someone you hold close, that you would want to see them one last time. Her words echoed in my head. My treasure. I mumbled. The petting paused. Mun. I would live for her, if I knew I could continue to keep her safe. My heart began beating faster at the thought. What if there was more out there that would see her harm? Ah, there is life still within your soul. Maybe you are worth more to someone as well. I chuckled at that. Lady, I mean goddess, whoever you are, no one see any worth in me. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Now I was confused. My vision was still very blurry that I almost didn't realize I was being approached by another being. Mun. I gasped out, seeing her walking to me slowly with tears in her eyes. She was dressed in a red and white kimono, her silvery hair left to hang free of any restraint. She emitted a slight glow around her. My eyes landed on the mark of the mother on her forehead. Princess Mun. I said, tilting my head downward. Forgive me for deceiving you. Big brother. She lunged forward and barreled herself in me, jolting my hurt body, but I refrained from showing her how much pain her hug was causing me. If you are here, then that means, you are. The petting had stopped, and now the goddess was standing behind Mun, in a flowing kimono, and long black hair, stood before me, the one being I had long ago gave up on meeting. Inari-sama. Greetings Daku, Kanon, Koi, and even this little one has been telling me much about you. She smiled. WWH. For the first time in my life, I was speechless. I had dreamed of this day, but I never thought it would go about like this. My dying at the foot of the mother of all Kitsune. I can do nothing right. You have had quite an adventure dying one. And I think it is time for you to have a do-over. She pulled Mun away from me. Huh, I dash. I still could form words, my brain was shell-shocked. Okay. I finally managed. That's my little dark one. Now close your eyes. I have a gift for you. She smiled. Ignoring the tightness in my chest, I did as my goddess commanded. Kanon's POV. Once Limbo lost its shape, I took the humans away, I washed out their memories. Although I didn't really erase them for Kakashi and the old Sohei. They would remember everything that was normal in their life, except Daku. It would be as if he never existed. Inari-sama had finally left her domain to see her little dark prince. I wanted to go back right away and make a case for him, to show proof that he deserved saving. He deserved it. He has been through so much now, and with the death of his father, the boy was now free of any temptation of being swayed to the darkness again. Not with Mun beside him to keep his darkness balanced. He would also keep her light in check. The push and the pull, of two opposites. Mun the true leader of the Kitsunes. And Daku the guardian of warriors and patron for blacksmiths. Both were to take up their parents' torch. Both were bred for this. And none would be created to take their place. They were the future right and left hand of Inari-sama. I just prayed she chose to save him. I wasn't allowed back on that mountain for 100 years for trespassing. So I wouldn't know until then. Or until Daku, if alive, decided to show himself. Oh, well. Guess I will just have to wait. Chapter 26. Epilogue, A Demon's Word. Hokage's POV, 3 RD persons. Several weeks later. It was a warm night, with a nice small breeze to accompany it. Lord Hokage was gazing out at the village, enjoying the few moments that he had free from all the paperwork that came with being Hokage of an entire village. He looked to his left, the village had a wonderful nightlife. His shinobi, those who were back from long missions, were out enjoying the night and the town, even the boy in the fox mask that cover his upper face, and a bushy tail was having fun chasing after a little silver fox. Looking to his right and putting his pipe in his mouth, Redito observed the rest of the village, before whipping his head back to the left. His old eyes searching for the odd boy in the fox mask that had ran across his vision, so close to his tower. But he could not find him. Sighing, he decided that it was just his imagination. There were no foxes near the village since the attack of the nine-tailed fox, and not many cared to even wear a fox mask since the attack. Maybe he was just tired. He was getting up in age, and staying up late at nights were bound to take their toll on his mind. He decided it would be best to turn in early. As Lord Third went back to his office, he missed the young boy in the mask, with black fox ears on his head, and a bushy black tail with a blue tip wagging behind him. He sat crouched on the railing of the Hokage Tower just off to the side. Yellow eyes glowing brightly from behind the mask. And a small Kitsune that seemed to admit her own glow sat comfortably on the boy's shoulder. The boy petted the silvery little Kitsune and watched the old Hokage enter the tower, going back to his office, with a mischievous smile on his lips. Kakashi's POV. It was a beautiful day in the village today, a good day for a stroll, contemplating the road of life. I hadn't long left the mission room, giving Irika a wonderfully hard time with a sloppy written mission report. Today I had went the extra mile and left blood and food stains on the report. He had turned a very deep shade of purple, when I goaded him about his temper. It was so much fun ruffling the Chunin's feathers. I would have stayed longer, but I had to go see my old team. I had Team 7 running errands for the day. They had been whining about wanting more A-rank missions like the last one, but I had a better idea. They were not ready for another mission, like the one with Zabuza. I was going to enroll them in the Chunin exams. It would be a great way to let them learn just how much they still needed to learn, before they were ready for A-rank missions. It would also be a way for me to gauge how they were taking my training exercises. I couldn't wait to see how far they would go. Walking the trail that would take me to the memorial stone, I reached into my vest pocket and pulled out the pendant with a Kitsune on it. The pendant was black metal, and our historians could not give me an actual name for the metal that it was made of, nor tell me what the kanji on the back meant. I could not recall where I had acquired the pendant, just that I found it in my vest pocket one day. The historians had wanted to study it. I don't know why, but I had refused. I ran my thumb over the Kitsune symbol and studied it, as I made my way to the stone. I really wanted to know where I had gotten this pendant. It looked so old, like it should be a relic, but it was in good condition. For some reason, when I looked at it, I felt like I was forgetting something, or I was forgetting someone, but that was ridiculous. I only had 3 brats to look after, and I only had few I called friends. I sighed and scratched the back of my head. I stopped just before the memorial stone came into view. Something was different. Not one to second guess my gut, I masked myself, pulling my chakra in enough to be recognized as Ankunin level shinobi. I continued on to the memorial stone. I paused when I was close enough to see a boy around the same age as the genin in Team 7, with black hair and blue tips, dressed on genin shinobi armor, but he wore no village headband, kneeling in front of the memorial stone. He was placing incense around the memorial stone and chanting a prayer in a language I was not familiar with. I stood back and let him finish. "Hello," I greeted. The boy stood up slowly from his spot in front of the memorial stone and slowly turned to me. "Greeting Shinobi-san," he said, giving me a friendly smile. He had bright yellow-colored eyes. "I don't recognize you," I said, coming closer. I didn't sense anything off his chakra. In fact, for some reason I thought that his chakra was kind of weak, that it should be stronger, maybe. And his smile was genuine. Why was I worried about his chakra and smile? Yeah, just passing through with my cousin Mun and Aunt Koi. She's a traveling medicine peddler. She can heal almost anything," he said. "Oh, and my name's Daku. That explains why I don't recognize him. Peddlers stay only a few days before they move on to the next village." "I see, and that is why you wear genin-size shinobi armor?" I questioned. He looked down at himself. "Is that what this is? I bought all this, because it looked cool, and there were other kids wearing similar clothing." He chuckled. It's shinobi armor, made for genin. You might want to change into civilian clothes, before someone mistakes you for one of our villagers' genin. Some of our genin are quite competitive. I warned. His smile disappeared slightly, but returned in full after a moment. I guess you're right, Shinobi-san, he said. Kakashi. I corrected. I felt that he was telling the truth, and he was only just a kid. Hey, take Kakashi. Oh. I have heard of you. He cheered. The mighty copy ninja. I heard, you know over 1,000,000 jutsus. He said, excitedly, over-exaggerating the number of jutsus that I know. 1,000, actually. I corrected. Oh. Well, 1,000,000 sounds better. Hey, cool pendant. He said, moving his face closer to my hand that held the jewelry, his yellow eyes going wide with wonder. Haven't seen a relic like this outside of a monk convent. You've seen this before? I asked, hoping that he would be able to tell me something about it. Maybe it would get me closer as to where I acquired it. Only at the convent, of the worshippers of Inari-sama. I have only seen one similar to this one in pictures. They're rare and far in between. He said. Aunt Koi is a whiz with stories and objects of legends. It's a hobby of hers. He chuckled, scratching the back of his head in a way that was similar to Naruto. I guess I actually learned something after all. Big brother. His and my head snapped at the call of a little girl's voice. A little girl with green eyes and silvery hair that could almost be mistaken as white came running into view. Daku. Mother said, it's time to go. She called. I couldn't help but imagine her with silvery blue fox ears and tails. Coming. He said to her. Seeing her message delivered, she ran back toward the village. It was nice to finally meet you, Kakashi-sensei. He said, before running after the little girl. It wasn't until after he was out of view that it dawned on me that the little girl had called him brother. He had said they were cousins. I don't know why, but I quickly turned to follow him. I stood at the edge of the village looking for the boy, or even the little girl. They couldn't have moved that fast, they were only children, and the boy's chakra level didn't seem to be anywhere near strong enough to cast a jutsu. But then, something in my gut was telling me that he wasn't all he seemed and I needed to find him. I clenched the pendant tight within my hand, as I finally caught sight of him. He was laughing with the little girl, and a woman, who was slender, with golden blonde hair, and with beauty that would make the old toad sage drool. The boy was holding up a fox mask that had black and blue markings up to his face. It looked like it was designed to cover only the upper half of the face. That was odd, not many masks were made here like that. The woman smiled fondly at him, ruffling his hair, before gesturing for the two children to follow her. I could have sworn I seen Daku look my way with a knowing grin on his face. That was the only reason why I chased after them. It was when they exited the gate, did I lose them again. I even went as far as to walk a mile outside the village, but I still couldn't find no sign of the boy, the little girl, and the woman. I even summoned my hounds. They couldn't even pick up a scent. It was all so surreal. I could not get the feeling that they were still close by. Sighing, I headed back for the village, putting the pendant safely back into my vest pocket. 3RD's POV. Had Kakashi looked to his right, he would have spotted a golden fur Kitsune and two kids, one black, and the other silvery blue, watching him from the cover of leaves and bushes. The black Kitsune, looking to the golden Kitsune, before running off after the shinobi. He followed the silver-haired shinobi, back Tahi village. Slipping in without being detected. He followed Kakashi the whole day. When Kakashi went the playground and sit on one of the benches and started reading his orange book. The black Kitsune climbed up the tree nearest to the bench, settling with sitting on the branch that was just out of sight of the shinobi. His blue tip tail wagging slightly, content with having Kakashi within his sight. For 2 hours Kakashi did not move. So, when he was stretching his muscle that have gone stiff, he instantly got startled when a shuriken landed in the bark just behind him. Turning his yellow eye to the weapon, he let his paw slip, bouncing off the top of Kakashi's head and into his lap. "So, you were the one in the tree there," Kakashi hummed, picking the odd black fox, with blue marking up by the scruff. The black kitsune put its ears back and struggled slightly, but froze when it saw Kakashi lifting up his headband, revealing the Sharingan eye. They didn't break eye contact for a good minute, before Kakashi's body and the kitsune's relaxed. "A normal fox," Kakashi mumbled, placing the black fox on his lap. The creature did not immediately run off, instead it made itself comfortable. "You are an odd one," Kakashi chuckled, scratching the fox gently behind the ears, and was pleased that it moved its head into his touch. "We don't get many foxes around here," he added, just needing someone to talk to. The black fox relaxed further on his lap, deciding to stay in his company a little longer. The playground was empty again, the sun was slowly going down, so not many people were around. Kakashi studied the black fox. He knew foxes were rare and few around the village since the Nine-Tails attack. He took this as a sign that nature was healing. The sky had finally turned to night when Kakashi started to make his way home. "Go home now," he told the fox, when he saw it was still following him. The creature only started at him with yellow eyes, before trotting up beside him, waiting for him to continue walking. Kakashi sighed. "I can't keep you. I have dogs," he said, shoving the fox with his foot, trying to encourage it to go the opposite direction. The fox was relentless, and in the end, Kakashi ended up leading the fox to his home. The creature walked into the building after Kakashi, who let the door close on its own. "You are an odd little creature," Kakashi said, looking at the fox with the Sharingan one more time, just to be sure he wasn't looking at a transformation jutsu. He wasn't. "Okay, just for the night," he said, when the fox ran into his room and curled up on his bed. Kakashi opened his window to let the night breeze in and sat down on the bed beside the fox. "People around here don't trust foxes, you know." The fox blinked at him. "Don't you have a home to go back to?" The fox blinked again. Kakashi huffed. "I'm talking to a fox," he told himself, reaching into his vest pocket, bringing out the pendant again. "This thing is making me crazy," he said, showing it to the fox. "It's like I am forgetting something. I don't even remember where I got this from, but no matter how many times I try to get rid of it, I can't. I feel attached." He petted the fox between the ears. The black fox leaned into his touch again, its eyes never leaving the pendant that hung from Kakashi's fingers. It got up and started pawing at it. Kakashi pulled it out of reach slightly, moving it up and down in the air, watching the fox play with the dangling pendant. Almost like cat. As he watched the fox play with the pendant, Kakashi started thinking. If you're determined to stick around here, you're going to need to wear something so that the people around here know you're a friendly, he said, slipping the chain link of the pendant over the fox's head, adjusting it to fit around its neck. There. It looks good on you, Kakashi said, petting the fox. It puffed its chest out slightly with pride. That boy said it was the symbol of Inari-sama, a fox goddess. Maybe I was holding onto it for you, Kakashi joked, getting up so he could make himself and his unexpected guests some dinner. Although he wasn't sure if should feed the animal. It was wild after all. Well, it can't be too wild if it had willingly followed him home. He would take the gamble. Okay, little guy. Dinner is served. He looked around the room. The black fox was gone. Guess he went back home, he mumbled. Daku's POV. I felt bad about leaving Kakashi like that. It was rude, but I needed to have my pendant back. Kakashi had held onto it long enough. I haven't been around, so it was normal that it was affecting him. It would try to force him to remember me, to reverse the fixed memories canon wiped. I couldn't just take it, however. Kakashi had needed to give it back to me. He would feel a lot better now that the pendant was back with me. It would be like Mun and I never entered their lives. I ran back to the forest outside the village. Koi and Mun were waiting for me. "Did you get it?" Koi asked. I nodded my head. "I will go to the Sohei on my own now," I said, giving them a reassuring smile. "Are you sure, my kid?" Koi asked. "Yes, I have a promise to keep. They will not hurt me," I reassured her. "Okay. Be safe," she said, bonking our heads together in a playful manner. The trip to the convent didn't take too long before now that I could use my chakra without limits. I even shifted into my two-legged form, so that Elder Akira would not immediately cast an exorcism on me for being a demon. I hadn't forgot that Canon would have most likely wiped his memories too. He was in the garden of the convent. It looked to me like he was stargazing. "Elder Akira," I greeted, approaching him where he could clearly see me. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze landing on the mark of the mother on my forehead. "A child of the mother," he stated, though his stance did not relax. "Yes," I confirmed. Already he was casting a spell, to ensure I was telling the truth. "We do not usually get demons who willingly show themselves," he said, pointing out my odd behavior. "I'm not like most demons. Besides, I have a promise to keep. A demon's word is their bond, after all," I said, hoping that even though he held no memories of meeting me, something would at least sound familiar. I slipped my birth pendant off my neck and held it out for him. "I was once told your convent was the safest place to keep this for me. I was told you would keep it safe and on display as a relic of the mother and the times when demons once shared this plane with you mortals." I gave him a mischievous grin. He didn't reach for my pendant. I could sense the other Sohei in the area waiting to see what Elder Akira wanted to do. They weren't sure if they wanted to attack me. Elder Akira was still contemplating my offer, and so he should. A demon's birth pendant in the hands of humans were almost never heard of. I would be at their beck and call if they so desired. It was why I had never told Kakashi the importance of my pendant, why I had given it to him. "You do understand what you are giving us?" he asked, holding his hand out to receive the pendant. "Yes," I answered, placing the pendant in his hands. "And, I trust, that you will treat and respect my pendant, like any other artifact of the mother. I place my trust in your hands, Sohei. I will not return to the mortal plane unless you see the need to call upon me," I said, backing away from him. "May Mother Inari-sama smile upon you and this place," I blessed, bowing slightly, as I disappeared into the darkness. I returned to Koi and Mun's side on the other plane. It was time for me and Mun to prepare for our role that Inari-sama was going to hand to us one day. I would watch and maybe even visit the mortal plane every now and again, just to check up on the friends I had acquired during my time there. Only I would never again walk up to them as I have today. Koi was taking us to the divine realm today. Inari-sama had things she wished to discuss. "Ready, my treasure?" I asked Mun. Although, I knew she was ready. It was my first time to enter the place only the divine were allowed to enter. "Yup. We are both ready," she cheered, grabbing my hand and pulling me past the doors. "Well, time to start my new life." The end.